Welcome everyone to the Mastering Runeterra Road to Seasonals Tournament Series. It's Monday night. I'm joined by Jasensational, and we are going to be casting for y'all today. Jasensational, how are you feeling?
Hey Davebo, I'm feeling good. I'm ready to cast some Runeterra. Ready for the seasonals.
Oh yeah,
Excited to see what these people bring.
I'm still trying to climb for Seasonals, trying to get that 7-2 cutoff. So far it has not been going great, if I'm being honest, but we'll see how it goes. um,
Good luck. Good luck.
So I think they are still finalizing the round one pairings, but I think we are going to try to grab What Am I's game. So let me go cut over to the deck list real quick. Boom. So you said you were talking to What Am I? So it is a triple P and Z list. So have you talked with What Am I about this lineup?
Uh, Not really, but he was talking a little bit about it. He just wanted to ban Pantheon, and I think he just settled on some three sort of PNZ tempo decks that just kind of wants to beat people down.
Yeah, I think the list is really cool. So this is Draven Vi Scion, opting not to put in any rumbles, but instead going for Vi, and running two aloof travelers. I feel like one of my really likes this card because he's put in everything. Um, and then the second deck is a man after my own heart, some Jace Lux. And I actually have a funny story about this deck. So one of my ping me on Discord asked me questions about, hey, yeah, do you think this is a good build of Jace Lux? Are there any cards you would put in and stuff? And I thought it was just some random person asking me questions after seeing my guide, right? And then I was like, oh, wait, this is What Am I? Like, oh my gosh, I didn't realize this was like one of the best players in the Americas. So I gave him some tips, and it seems he has ignored all my tips. He has not listened to what I said. He's definitely gone greedy with two Albus Pharaohs, which I think that's What Am I style. I think if it works for him, you do you. But it is a very interesting build. So I have two versions of Jace Lux that I kind of maintain. One that's more mid-rangey, and one with like Boom Baboon and Poro Cannon and Zonite Urchin. And the fast version normally runs things like Chomper's main deck. But he's kind of cut a lot of the very fast stuff in exchange for a little more staying power with Albus and Aloof to get that card draw and just late game value engine. So it's a very interesting build. I'm excited to see it play out.
Yeah, it just looks like a bigger version of Scouts. Something that I think you see a lot in Jace Lux decks is they have some sort of 6 mana spell that generates like some units, or that be Remembrance or the Assembly Line, but opting to cut all of them for back-to-back instead. They're just a
Right.
very unit-centric deck and just buffing and burning his way through.
Yeah, I kind of like the idea because I've often found, right, it's very challenging to actually bank up all that mana to cast an assembly line in those first few turns. So what am I basically saying? I don't care about casting those big spells early game. I'll just play my units early game, and I'll cast the Shock Blast in the back to back and anything off Pharaohs and Vanguard Sergeant in the mid to late game to generate value with Lux on the board and stuff like that. So very interesting build. I'm excited. And then the last deck he named Moonburn. Oh wait, are people getting into games? Hold on, sorry. Before we get too in depth, okay, they just announced round one is up, so never mind. I think we're fine. Um, yeah, What Am I is not in game yet, so we're good. But yeah, the last one is Moonburn. Have you ever seen a deck like this? Like, it's kind of like
Um,
a Felios Victor, but different. Go ahead.
I mean, this is very similar to like the old Aphelios, Vi, Ruben Power, whatever you want to kind of call it back in the day. But he's opting for a little bit more burn. You see two aftershocks in there, which I've never seen before. But he's looking to beat down his opponents, and I guess all of his decks do the same thing.
Yeah, two Aftershock and three Get Excited. Really trying to pressure stuff and going triple Baboon, which I'm not. Maybe it's a good amount of lists run triple Baboon. I'm not exactly sure. I haven't played much of this deck, if I'm being honest. Um, But yeah, looks like a cool deck and a cool lineup. Triple P and Z. P and Z is a very strong region. Very cool. Um, Round one was just announced, so hopefully they will be getting into game shortly. Oh wait, actually, do you have his opponent, which I believe is
Say Trevo.
Trevo? Do you have
Uh,
Trevo?
I don't see offline. I swear I just accepted a request from him, but I don't see him here.
Well, they haven't gotten into
Trevo.
game yet, so we can see. And you can actually add Trevo if you want, just straight up because you have his name
Oh
in the
yes, I
spreadsheet.
have him.
I'm
Yeah, yeah.
sorry. Um,
Trevo. One.
but it looks like they have not gotten into game yet, so I think we're still okay. But yeah, I'm excited to see this lineup play out, especially this version of Jace Lux. It's kind of a very hybrid build, but still running a good amount of top end. Two Aloof Travelers, two Elvis Pharaohs, making sure you don't run out of gas, but still applying a lot of pressure in the early game. Being able to do Poro Cannon is kind of nuts in this deck. I found that like if you just choose Poro Cannon plus back-to-back plus rally, it's just 16 damage out of nowhere if they don't have an elusive blocker, which is kind of crazy in the late game. Like it's very good at closing out games against things like Field of Rush. I think it's going to be an interesting one. Oh, and they just got into game. Did you manage to get a friend request off?
Yes, he did accept. Let me see. Where is
great.
he?
Okay. I will pull up one of my... They're probably still doing bans because I just saw one of my...
All right, should I spectate button? I guess
Yes.
it's waiting. All right, perfect. Cool.
Yeah, I think we're probably both waiting. So let's get into in-game. Oh my gosh, this is scuffed production already, right off the jump. Already forgot to update the scoreboard. This is a classic Davebo production.
I'm just gonna pull up Trevo's list as well because I don't really know what he's bringing.
Yeah, I haven't looked at that either. We can take a quick peek while they're still doing bans, but I imagine they're going to be getting going here any second.
So Trevo opted for just a more solid mid-range lineup. I guess both lineups are pretty mid-range, but Trevo has a whole different direction. He's on the Aphelios, Ziggs Talia, as well as the Yuumi Pantheon with actually one Taric in there.
Oh yeah, that's actually one of my is a fan of that one Taric tech, which is kind of interesting. But yeah, I think this is honestly a lineup that I'm kind of considering, except swapping probably the Talia Ziggs. Oh, and they are getting into game for a J-Slux, because I think it's just... Pantheon just always feels so strong. Let's cut over to the game. Getting into it, round one, and we've got... It seems Talia Ziggs on the side of Trevo against the Zoe Aphelios Burn. So who do you think would be favored here, Jason?
Historically speaking, what am I, a scholar? Technically, or matchup speaking wise, I think that the Talia Ziggs player, or the deck, has always been favored into Aphelios decks overall. But What Am I is opting for a much more aggressive version. He has a lot of burn, he has a lot of elusives with the Poros and the Flame Chompers, things like that, which is very tempo-centric as well. So it's interesting to see how the two would clash because the Talia Ziggs player has the late game, I think, with the Arsenals and the Talia.
Yeah, I think What Am I will have to kind of be putting some pressure on. Because it is interesting, because Talia Ziggs also often struggles into burn matchups, which this deck kind of can do. Not exactly, but it's definitely not completely outside its wheelhouse, so it'll be interesting to see how it shapes out.
Yeah, and you can see in What Am I's hand here, he already has the Poro Cannon Flame Chompers, he has the Ballistic Bot, he's kind of ready to just go wide and start applying a lot of pressure.
Yeah, and Trevo has not found a Talia, which I think is going to be important to help put a lot of pressure on, right? Get a lot of damage going, because What Am I's list doesn't really have great answers to a Talia, right? So we'll see how it goes.
There's the Poro Cannons moving in.
Yep, getting in that elusive damage makes a lot of sense. Probably just swing with the 3 elusives and nothing else. Yep. Story checks out. Getting that super cool star chart value. And Trevo does have a Ziggs, but it's only Ziggs is only at 2 out of 4, I believe. And I think it's going to struggle to flip because they don't have another landmark in hand after this Ancient Preparation. So Trevo might be struggling to put on enough pressure to really close this game out.
He did find a Quicksand. Maybe took it to sort of chum down on these elusives, but having a Quicksand some 1/1s definitely doesn't feel the greatest.
Yeah, it's certainly not exactly what you want to be doing. Ooh, this Pale Cascade could blow out. Oh, nope, Trevo's smart, not dragging the Baboon with Ziggs, even though it does get a free kill just because of the Pale Cascade risk. That's a heads-up play by Trevo. I might have done oh, look, I get 1 free damage. Lost the game on the spot.
If they have it, they have it.
If they have it, they have it. Who would ever...
What's also good on Trevo's side is now he has the Sarcophagus ready for the Rite of Arcane we see in his hand, but he also has the second Ziggs, which is a Bouncing Bomb that conveniently clears the 2 1/1s left on board.
Yeah, I actually got blown out by a Bouncing Bomb the other day. I think it was actually on 2 Poros even. And I was like, oh my gosh, I never play around that card, right? I was like, okay, Pokey Stick would be annoying, but not that bad. But then it was just Bouncing Bomb. And I was like, oh no, I was about to cast 4 Demacia, right? It's not something I was expecting.
And here's where we can see one of my sort of just tempo game plan just really kicking in. On the side of Trivo, only one Ziggs on the board, chooses to not even play the Rite of Arcane yet. And one of mine is representing a pretty big swing, honestly, right here.
Yeah, they could honestly just opt to take this attack and drag Ziggs out of the way and just get in for a lot of damage. Opting
But
to instead play Pharaohs.
oh, and the Hextech Anomaly, my favorite card off of
Oh.
Feral Financer.
It is an exciting card. I historically have not liked it very much, but it just keeps growing on me. Sometimes it just wins you the game out of nowhere. It's a very exciting card, at the very least, for sure.
Yeah, when your deck's already just so powerful in what they do, it's pretty fine just have like a card that swings and how heavy it can affect the game state.
Yeah.
So what am I ending up a little bit punished for developing into the Rite of Arcane, but
Right.
surprised Trivo didn't fire it off sooner, and now things look a little bit stable for Trivo here if you can find some draw.
Yeah, Ziggs flips, which is definitely important to put that extra pressure on. Ziggs will just keep burning out What Am I if they can find more lane marks. Although Trivo's hand is not looking great. It's got a lot of defensive tools, and it does have that Absolver, but I don't think you're going to want to... Oh, opting to Absolver right now.
Aggressive, very aggressive.
I mean, they have the Fearsome, but this Pale Cascade is going to be able to block that Fearsome, which maybe...
Hang on, what's going on?
Oh, but pre-committing the Quicksand! Whoa! Heads up play from Trivo. That's... Oh my gosh.
He's all in.
He's all in! But this is going to pay off, I think, right? They can Mystic Get Excited. No, they can kill the Ziggs. They can kill the Ziggs with Mystic plus Get Excited, and then block this thing so that they're only taking 7 damage? Or wait, no, 8 damage? What am I missing?
It's only 7 coming through with the Ziggs gone. He has another Ziggs in hand,
7.
but that's pretty much his whole hand. I think Trivo realizing that his hand just wasn't doing much, and he took an opportunity to kind of just push all in here, and unfortunately, one of my has the burn to take out the Ziggs.
Yeah, what a crazy line. It almost worked. I was kind of rooting for it to work, but the burn just... Because I'm thinking One of My is generally pretty favorite, especially after that. They had to go all in, and then it didn't really pay off.
Yeah, well, it definitely did slow down one of my game plan. He had to chuck 5, burn out the Ziggs, which could have went face.
Right.
Trivo only at 12 right now. Oh, but the Zoe's flipping.
Zoe's flipping, that's huge.
Everything is going on, happening. Like, Trivo went all in, but one of my here, still sitting on double star shaping, has a 3 sisters in hand, and has this singular will that's just, the Hextech Anomaly. Who knows what's inside?
Who knows what's inside?
As much of a tempo start that one of my had, he still is his targeting deck, like just outgrinding this Trivo's hand right now.
Yeah, this Quicksand, if one of my opts to swing, Trivo's Quicksand could be pretty impactful. So he's got to be a little bit careful. I think one of my is intelligently not opting to swing, and instead just chilling.
Ooh, and sort of heads up play, I suppose. One of my took the Equinox for the, I would assume, the Fearsome attacker, just in case there's another cheeky Quicksand in there to deny the Pale.
Yeah.
So, opting to play, just to sit back, draw out the game. I have double star shaping. I'm not afraid of ending the game soon.
Yeah. One of my deck is definitely capable of going the distance here. And will one of my take this attack? I think swinging with both would be playing very into Quicksand. I think one of my is, opting to just give up the Zoe. I think Trivo has to take this Quicksand. But yeah, I mean, after that Zoe flip, this, what's the name of the card? The Golden Sisters is going to just be crazy huge, giving the whole board lifesteal and elusive. I feel like it's going to be really hard. Go ahead.
That was a really good top deck for Trivo, getting the Roiling Sands into the Talia, but choosing not even to play the Talia here. Interesting.
Huh. I feel like you kind of have to play Talia. Try to push as much damage as you can. But I mean, I do think it might not have paid off because Golden Sister would have been very, very bad for Trivo if it came down before this swing.
Yeah, that's fair. Let's see what one of my has in response here. Just start off with Star Shaping.
Yep.
Living Legends.
Opting to take it.
Value.
Opting to take it. And then blocking and, Pale Cascading to get the Fearsome blocker to take out the 5-3. Oh, not taking out the 5-3, just getting damage on the Ziggs.
Interesting.
Oh, nope, never mind. I think that was a consideration, and then you could finish it off with an Aftershock, right, on the Ziggs to prevent that burn damage. I think I like this a little bit more, but I think it was a consideration there.
Yeah, I see the Golden Sister. That's just 8 lifesteal and elusive sitting in my hand. I'm not too worried about my health total at this moment. I
Right.
feel like it's just take as low damage as possible, and you have game next turn. Oh, but the Ziggs.
Yeah, Ziggs burn.
But the landmarks too, just threatening extra additional burn to One Mice face if he ever wants to play another unit. One Mice sitting at a nice, comfortable 2 health here if he plays the sisters, but there's just not anything else to deal the last 2.
Yeah, I don't think Trevo can close out the game, even if they do play.
Oh, and the harrowing off the anomaly doesn't play it,
I
unfortunately.
think that would have been a spicy play. And going to 2, what am I saying? I'm not afraid of double pokey. I mean, even if there is double... Oh, no, actually, yeah, double pokey would have closed out the game there, actually, because they don't have mana for star shaping anymore. But saying, I'm not scared of it. I got to get this lifesteal going, heal up. And Rite of the Arcane is nice, but, I mean, what am I about to heal for 7?
Yeah, and ooh, is Trevo dying soon? There's 7, there's the 10. Trevo's at 2 as well, technically speaking, with this Aftershock in hand. He
Yeah,
needs
and
he needs a big top deck here to bail him out.
What am I could even play Zoe to get a little bit more damage, yeah. So this is kind of lethal. Oh, I don't know. I mean, is there any out? Is Absolver an out next turn? Oh, I like this bouncing bomb.
Maybe like Arsenal. He needs a big bomb here.
He needs
Maybe
something,
another, like,
something very impactful for sure.
another Unraveled Earth into like Herald Magus or Arsenal. There's some outs here. He's both champions on board. He's not
Yeah.
dying this turn.
Yeah.
Can definitely burn him down from this 9, 11 health, 8, 10 health.
10 health, yep. What am I's back up to 10. Trevo goes to 4. So barely not dead to the Aftershock in What am I's hand. But an atrocity!
Preservarium. Oh, but he doesn't even go for it. Oh, I feel like
the
you have
Preservarium to try to draw into something? Yeah. You might have had to.
Oh, but
Oh, wait, no! Oh! Trevo's just going for lethal here. It's not going to work with the star shaping, though, unfortunately.
oh, but the atrocity.
And
Oh,
yeah, I mean, they have both Atrocity and Star Shaping. I guess it's interesting. I think One of I will actually not go for the Atrocity because it gets blown out by right.
Leaving line to the right of negation. But
Yeah. So opting to, I think, intelligently... Trevo doesn't have it, but just saying, no, I'm just going to heal up. We're surviving this turn. It's fine.
pick up the second Living Legends. Why not?
Why not?
Hail
Why
Cascade to
not?
clear the Ziggs. Why not?
Oh, man. Actually, if Trevo had top-decked an Absolver, Trevo would have won this game, which is crazy.
Yeah. I don't know if you expected why I just not have anything there. I might have gone for the Preservarium to see what I top deck, but the Rite of Negation. It was there for the atrocity.
It was there for the Atrocity. It was just right behind that Preservarium.
Now
Yeah.
this game looks quite over.
Yeah,
There's
Trevo
nothing
surrendering,
left.
I think, recognizing What am I's about to heal a lot. So What am I stealing it up game 1? Let's go update the scoreboard because I know I'm good at this production thing, making it happen. That was an exciting game. What am I doing? Playing a very good job, just barely keeping just enough board presence and keeping his health just enough, right? Trying to make plays of trade-offs, right, between health and board presence and making sure you don't die. Oh, and we get to see the Jace Lux. I'm excited. Whew.
Yeah, and I really like Trevo just sensing that his hand just really wasn't doing anything and just going for a Hail Mary quicksand all-in kind of turn. But
Yeah.
fortunately it didn't pay out, but that was potentially lethal that turn.
That was a very dramatic play. I really liked it. I was like, man, Trevo's just not going to have the gas. And then all of a sudden it's like, well, no surprise, I'm Absolver quicksanding. I might have it. And I was like, oh my gosh, it's crazy. I love it. I love to see it. And this is the Jace Lux, kind of semi-aggressive, more aggressive than typical... Oh, and opting to discard the Poro Cannon, but less aggressive than like the full all-in on Poros. I feel like the issue with that Poro list that I put out on Twitter a couple of weeks ago is if you don't draw Poro Cannon, your deck kind of struggles. And this one I feel like has a lot more staying power. It has Petricite, Brightsteel, such a good combo. You've got a lot more tools available to yourself. And I think What am I will probably take back-to-back. There's maybe a consideration for Unyielding Spirit, but I think back-to-back's just generally very solid. Yep.
All right, yeah. What am I just loves for his decks to beat up Feel the Rush. You see the two Aloofs in there. You see the two Ferris. He has a late game, but he also has a tempo game plan. I think that's consistent with every deck that he has.
Yeah, yeah. Feel the Rush is always such a menace. I always like. I think it's not terrible for Jace Lux, but it's hard to put out that last bit of damage. It's like you get like one big turn where you put out a lot of pressure, but then it's hard to really close out the game.
Yeah, opting for the two back-to-backs in his deck list, just allowing him to make those open attacks a lot better, playing on
Right,
Ruination.
right.
There's always pesky things that set up Jace Lux.
Yeah, I do love back to back. That card is definitely phenomenal. I think it's been underrated for a long time. I mean,
Oh yeah,
definitely.
back to the level J.
Yeah, back to back with a level Jace is just surprise 12 damage out of nowhere. It's very intimidating. And opting for quick attack over challenger here on Jace. I think that makes sense. There's nothing you particularly want to challenge on the side of Trevo right now. I think it makes sense.
Yeah, Trevo's hand also shaping out pretty well. He has pretty wide board. He has more extra draw in the. I always call it Roiling Sands, but that's the actual card, the Unraveled Earth. He has Talia. He
Right.
has Arsenal for the late game. He even has the
Ooh.
explosive landmine, a little bit of stun. What am I just overdevelops?
And Trevo passing here. I wonder if What Am I will take it. I feel like What Am I can play this Bright Steel, but then the perfect emotes. What do you think I got? What am I? What do you think I got?
Yeah, attacking into the Endless Devout to give the Sarcophagus, activating the Rite of Arcane. I think what am I realizing then just taking pass, but
Yeah, I think it would have been okay to swing with just Petrocite and Jace and have Petrocite drag the 2/2. I think that would have been a fine line. I don't think you want a full swing for reasons that you said. Because, I mean, if you kill the Endless Devout with just a Jace quick attack, I'm not too sad about that generally. That seems pretty okay. Oh, and this is putting a lot of pressure on, because copying the stun landmark is going to stun 2 units on What Am I's board. And then they can even follow it up with the Rite of the Arcane if they so choose to really remove almost every blocker. But What Am I can keep kind of refilling. Oh, but opting not to just swing with Talia. I think this is like the safe line. With all the mana up on the side of What Am I think this makes a lot of sense.
yeah.
But these stun landmarks, they're very surprising. They're very cheeky. And let me check. Is Trevo running any of the? Nope. Trevo is. They're not on any Unleashed Energy. That's the card I'm thinking of. The Destroy a Landmark
No.
+4/+2.
They do have 2 Desert Naturalists in the deck, so additional things to pop the
Right.
landmarks. Oh, 6 wide, 4 Demacia turn 7.
Yeah, that's the good thing about this Chompers list. Or Boom Baboon, I should say, really, is just the ability you can very reliably get 6 wide and set up for a big 4 Demacia turn. And there's does Trevo have a right that they're hovering or?
Well, unfortunately, Trevo does have the right that is going to pretty much negate this entire attack. Maybe gets a Flame Chomper pull in with the Talia, but if he didn't attack last turn, I don't know if one of my has any reason to attack this turn either yet.
Yeah, I think that you definitely have to rate here. I think it's critical. But Jace is getting level up progress. I don't know. This is a close game. I think these landmarks could honestly become a liability, right, on the side of Trevo, because they're going to struggle to get really wide unless they want to overwrite them, which maybe they do, right? Maybe that's all you do.
Yeah,
And
I think Trevo just scrolling through deck lists, seeing if there's anything that can stop this going off on the Endless Devout, but doesn't look like it from one of my hand.
There were 2 Mystic Shots. That was the one out that would have been pretty bad there. But
It's still
opting to not be
impressive,
too
though.
afraid. Oh, and this is
And-
really going to shut down the attack.
Yeah, and we see the Arsenal chilling in Trevo's hand, going to turn 8, blowing up the landmark to set things up. Looks like he's going to drop it down next turn.
Yeah. And what's that landmark at? Or sorry, what's the
It's at 5, so
5.
not the
Oh, so
greatest.
not a
what am I
ton.
still going in for cool? Going to opting to push 6 while you can.
Yeah. Giving up one of his Bright Steels for a Rock Hopper doesn't feel too great. Trading into the 2/2 with the second one does feel fine, though. I'm never too sad about that. And then getting 6 damage. Oh, and this Quicksand, making those units do nothing.
Yeah, it's really brutal about the quicksands. They just completely stripped the Formidable off the Petrified Bondwings, and now they're suddenly just
Right.
O3 killing.
What am I having to commit that Mystic Shot to save their Petrosite? I think that was a good play. So the question is Trevo dropping the Arsenal? Trevo is! We're going in! Trevo style! Ooh. Pretty good keywords. The back-to-back could potentially... Oh, opting out to back-to-back. I wonder if What Am I is planning to trade Albus for this Arsenal.
Yeah, the Arsenal, you know, doesn't have quick attack, doesn't have the scout, doesn't have the elusive, not enough to end the game here, and looks like it's just getting traded out.
Yep, opting to trade this Albus. I think this is a heads-up play. I think Albus is good, but a big part of the value is just drawing Jace, right? And being able to trade it out for an Arsenal, that's a huge value swing, because this Arsenal could definitely get very scary very quickly.
Now, unfortunately, What Am I is a mana short of going Jace back-to-back, although I don't think the Jace is quite leveled up yet. But he does have another Sergeant, which allows him to go Sergeant into Fort Demacia next turn if he chooses to.
No, he's got mana. He'll have 9 mana next turn, plus 1 banked from this turn.
Oh, you're right.
So he's got exactly enough to go Jace back-to-back.
The Jace isn't quite leveled. He might maybe opts for the Vanguard Sergeant into Fort Demacia instead.
Yeah. Ooh, opting to take all of that damage. Well, that is a sign that What Am I is definitely going for Fort Demacia, right?
6 wide. Again, let's do it. Does Trevo have a second deny?
Not in hand. They can draw twice, actually, though.
Oh, but still going for the Jace.
Oh, and actually, this is heads up. Trying to predict, saying, oh, yeah, wait. That is interesting. So opting to just be that wide just to push the regular damage. I think... What am I saying?
I don't quite... Oh, he's just going for... Oh.
Yeah, this is lethal right here, and then has back-to-back as backup, right? You don't need any other damage. And this is... I mean, even if they find a quicksand, which they think is their only out, it's not going to be enough, because this back-to-back's just going to blow them out. Or a pokey stick, I guess, would also make them think they're going to be alive, but nope. And What Am I cleaning it up 2-0. Very well played.
Yeah, and we can see where the Talia Ziggs definitely has a little bit of a weak side into some more of the aggressive decks, you know, like Draven Scion. But all of What Am I's deck pretty much has the same game plan, where it's just Baboon into Chompers, or I guess the Broadwings that act as basically Chompers, I suppose, to set up these nice wide attacks.
Yeah, and What Am I was talking about the list and saying that, yeah. Oh, but Optimizer, just swing wait, sorry. I think this is like the same Apologies. I just had some echoing from before. When I was trying to pull up the bracket. Do you want to try to get in 4LW's game? I believe they are up against Beast Llama. Do you have them added?
Yes.
All right.
Should I spectate Beast Llama?
Yeah, spectate Beast Llama. I actually don't have Beast... Oh, 4LW has spectating off. Never mind.
All right. Do you have Beast Llama?
I don't have Beast Llama. Let's try to get... Ooh, Monte Cristo is on... Oh, but I think their game's over, maybe. Because I don't see them in game. Or maybe don't have them added. Which would be a little surprising.
I have Monty added.
Oh, no, I do have Monty. I forgot it's WW Monty. Okay, so yeah, I could get Monty. Do you have Kevin, LOR? I think I might have Kevin, too. Oh, no, I don't have Kevin. We'll just get Monty one-sided. It'll be fine.
All right.
And we will... hide the score overlay because we don't know what's going on. Or sorry, this guy. Oh, did they just get out of the game? Or no, they were probably... Oh wait, error trying to spectate. Weird. But it seems to be working. And it looks like... Oh, is this Akshan Sivir? Blast from the Past against Echo Zillion. Oh, let me turn off the second hand as well. There we go. So, have you played this matchup? I feel like I'm not sure who I would expect to be favored.
Probably not enough. But look at Monty's hand. Oh my! This is the perfect setup for Monte Cristo here with the quicksand that's potentially even leveling the Echo here.
Yeah, the scrying sands flipping Echo. Oh my gosh! So this is huge.
Yeah, this is the ultimate punish. The turn where Kevin tried to go to kill the Echo, but this is just completely backfiring on him. And now the free time trick and the immense board pressure.
Oh, and there was 2 cats and an Absolver. Opting to take the Absolver, I like it. Push that lethal as much as he can. And this is just crazy. This is turn 5, and Monty just has a monstrous board.
Oh, with the quicksand, but then the scry.
But then he just... Oh, and actually opting just Absolver. I like it too.
And he still has the
And then
scrying.
he still
Oh my
has the
god, the
scrying.
scrying.
Oh my
Oh,
gosh. Oh, and then
absolutely
gets a chrono
disgusting.
break off the predict. I guess it's not going to
Kevin
matter because he's going to get the free draw.
Getting punished every step of the way here. Double scrying sin, just make sure that units could not trade into the Echo.
Oh, I love this
Oh
Echo
my
Zillion deck.
god.
I think it's so fun.
Yeah, I think it's very easy to try to go after to kill the Echo, but then you have the buff cards, you have the scrying sands,
Right,
you
right.
have like mystic shots as well. It's just very hard to deal with, and if you give him too many free time tricks, they're just
Monty
gonna outvalue you here.
Monty debating here if he wants to get the guaranteed draw on the chrono break or play this time
Oh,
trick.
true,
And
true. Oh,
opting to go for the guaranteed chrono break, saying that is what I need to win this game. I don't need to get this free draw. I
if
don't
you're
know.
Kevin right now, you're gonna feel pretty bad about that, knowing that that card is most likely the chrono break, and now
Yeah, at that point you kind of know it's the chrono break, right? It's
you could
basically
even
guaranteed.
you could even block the Sivir with Echo just to heal it 2 health, although I think that's a little bit more ambitious, but
We'll see. I think Monty might opt to just pass here. I mean, you could do something, but it's just like, why? Why do anything?
yeah, you have a second Echo in hand too. If you wait one more turn, you can sack the Echo, replay the Echo, and then or chrono break and have 2 Echoes on board.
Oh my gosh.
Uh,
And I wonder if Monty's going to go for the rally here, or just... I think he'd probably chump down the Sivir. Oh, nope, just opting to take the damage, and then I think that definitely means Monty's passing. Oh, playing the called shot.
Interesting.
Looking for that parallel convergence.
Yeah, with the time trick in hand, looks like Monty's trying to style on our opponent here.
Wait, what is this
Waking
Waking
Sands.
Sands?
Oh, I think. Wait, what? I think Kevin thought that was a chrono break. I don't know. The cards look very similar. Is- I don't know. Is there something we're missing here?
I don't know why you would ever Waking Sands, right? Because like nothing's happening right now.
I think Kevin thought Monty played the rally card, but it was actually the college shot.
And so they were
Oh,
setting
and
up the
find
defense.
points
Oh
in it.
no, you might be right. I mean,
Oh,
they're not running
no.
like Rite of Calling, right? That's the other option, but yeah, no. That'd be crazy. That'd be crazy.
Oh, and there's 7
Oh.
mana for voices and chrono break.
Voices off that predict. That is huge. Yeah, you just
Mark
overwrite something and say,
Tony,
let's go. It's party time, baby.
It's probably one of the most perfect curves you could have, and
Okay, so if
Yeah,
Kevin...
that's true.
I mean, this makes sense. Kevin's got to take out those voices or else he's just dead.
it doesn't
So-
matter. You just swing here, and then you rally, and then
But if Kevin has the deny, he's not dead, but he's not exactly happy about his... Oh, this quicksand. Oh no. I mean, you kill
and
it, but it's
doesn't
just...
even deny the draw.
It doesn't deny the draw, and we have the chrono break in hand. That has got to be game. Opting to draw, because why not?
Monty trying to get a cheeky top deck chrono break, but doesn't find it. Has to play the one in hand, unfortunately.
Yeah, and there it is. That's game. That was, I mean, yeah, ever since that play, right when we started, right when the Echo killed the Akshan,
The
right, on that
Akshan,
play,
yeah.
that kind of really sealed that game up, making it very, very closed out. So we'll see if Monty has another game. I do like these one-handed ones. I've seen in Twitch chat people say, sometimes, the one-handed is a little better. Sometimes it's better to be two-handed. I think it's fun.
Yeah, it's fun having to like guess what the other person is doing. I know
Right.
when you have capture vision, things become very obvious, but
Right.
when that's removed, you get a nice analytical game.
Yeah. And it looks like that was the last match because I don't see them getting into another game. We can check if Monty's out of game. Yeah, Monty's out of game. So that was a set going to Monty. Very well played. Let's see who else still going.
I see Shotox is still playing. It says Snipe Cross is playing.
Shadox
A few
is
more.
against Snipecross. I can grab either side of that, I'm pretty sure. I definitely have Shadox at least.
Alright, I'll grab the Snipe Cross then.
Oh, wait, maybe I don't. Wait, was I
There we
lying?
go.
I thought I...
They just
Does Shadox
think
have a
they
prefix?
just
The day. Yeah, they just got out. Never
Oh, it
mind.
just ended. All
It
right.
just ended. Yep. Um, we have.
See how many left. We have Jason Florent still in game.
Oh, yeah, we can get Jason Florent. I can get Jason Florent's side, and Jason is up against Friend of Zoe. Do you have Friend of Zoe?
He just added me somewhere, friend of Zoe.
We'll get the second hand. I think, yeah, Friend of Zoe is usually pretty good about adding.
I don't see him. Swear he just added me, but I don't see him. All right, well,
That's okay. Oh, and Friend of Zoe on a Shellfolk Mono Zoe Bandle City Targon Shellfolk deck.
oh my.
This is crazy.
Well, looks like he's about to pop off here.
Yep. I mean, Jason Florent has a very big board, but no Yia in hand kinda means Friend of Zoe might just turn this game around. Like, as we know, Shellfolk can definitely do Shellfolk things and just kind of get out of control. Because, yeah, already getting 4 wide can probably get even wider, I'm guessing. I haven't been exactly tracking how many trinket trades and stuff have been coming down, but... Oh, and a Poro Cannon, that's going to do a good amount.
Oh, and Zoe just an inch off of leveling. Seems very tough for Jason to close out the game here.
Oh, yeah, 9 out of 10. Oh, man.
Oh, but the burn, you gotta push, what, 2 damage here from the side of Jason?
Yeah, it
Probably
looks...
have to get excited right away so it can't get nabbed or pranked or stolen.
Yeah, I mean... this is just a tough spot. I think this is definitely the line. Push as much damage as you can. I'm wondering if Jason's thinking he might have to get excited the Shellfolk, but I feel like it might be too late at this point. Shellfolk's already done Shellfolk things. Get excited at this point is not going to matter.
Yeah, I think I still aim this at face, but even if you top like a second get excited next turn, there's nothing to discard unless he
Right.
kills the minion off. Oh, and Friend of Zoe not blocking the minion, so he doesn't get a unit back to discard.
Oh, no. This could be the end for Jason Florent. We'll see.
Zoe's
man.
still not leveled.
Yeah, they've already played that card. It seems the... what's the name of that card? Super Cool Star Chart.
Maybe looking for the Moon Glow or the Moon Silver to try to level Zoe. If Zoe doesn't level, maybe that's enough to set it off, but Jason with no card in hand and Friend of Zoe the full hand.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, with Shellfolk staying on board, I feel like Friend of Zoe's just never going to run out of gas, right? You just cast that Super Cool Star Chart that they'd cast earlier, got 2 cards. Who knows what they are, but 2 cards is a lot of cards every time you do anything. And hushing away the spell shield?
I guess there's no... Okay, well, I would have hushed the minion then if I were going for this exact line, but...
Yeah, I mean, I guess it doesn't make a huge difference,
Looks like it just
right? Because you're still
doesn't
blocking the
matter.
same things, yeah. And then you're not killing the minion. If you're not killing the minion, it doesn't really matter, right?
Yep.
And Friend of Zoe just has so many cards in hand. They took the Bandle City Mare off one of those pranks.
Oh, and then you get another copy
Oh
of the
my
card.
gosh, you get 2 cards off Bandle City Mare. Friend of Zoe is... I'm going to just throw it on a limb and say Friend of Zoe is not going to run out of gas before this game ends. What do you think, Jason?
No, not at all. And, Zoe leveled as well. And just, who knows what you can hit? Just any impact card, any sort of elusive, maybe the
Right.
Trickster. Alright, well, that cost 0.
Oh, a 0 mana because
the
the Bandle City Mare and the Shellfolk.
Absolutely disgusting.
Oh, that did cost the full 2. That was a regular price. Oh, but then giving everything overwhelm. Oh my gosh. That's so much damage. That's so much damage. Oh, and then everything's gonna lose. Oh no. This is...
And Jason can't even have lethal, even if he top decks another get
Oh,
excited.
and they do a top deck again.
Oh no!
Oh my gosh. That is the tragedy of the century. Yeah, I mean, you could rip a Get Excited to heal 4, but that was all you could have done. It wouldn't have been enough to keep you alive. Oh my gosh. What a crazy end of that game.
And it turned out not blocking that minion, or I guess you could have hushed and blocked it, but not allowing them to get 1 extra card in hand just denied Jason of any sort of outs there.
Right. And I think we're probably coming up on the end of round 1. Let me check the standings. Yeah, I think there might be like one more game still going, but it's probably ending pretty soon. Let's cut to a quick break. We'll cut back to desk real quick. Say hello to our viewers. Um, how's it going, everybody? How's everybody having a good time here at the Mastering Runeterra Road to Seasonals tournament? Jason, what are your thoughts after that round? Are you feeling good?
Oh man, yeah, we had some hype moments in there. Monte Cristo was absolutely blowing
Oh
Kevin
my
out from
god.
the Ecozillion deck. I think it's definitely cool to see. Shellfolk, I think other people have some differing opinions on that deck, but seeing Shellfolk clinch the win against Yordle Arms, it's kind of I don't even know who to root for in that case.
Oh yeah, yeah, and Yordalarms especially, it's lost a lot of legs after the Yordalarms nerf, right? +3/+3 is a lot less than +4/+4, so it's definitely not as strong as it once was, but it's still definitely decent, and it definitely has matchups where it wins pretty reliably. But yeah, I think with that we'll cut to a quick break. Real quick though, I'll thank our sponsors, Community Gaming. They set up the whole Swiss rounds and everything to make these tournaments run super smoothly. So thank you so much for that. And thanks for Mastering Runeterra for putting all these on. It's crazy having a tournament every single day until seasonals. I think it's just a ton of fun. It's been a real blast. And yeah, with that, any closing words, Jason, before we cut to a break?
No, let's can't wait for the next round.
All right, sounds good. We'll catch y'all in a few minutes. Welcome back, everyone, to the stream. We are round 2 just got announced, and I think we have a spicy lineup that we are going to feature this time. We're going to be watching Shadox, our first Jasensational. How are you feeling? How excited are you for round 2?
Yeah, I've just been spending the break looking at some of the lineups that people have brought, and there's definitely some interesting ones out there. So excited to get a chance to maybe look at their games.
Yeah, and we are going to be watching Shadox this round, which is bringing some crazy decks. We've got a Braum Udyr Galio, 3 Udyr, 2 Galio, 1 Braum. Demacia Freljord, an archetype that always feels on the precipice of being good, but just never quite gets there. It's very good at protecting these mid-range threats from damage-based removal, but it also kind of lacks card draw. That's kind of the classic story of this deck. But it definitely can put out a lot of pressure very quickly. And then the other spicy one is LeBlanc Ash, which is an old favorite of mine. My very first time hitting Masters was with Ash Sejuani many a moons ago. But yeah, Jason, what do you think about these decks?
Yeah, these definitely look like very strong mid-range decks. You have the classic Demacia Freljord deck that pretty much like outscales a lot of other sort of mid-range decks, especially when you have like Regen on all your units. Ash LeBlanc as well, just a very solid Pantheon crusher. It seems clear that Shadox is out here to just completely avoid any sort of Ruination Vengeance deck, and hopefully it works out for him.
Yeah, and then the last deck in their lineup is an Aphelios Lux. You love to see Lux. They're very cool. And I've never really played much of this Targon Aphelios Lux deck before, but I think it is very strong. I mean, the pressure it can put on is definitely pretty crazy. You can get Lux lasers very quickly with things like Star Shaping, and then a lot of your cheap 2-cost spells. It's definitely a powerful deck, so it'll be interesting to see it in action. And it looks like they just got into game. I can get Shadox if you can get Rogio. Sound good?
Sure.
They're probably still in bans. I think they just popped up. And we will get it going. Except I have to update the scoreboard. Jeez Louise.
And then on the side of Rogio, he has brought the Jace Heimer Shadow Owls deck, Draven Scion, and Zoe Phelios with 1 Victor.
Ooh. That's an exciting one.
Yeah, these would be interesting matchups. I haven't seen LeBlanc Ash being played since maybe over a year ago, so you can miss me with the matchup tables.
Yeah, and I love this Jace Heimerdinger deck. I think it's legit very, very cool. But Draven Scion, with all these freezes, Draven Scion might be in trouble against either of the two Freljord decks.
Yeah.
And it looks like we do have indeed Draven Scion against Ash LeBlanc. I think this matchup has to be pretty decent for Rogio. Or sorry, for Shadox.
Oh, you think so? I think this is very heavily Draven Scion favored.
Really?
Yeah, if you remember the old days of discard aggro versus Ash Nox, the discard aggro
Yeah.
was steamroll because of the wide board and the burn.
That's true. That's true.
Maybe the Draven Draven Scion deck is slightly slower, but we have the classic Zoned Urchin into Risen Rider, and there's absolutely nothing Shotox can do.
Ooh, yeah,
It's
this
like
is...
6 damage.
I think you're probably right, Jason. I'm showing my lack of knowledge about this matchup because, yeah, I think this start is just so terrifying. And Shadow's debating if it's worth a Brittle Steel here just to heal 4, which would not feel great. Opting not to, saving it for later. I can respect
Yeah,
it.
He wants to combo it off with the Trifarian Glory Seeker, aiming to maybe get a value trade out, but the 6 damage has been done, and there's 2 Get Exciteds in Rogio's hand.
Yeah, which I think you probably rip on a Glory Seeker if they commit the Brittle Steel. We'll see what Rogio decides to do, because Rogio could be greedy and develop like the Pharaohs, but I think you're just chilling here, right? I think you pass every time.
Maybe you get the Draven down. You have like the Legion Grenadier to really turn on the heat. Choose
and
not to.
Heads up play from Shadox, not committing the Brittle Steel because of the blowout from a Get Excited. Saying, no, I don't want to do anything crazy. We just want to take my trade, get some level up progress on LeBlanc.
Yeah, very importantly, the 5/1 can't block, so even if it survived combat this round, doesn't really affect the Boris State next turn, which is I think what Shotox really needs to mitigate damage from. So
Right.
saving
Absolutely.
saving his freezes defensively seems like a very smart play.
Oh, and here, Shadow's gonna do something pretty cheeky with Brittle stealing the Draven, blocking with LeBlanc, and then when they go for the Get Excited, Troll chanting to heal the LeBlanc too, to make it survive. And I
Mm.
think that's exactly what we're gonna see happen. Oh,
Ooh.
maybe not. I mean, the axe complicates things a little bit, but I think you still do this line. I think you block here and you Brittle Steel, and then see what happens.
Maybe
Yep,
still okay. So with Brittle Steel, I don't
and
even
then
know if Rojo wants to.
fight
I
for it.
might have wanted to opt for a much more aggressive line, just getting out, axing the Zonite with the Legion Grenadier and saving these get excites for face. If you push 6 this round and you have 6 in hand, you just need 2 more burn, but often go for a
Ooh.
slightly more controlling line.
But now this gets punished by the axe.
Wait,
Shadox had to troll chant the Draven.
yeah, this is a little bit odd. Maybe trying to,
Oh
I don't know,
no.
bait Rojo into thinking that he has something else, but I think you always commit the axe here.
Yeah, I think Rojo always
Stopping
commits
the
the
uh,
axe.
stopping the LeBlanc level up.
Yeah, stopping LeBlanc level up, and Draven survives, which is so. Oh no. I think they had. Yeah, Shadox had to do it on the Draven just for safety.
Yeah, and the way Troll Chant works is, it can go negative attack. So
Right,
even if they
right.
axe there, would only bring it to -1 if they chose to.
Yes, a little known interaction, but yeah, you can definitely bring things to negative attack, which is often relevant, especially in a case like that.
Yeah, so I was
Oh,
hoping Rojo would take a little bit more aggressive line with the axe, but it's still working out for Rojo. Leaving the Drave on board is still very strong.
yeah, and I mean, I think especially that made a lot of sense because um, saving that axe is what enabled Rogio to
Oh,
threaten the kill, though.
second Legion Grenadier with the rummage. He can just spit these
Oh my
guys on
gosh.
board right now and go 5 wide.
Yep, and
And he
that's
does it.
exactly what Rogio decides to do. This is a
Oh,
very
and another
scary
Mystic
swing.
shot.
And
There's so much burn, there's so much damage.
yeah,
Shodok only one freeze in hand.
this has got to be game for Rogio. I mean, this is just an incredible amount of pressure. There's no healing in Shadox's deck. I think Shadox might be forced into Flash Freeze just to mitigate the damage a little bit, but this is not a spot you want to be in. I mean, you Flash Freeze here, you heal 3, congratulations. It's not going to be nearly enough, though.
Yeah, and just the axe and then the 2 burn spells. Wonder if he does commit the axe here. I think he
Yeah,
would.
I mean, you have to pitch either Pharaohs or Whirling Death, which are cards you're not exactly thrilled to give up, but I think it's probably worth it. I mean, I think
Yeah,
Roji's
there's
in
no
such a
heal.
commanding position. I know I'm not sure if it really matters, but
I would do it. You need to force out another freeze and a half be another flash freeze. I'll choose this and not go for it.
doesn't go for
I
it.
would have went for it.
Jasensational would have gone for it. I mean,
Rojo just taking slightly safer lines, but
right.
you saw that they couldn't protect the LeBlanc last turn. There's no troll chant. There's it have to be a second flash freeze, but just pick up 3 extra burn off of the financer. Why not?
Oh yeah. I mean, this
And you're
game's
setting up
just
for lethal anyways. All right, you got it, buddy.
yeah, yeah. Because now next turn, I mean, Shadow's gonna open, but as soon as they do anything else, True Shot Barrage is coming in and finishing off Shadows.
Oh, the Mystic Shot topic anyways.
Oh man, yeah.
Rojo,
So
attack with
many,
burn.
so
Once you're
many
down to
outs.
like 8 health, you're just dead.
Yeah. Yep, and that is a quick game 1 going to Rogio, applying just too much pressure with that discard archetype. So now we'll see
Yeah,
what they can do in game 2.
so it's definitely a big reason why the Ash deck still hasn't really seen much play, even though I would concede that's a relatively powerful mid-range deck. It just loses to the Ruination decks, and you kind of get burned out by some of the more aggressive decks, finding a very hard balance in the middle.
Yeah, yep. And here we have switching it up on the side of Shadows. We get to see both decks, and it's the other spicy one,
Ooh,
the Udyr
Braum
Galio
here.
Braum against an Aphelios Zoe Victor.
I think this one could definitely be a little bit more interesting from Rogio's side. There really isn't much hard removal besides maybe the Comet off of the Solari Priestess.
Right.
And if Shotox can just stick like a, I don't know, a 0/6 Patricide broadening the region, there's really not much on the side of Rojo besides maybe a Equinox from the Spacey Sketcher that can really deal with all the big units that Shadok's able to put out.
Right. I feel like this is kind of going to be a game of, like, I feel like these Demacio Freljord decks often play like, I want to get something really big and then just apply pressure every single turn with it, over and over and over again until you die. And I like this Volpine Wanderer getting a nice blocker, offering the trade for the Baboon, Rojo taking it. I think this is kind of pretty neutral for both players. Nothing really exciting.
Not playing the Broadway into a potential Thermo Beam when you have the Shield of Duran ready to set up a big fat Broadwing to really eat away at all of Rojo's board.
And if Rojo doesn't find an Equinox, that could be a pretty impactful play.
Sorry, so the Sketcher.
Yep. And playing the Broadwing, I think Shadow's never takes this block with Shield of Duran in hand. Oh, they do!
Oh, interesting.
I think that, I mean, it is a little scary to go too all in on a follower, right? I think they really want to go all in on an Udyr, because that's going to be the only answer to an Udyr is a Comet, whereas Equinox is a very solid answer to one of the Petricite Broadwings, right?
Yeah, but the Petricide Broadwing definitely was, preventing your opponent from just slamming Victor this turn. This puny 2/4 just doesn't really match up.
We can bear stance here to make a nice juicy 4/6.
Yeah, Shadow's opting not to eat the Flame Trumper for free because he wants to prevent the Victor from coming down that turn. So that's a free turn to develop Udyr.
Ooh. And this, suddenly, I'm feeling like Shadow's has got to be feeling pretty good. You can make this Udyr huge here, give it probably regen? I feel like there's a couple options. I don't even know which one you... Oh, opting for +2/+2 on the Challenger. Opting to say, hey, I'm going for this Victor. It's going down next turn.
Yeah, and there's plenty of ways to protect the Victor from cards like Mystic Shot. Again, just no Vengeance in deck to really get rid of these even slightly beefy mid-range threats.
I might have liked Spacey Sketcher praying for an Equinox there to save the Victor.
That's a fair line.
I'm not sure if it would have paid off, but... Because now your Victor's just food here, right? There's nothing... I mean, you can... Oh, I guess you have the Pale Cascade.
Yeah, even not playing the Sketcher just allows Shadow's to develop because there's no threat of even like a Crescent Strike.
Right. And Shadow's has top-decked an answer to the Pale Cascade with the Inner Beast off the top, which is kind of like Pale Cascade, except it just always draws you a stance, right? Which is, pretty good.
Tough? Oh, Fearsome, not quite.
Oh yeah, Tough would have been huge there.
And here's where Udyr just begins to farm some value. There's no good blocks here, and Udyr just gain it, farm some stances. You have wide board. You have another Petricide Broadwing to potentially threaten a slap onto another region onto there.
And here comes the Pale Cascade, and then I assume we're definitely going to see the Inner Beast out of Shadow's to answer it very cleanly. Yep. And technically...
Oh, and then the Udyr discounts the stances 0. Inner Beast, insane card that got printed out for the archetype.
Rojo might go for Get Excited Mystic, but I think it'd be very committal. I don't think they should, especially there's a Cholchant and a Shield of Duran in Shadow's hand, so it would very much not work. Opting to just Mystic.
Shadow's just has all the answers into any sort of burn or spells that can interact here.
Yep, you just Troll Chant here, maybe you do a Shield of Duran. I don't think it makes a huge difference. Shadow's is debating which one do I want to do, opting for the Troll Chant. And now there's just no... I feel like Rojo's kind of locked out of this game.
Oh, but trying to kill... Oh, no. Oh, no.
Oh, going after the Udyr, but then we have the Shield of Duran. Oh, no.
And then you slap the region onto Udyr. Oh, and that's all.
Oh my gosh, all of this burn accomplishes nothing. Not a single thing.
Oh no.
Yeah, and I think we're for sure seeing a regen onto Udyr here. There's no question. Yep, absolutely saying my Udyr is going to do the old Udyr never die.
Wow, Rojo taking a swift game 1, but Shadow's really clapping it back with his Udyr deck here. They're just showing off how big his units can get. That's a 5/11 Udyr on board.
5/11 Udyr, that's huge! Oh my gosh.
And
And
there's
Shadow's...
nothing left in Rojo's hand. He just has a pile of do-nothings, really.
Yeah, I mean, you can go a little wide, but you're not representing any damage. You can block for a while, but...
You're never attacking into the Udyr to give off a free stance. There's just nothing
Right.
Rojo can do right now. Oh, these
you have-
sub-personals, but...
Oh, and the Hyara All-Seer off the top, providing even more pressure. Because that's going to flip Udyr, right? Because now we go Overwhelm on Udyr. Udyr gets huge. Oh my gosh. And
So Rojo had the chance to take the Equinox, but opting for a Messenger instead. But Rojo does have 2 sub-personals in hand, and they are activated, so if he can survive another attack after this one, he's representing a 2-turn clock with his sub-personals.
yeah, but this is so much pressure from this Udyr. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I just don't... There's no hushes in Rojo's deck. There's
Rojo has
really
no-
no way of stopping this
Oh,
Victor
yeah,
or
with
this
no hushes.
Udyr. I don't see a way to survive one more attack, and he does have the double sub-personal.
Yeah, I mean, these subpersonals I think are just going to be too slow.
If Rojo had saved all of his burn, because he does have another Get Excited in hand, he would have had lethal with the double
Oh, with double subpercival?
personals.
Well, we do have a Troll Chant on the side of Shadows, so I think would have been enough to stop it just barely, right?
I just think that using the burn to try to kill any of the units was just a little bit greedy and
Right.
potentially missing out on lethal here.
Yeah, I mean, Rojo can put a good amount of pressure, but yeah, I agree. It's just
Sharp
not
Sight
gonna
from
be-
Shadok kind of seals the deal
Oh
here.
yeah, Shadok's drawing Sharp Sight just says it doesn't matter. We can just Sharp Sight Udyr, get another stance.
Oh, there's not even a star shaping this deck. There's no priestess. There's just absolutely no removal.
Priestess? Oh
in
wow,
Rojo's
yeah.
deck.
And opting for getting excited, you kind of have to,
It's
but
pointless.
it's not gonna cut it.
And there's a troll chance to just...
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Shadok saying that ain't gonna do it, bud.
Way.
You're gonna need a little more than
And he can
that.
attack into the sharp side. Oh no.
Yep, and then we Sharp Sight Udyr and block the 5/5/1, taking only 3 damage, keeping Shadox at a very comfortable 17 health, and still having a massive 13, 15 Udyr on board that I don't think is going to be going anywhere. And opting for the Ram stance. Oh, I think he's going to go Ram stance into Spirits Unleashed to just
Oh, what a spicy play.
clear out all of the blockers.
Adding disrespect on top of it. Get to see the cool animation from the Udyr spell.
Oh man.
Alex knows what's up.
Why save your cards when you can play your cards, right? Playing cards is way more exciting.
Casual 14-18 Udyr.
Yeah, and I mean,
Even
there's
if there
no
was.
hope, right? You've got 2 challengers. Even if Rojo somehow hacked his way into getting a concussive palm, you're presenting lethal 2 different ways. And yep, that's game 2 right there. Oh, I forgot to update the scoreboard. Oh my gosh. What a
1-1, it's all good.
What a scuffed production. All right, 1-1 now. Going into an exciting game 3. It's going to be Ash LeBlanc against that Zoe Victor Aphelios, right? It was all 3 of them, right?
Yes, sir, that's the matchup.
All right.
This one's gonna be a little interesting. I've played this a little bit back in the day when the Ruben Pow was like the thing.
Right.
And it was definitely like it was a tough one, but the Targon side of things can just really grind very hard, especially with Aphelios now having the 2-mana moon weapons.
Oh, yeah.
Very efficient way of just dealing with a region combination that just doesn't really have many answers for it. There's 1 Reckoning, there's 3 Culling Strikes, but outside of that, just really no removal outside of combat.
Right. And Culling Strike is a little risky to go for on Aphelios because there's Pale Cascades to save it, which can really blow you out if you don't have a Troll Chant or something as backup. And Rojo...
Oh, but Rojo opting to not play the... Oh, right, not into the Glory Seeker, of course.
Oh yeah, the Ballistic Bot. I mean, they have a Mystic Shot.
Interesting.
Oh no, they wouldn't have had mana. Never mind. And opting to just open here, probably developing a bot. Yep.
Alright, on the side of Rojo, I kind of just want to get these Poros down because, you know, there's what's Shalak's going to do? Just Culling Strike a Poro?
Yeah. Not exactly a value trade to Culling Strike a 1/1 elusive. Unless it's a Zoe.
Yeah.
Zoe, sometimes you might have to. That's a pretty reasonable line.
I see Rojo's hand and I just see 2 Poro Cannons. I want to put Shotox on a 4-turn clock with just 5 1/1 elusives.
Yeah, I think I like it. I think Rogio's debating if they want to go for a Mystic on this LeBlanc. It's going to get answered pretty efficiently by this Troll Chant if Rogio decides to go for it.
Wow.
And
Rojo
yep.
has this, I guess you could call it a tendency into try to eliminate these threats, but when I see this Mystic shot, I see 2 damage face. You have 2 Poro Cannons. I want to play this aggressively. I want to go face. I want to save my burn.
Yeah.
And this Troll Chant is promptly just denying this Mystic shot of any value.
Yeah, especially if you don't have any follow, right? If you had a Get Excited in hand as well, it might be worth it to kill LeBlanc.
The ignition was 1 damage.
Oh yeah, you could have kicked the Dusk Petal, right?
Oh. Yeah.
I don't know if that matters that much. I think you're probably kicking at Ignition at some point with one of these discard cards.
Oh,
and not
okay,
developing?
not developing into the Reckoning.
Yeah.
It sucks. You're just playing on a 1 of, and now you're just stinting your aggression. I think Rojo is just sort of locked between 2 different paths he wants to take here, and just overall not applying enough pressure here to really put Shotox on the clock.
Yeah, and Rojo has no more answers to this LeBlanc, which is definitely...
Oh, and he gets rid of the Ignition again! Oh, no.
Jason, I feel like you just want to be Ignitioning all the time.
Burn, baby, burn.
Burn, baby, burn. Yeah, Rojo's opting to play this matchup a lot more control-y, which actually, they do have a solid... Going for this Mystic will work, which maybe is a reasonable line. I feel like suddenly getting this LeBlanc dead buys Rojo a lot more time to set up the pressure that he needs to win, right? Because now...
It's fair. I guess he just wants to make sure that Reckoning just doesn't have any valid targets. But I just see these draws, just 2 get excited and just 2 Mystics down the drain. That could be 7 damage towards a deck that has no healing.
Yeah. I hear what you're saying. I think Rojo could have played...
He discarded. Oh.
And opting to pass.
If I were Rojo, I would just disrespect this 1 of Reckoning. Double Poro the last turn, put on the pressure.
Put the gas on.
The game would be over this turn if you just full developed. And blocking the Poro with the precious burn cards.
Wait, and this is just the wrong block, right? You probably should have blocked the Poro onto the 5/1. Get 2 damage on something. But I don't know if it'll make that much of a difference.
I wouldn't be blocking the Poro.
Yeah, save the Poro for damage.
And like Shotox, like no burn either. So
right.
Getting 3 damage versus losing 1. What is he saving this Dust Petal for? Oh.
All right, getting the Poros down, starting to put the gas on.
Rip the Shock Blast. What do you save mana for? Oh, it chooses a bank. All right, fair enough.
I think they could have ripped the Shock Blast there. It would have been pretty reasonable.
Right. So here's the 3 damage. This is the elusive damage that we're talking about. Just a slow chip that Shotox just has no answer to. It's gonna Culling Strike a 1/1 right now.
Yeah, that does not feel great.
Just prevent
but
maybe 2 damage over the next few turns.
Yeah, 2 or 3 probably is all you're gonna really be getting.
Yeah, and we see Shotox hand just you know, not a lot of pressure. He does have the rally card that maybe can set up. But Rojo just constant stream of just chump blockers.
Yeah, and Ash is not flipping. I'm trying to think of outs for Shotox to be able to put enough pressure on with this rally, but I'm not really seeing much that's gonna really be able to put enough pressure on. And discarding the Dusk Petal Dust after all these years.
Choosing to take the Moon Glow, which is interesting.
Yeah, it does.
I guess that's up a trade into the 3/3, I guess.
And opting to Guile to pop the Spell Shield. I think just making sure that if push comes to shove, Shotox can use that Harsh Winds to answer that bot if something really crazy happens.
Oh, Rojo picking up the Submersible, just an extra elusive body.
Oh yeah, that's going to be a very scary threat. Because yeah, Shadox has no answers to these elusives. And I think Rojo
Uh,
maybe should just replace the 1/1. I guess you can wait for the swing, because Shadox is probably
mhm.
swinging with something here, right?
Yeah, and it looks like Shotox is able to proc the reputation, so you can play the rally card for 6. So
Yep.
potentially looking at a double attack turn for Shotox here.
Yeah, but there you can trade the 4/3 for the 5/3 Yeti. And I'm not sure if this attack really gets that good, right? Like it's okay. Your 5/5 will survive at least.
Holding strike, okay, yeah. But now you're potentially forced to block the Poros, and I don't know if he's applied enough damage here. You have 2 freezes to stop the Submersible from connecting. I just
Yeah.
don't know if Rojo has applied enough pressure fast enough.
Yep. We'll see. So I mean, it's a good amount of damage, but I mean, Rojo can trade down this board decently
Take the Valley
efficiently.
block. Take the Valley block. Ooh.
Yeah, I maybe
If
would have liked to see the Pale go somewhere else and like take out the 3/2 because
Or
like
like I would block the 3-2 with the 5-4 here because Shotox clearly representing a rally, getting 2 blocks with the
oh
Sun Trigger
right, yeah, right. Because 1 health against a Freljord Noxus deck, 1 health is basically like 4 health, right? There's like nothing that there's
Yeah,
no pings, right?
yeah, and this rally is gonna. Oh, but the rally does not present lethal on the side of Shotox.
Yeah, it's not lethal, but I mean, if Rogio doesn't block anything here, Shadox has a lot of freezes, right? So Shadox is not that worried about this Submersible, right? I can freeze this Submersible 2 turns in a row, no problem. Um,
I don't know. Rojo just needs 1 turn to set things up. Oh, but
oh,
he's blocking with everything. How is
trading
he
him
gonna
off.
kill Shotox now?
I mean, they do
Oh
have a
no.
Zoe and an Aphelios, so that's a lot of value able to come out on the side of
Yeah, that's
Rogio,
true.
right?
Shotox also just looking very low on resources.
Yeah, and Shadox, I mean, they have the freezes to survive, but they don't have any value. They don't have any gas, right?
Right, no way to kill the Aphelios. Even at this point, looks like and the Victor
A
top deck as
reckoning
well.
off
Oh,
the
but the
top?
reckoning.
But it's not gonna. They don't have any targets. They don't have any 5 attack
It's not
units.
gonna matter.
Oh no. I,
Good,
I feel
good
like.
force on Rojo to get rid of the reckoning target.
Yeah, and I feel like Rogio's got to have this game. And they drew a Victor as well. They're just getting all the champs. They're just Champ
Yeah.
City over here, which is just gonna be Value Town all the way to the bank.
And this is what else we're talking about where the Targan deck can just outgrind you.
Right.
Shotox having not drawn a single Trifarian Assassin to refill his hand is was a little bit short of being able to clear the board through all the chump blockers.
Yeah, yeah. And I think buffing up this Victor makes a lot of sense. Probably. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what you develop here. I feel like you're just in such a happy spot. You don't care.
Yeah.
Oh, and
there's
rolling
really
elusive on the
not
Victor,
much.
putting a super short clock. I mean, Shadox could, yeah, opting to harsh winds, not denying the Zoe value and the Victor damage, but it's just not advancing the board state, and Shadox will need some board state to close this game out.
Now if Shotox, no, not
Well,
even.
that's the best card you probably could have drawn. Whispered words off the top.
Oh, but there's no way to get this reckoning off, even if he could.
I mean, this get
And,
excited. I mean, I think Shadox might have to go for it. Just say,
But Rojo has 9 burn in hand, and he's still killing the units. Somebody
yeah,
tell
and
us when
they could have done it the
killing.
whole time. Yeah, just say, no, I don't need to kill your face. We'll just kill all your units. I mean, Rojo's gonna win. It didn't matter, but they did
There's
have
3
lethal.
spells in Shotox's hand. It's just not much that he can do. He just has to take this pass. Oh, he's calling strikes the Aphelios.
And you do have the freezes back up there just in case they have a pale. And I think, but yeah, I feel like Rojo's just gonna win this game. There's no value on the side of Shadox. And
Doesn't even use the Hex Core upgrade.
just
Doesn't need it.
passing on it. Who needs it? And yeah, this is.
Ash top deck, just not enough. The freeze coming out, but
Wait, is Ash
Uh,
leveled? Ash is leveled.
that is enough to prevent lethal.
That is enough to prevent lethal. And then
But-
we draw the Crystal Arrow, so Ash won't be able to be blocked. If we top deck exactly A rally? Is that presenting lethal on the side of Rogio?
We do have a Gravitum.
Oh,
Rojo is
Graviton's
able
gonna
to
deny this, yeah.
He's killing the Ash. Oh.
I mean, to be fair, killing this Ash is a winning line. I mean, I think Rogio's just,
Gravitum in hand.
yeah. Oh, Rogio's saying, wait, maybe not. Maybe I don't need to.
Just develop the FLs, grab a second Gravitum. There's no way for Shocks to push lethal through anyways.
And opting,
Okay,
say,
kill
take
the
that Ash out of here. Saying, I don't need to kill your face. If I just don't give you a single unit to do anything with, you will not be able to get back into this game.
Right. Probably starts with the crescendo, alright.
Yep.
Able to play it out.
Oh, not playing it. I mean, I think you could have played it, but it doesn't super matter.
I'm not playing here. Crystal Arrow. See what you draw.
Pray for an Ash off the top that also somehow magically draws you the rally. But
but now but now the Reckoning is live. There's no more
Reckoning
way
is
to
live.
stop.
Oh my gosh! Wait! Shut up!
Is there... Oh no!
Oh my gosh! It's happening! Shadows could actually turn this game around! Oh my gosh! And the stun, I mean, that's good! That's a good play. It's gonna stop some damage, but Shadows is definitely going for this Reckoning here. There's no question. You have to.
Mojo just taking a sweet time might have taken too much of it. And this last card, what else could it be besides the Reckoning?
Oh my gosh! And Rogio, all of Rogio's value edges we were just talking about are all gone. All they have.
Now all of a sudden, we're in a top deck war, and there are still, I believe, Trifarian Assessors from the side of Shawdox.
Yeah. And they've played the Avaros and Hearthguard, so they will draw off themselves as well. So they'd be drawing 2 right now. And Whispered Words in Shadow's deck.
And gone from the side of Rojo. I don't know what kind of burn he has. Oh, the Station Archivist. Oh, and Troll Champ from Shawdox. Oh no, but there's no
whiff!
But it doesn't matter. Okay, so Shawdox
can survive
for one more turn.
Yep, with
and
Troll
he
Chant.
Valley Fade off of the LeBlanc. This game is still anybody's.
If Shadow's draws one of the draw cards, I think they are still in this game miraculously.
And there's no spells. We know from inside Rojo, no spells, no burn, no way to close out the game besides straight up attacking.
But that's not gonna be
that
it.
Is not it.
Oh, and Rogio draws a unit, which is really all they needed. I mean, and to be fair, we knew it was all units, right?
Yeah. And yeah, it's not lethal.
LeBlanc
don't have to block,
is leveling here. Oh yeah, not even blocking.
I guess there's a... Oh, but he's already played the Harsh Winds. It has
is there only one Harsh Winds?
Into
like
2 freezes?
Or like freeze
like
plus
that.
Troll Chant, something like that, yeah. Whispered Words, that's step 1!
Oh my god.
Whispered Words!
Oh no, and not... Oh...
Oh, but the gem, I mean, that makes it... I guess that doesn't change that much, right? We just need to drop Brittle Steel Troll Chain here.
Alright, Shawdox.
Nope. Nah. Oh, and actually, we knew that we were drawing a Yeti.
Oh no.
Oh man, almost.
Oh, roller coaster game.
All right, I'm gonna cut back to desk. That was such a crazy game. Oh my gosh, Rogio.
You start off with. Oh man, you start off with 2 just very one-sided games. You have the Scion into the Ash, then you have the Udyr into the Aphelios, but then the third game, just the drawn-out grind fest that just ended with a very unfortunate 1 turn too late Trifarian Assessor.
Oh man, yeah. Actually, if there was a Trifarian Assessor the turn earlier, that might have gone the other way. What a crazy, crazy game. All right, do you want to jump into someone else? Catch the end of another set.
Yeah, let's who do you got? Is who else still playing? That was a full best of 3. I don't know if anyone's still in.
There's still a couple playing. I could play we could do 4LW into Hiko if you want. Or who wait.
Yeah, I got both of them.
Yeah, I can get 4LW. I asked 4LW to turn on spectating, so we'll catch the end of this game.
Take Hiko.
And it looks like we've got Oh, I actually saw is this the mono Udyr Fae deck? On the side of 4LW.
Yeah,
or no, Udyr Yumi. Udyr Yumi.
Yumi, yeah.
but it's got the attach units, right? That's the big thing. I saw Majid Bey actually played me with this deck, and Majid was not
You're
impressed.
still on the casting table, Davebo.
Oh, I'm still on the casting table. Oh my gosh. Good call. Good call. Sorry about that, everyone.
Oh my god, where does Battle Fury come from? Is this main deck Battle Fury from the side of 4LW?
It looks like it is indeed main deck Battle Fury. Exciting stuff.
I know we're just jumping in, but the side of Heko, Heko, hopefully that's how you pronounce Heko, leveled Zoe. He has the Lux to challenge the Rainbow Fish Librarian, and he has so much value in hand. And the side of 4W, besides this Battle Fury, just not really representing much.
Yeah, I feel like 4LW is going to need to find some way to get this Battle Fury to connect. Ideally, I think you're looking for an Udyr stance swap, right, to give something Overwhelm, and then you pop that Battle Fury on it, and it just becomes a house, right? Like an Udyr would be a great draw to maybe help 4LW close out this game. And this is actually a pretty good line, taking out the Zoe, but I mean, Zoe's already flipped. It might be too little too late.
Yeah, I don't... You do have the Troll Chance, I guess doesn't protect it quite yet, but
No
Zoe
troll.
gone, you still have...
Troll Champ does save the Zoe.
Oh no, it does, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna save Zoe. You have the second Zoe in hand. Maybe let the first one die to give the rest of your board elusive.
Yeah, I mean, now that Zoe's already flipped, it probably would have been fine to let that Zoe die. But, you know, I mean, Zoe's a good unit. It's not unreasonable to try to keep it alive. And that way you have another Zoe in case they do find some way to kill her. And 4LW had some very interesting takes, opting for a Papercraft Dragon.
Interesting. I didn't see the rest of the options, but...
Yeah, I'm trying to remember you too. I was distracted by
I
something.
swear I saw like a second Rainbow Fish in there, but...
Yeah, Rainbow Fish might have been
Dragon was, maybe looking for a cheeky Battle Fury lethal with it, but outside of that, there's no Overwhelm units to really push damage through.
Yeah, I feel that is the thing that 4LW's hand is missing. Because, I mean, if 4LW did... Oh, this Equinox is brutal, though.
Oh, the Equinox not actually stripping away the elusive, but just getting rid of some stats.
Get rid of all those stats, yeah. And now you can just get excited, actually, if you want to. It's not the most important thing in the world.
Yeah, there's not much I want to discard from this hand. These cards all seem pretty valid, but we have a chump here. I wouldn't even mind chumping the Zoe just to grant our whole board elusive at some point, but I wonder if Heko takes this Glorious Evolution line just because he's seemingly so ahead.
Yeah, oh, this Glorious Evolution line could get real crazy real fast. Let's see what they do. It's not crazy. And actually, drawing that Sunburst might change it, because that can actually obliterate the attach units. But nope, going for the Glorious. Let's go.
The Sunburst actually doesn't obliterate the...
Oh, right, no, it's Silence. Yeah, sorry, I'm mixing up with Comet. You're right, you're right.
In the Equinox, it doesn't remove the attach.
Right,
but
right.
Yeah, you just, just taking a whole turn just to play Glorious Evolution. If 4LW just passes back, what is... Oh my god, it doesn't even use the Pokey.
What?
And a second Battle Fury.
I feel like you really needed to get that Papercraft down so that you could Papercraft and Battle Fury this turn on the side of 4LW, but I don't know if it would have been enough.
Pass back 4LW seems a little bit bizarre with so much mana that you need to spend in hand. You're never committing these Battle Furies at any point.
Right. And I feel like, yeah, 4LW is just missing that Overwhelm, right? If they could find Overwhelm, they could put out a ton of pressure, but they just don't have it. And I think going for the swing, and I think planning to Battle Fury, whatever Zoe blocks.
No, hush. Maybe it's just a Pokey Stick for the first commitment, but
yeah, that Hush is gonna blow this bet. Oh, Pokey Stick, heads up play.
Okay, all right.
Not walking too hard into it.
Zoe. I was talking about how we didn't really mind if the Zoe died because it just replay another one for elusive.
Right.
And I can just set up. Maybe we hit like a assembly line off of this Feral Financer just to go even wider.
And let's see what Heko gets.
Glorious Evolution.
Oh, I think that'd be big memeing.
Oh no, he took it, and he can play it because it costs 9. Is he gonna play a second goal? Oh, he's doing it! Absolute disrespect.
Heko, oh my gosh, Heko makes crazy plays. Heko,
only that 4LW just not doing anything with his hand, just takes the opportunity 2 whole turns just to play out some glorious evolutions.
Oh my gosh, this could get pretty silly pretty quickly.
Oh, and look at the state of his hand. If he hits a Living Legends off of the Star Shaping, just imagine how many cards he could play off of.
Oh my gosh. And going for it.
Unfortunately, it's
they
a
don't quite
whiff,
have
but
mana.
8 mana Scourge, 6 mana Immortal Fire, like these are not bad cards.
And you have the flipped Zoe, so you're giving. Oh, I maybe would have liked to see
Oh, and
Scourge.
4OW,
Wait,
the Fey attached deck, the deck that's supposed to be the elusive cheese decks, getting turned back on it with Hekos, Flip Zoe, and the Immortal Fire coming down. There's just too many
Yeah.
elusives now to block.
Oh my gosh, yeah. And 4LW, seeing the writing on the wall, the double glorious evolution just putting too much pressure on. Wow, that was a crazy game. I feel like these Targon mirrors, they can get pretty silly pretty quick. We'll see if they
Yeah,
jump
when,
into another game.
I don't know what kind of cards 4W is running in his Udyr Fey deck, but just having no interactions for the Zoe besides, I guess, the Pokey Sticks. So allow the Zoe to flip and kind of take away the game with it.
Right, yeah. And it looks like they are out of the game. And let's see, I think that might be most people. Yeah, I think there's... Is Card Gamer doing scrims or is he in this? No, Card Gamer's doing scrims. So I think we're probably about wrapped up with that round then. I think that might have been the last game though, so it probably will be a fairly short break. I will cut back to desk real quick. Whoop! How's it going, everybody? How are you feeling, Jasensational, after that second round?
Yeah, it's such a grindy set. I'm glad Heko is able to wrap things up nice and quick to give some nice little fresh breath of air there. But man, that was a really tight set after just 2 one-sided games in this absolute grind.
Yeah, that last game of Shadows vs. Runeterra was such a crazy game. Like, when they got that Reckoning off, I was like, oh, what? I was so sure that Shadows was doomed. And then when that Reckoning hit, I was like, there's a chance! But just wasn't quite enough to close that game out. But, oh man, crazy set. Very fun to watch. But yeah, I think with that, we can cut to a break. Thanks everyone for hanging out. I'm having a blast casting. I hope you all are enjoying the stream. We are going to cut to a quick break. One last shout out for our sponsor, Community Gaming. Thank you so much for putting on these tournaments and Mastering Runeterra, the whole team over there. It's a ton of fun having these. Really brings the community together. I'm having a blast. Any last words before we cut to break, Jason?
I can use this break.
All right. Sounds good. I will catch y'all in a few minutes. Thanks for hanging around. Peace out. Welcome back, everyone, to the Mastering Runeterra Road to Seasonals Tournament Series. Oh, man, Jason, how are you feeling after that last round?
I'm feeling good. More Runeterra to go. We got what, 3, 4 more rounds to go. We got a lot more left to go. A lot more left to watch. Decided to keep going.
Yeah, and I think we are going to try to tune in to some of our set from people who are undefeated, likely to be winners. Maybe not likely, but good chance, right? And so let's go over. We're going to check out Infina Patron's game. Let me cut over there real quick. Infina Patrons bring in a classic community favorite, Echozillion, Physophilios, or also known as Aphelios, and lastly, Scouts. What do you think of this lineup, Jason?
Ooh, well, I know Infinite Patrons. I know Echozillion is his own favorite. He'd probably bring with any lineup. The Scouts and then the Phalios. Looks like he's out there just beat up on a few control decks. Outside of that, maybe it's like a Dodge Pantheon kind of lineup.
Yep, I think definitely looking to ban Panth with a lineup like this. Both Echo, actually really all three decks are pretty unfavored. And it looks like we are going to do a one-sided cast. Oh no, Lunari? I do have Lunari. You don't have Lunari?
No, but I have Infinite Patrons.
Okay, you grab Patrons, I'll grab Lunari. I don't know what I was thinking that I didn't. I will have to correct the scoreboard really quick, but that will just take a moment. Because I have it flipped right now. And they are getting into game just now. They're going through the bans, so they should be jumping in any second here.
And on the side of Luna, we have, again, the Jaseheimer Shadow Isles deck. Maybe we'll see it this time around.
Yeah.
We have Mono Viego in Shrima, and then, again, the Aphelios deck.
Yeah. That Aphelios deck has really been popping up. What are your thoughts on it? I feel like it's really been growing in popularity over the past couple days.
Yeah, I find it to be a quite strong deck, obviously abusing the fact that Gleaming Lantern can discount the first Fae you play by 2, having, of course, the attached cards, those permanent elusive keywords that you really just don't have a good way of answering, and the Grandfather Fae, probably the biggest offender in my book, just to be able to generate a Hungry Owlcat that has Spell Shield for free. It's a very strong low to the ground deck and just really works all together, especially with the Aphelios.
Yeah, and I think it, especially with Aphelios in there, it just gives it this late game grind plan, right? You can just go the distance. If you flip an Aphelios, you're just shooting things every turn. You're giving things overwhelm. You're stunning things. You're making more units. Like, you can just go the distance with Aphelios, and you just apply so much pressure with all your other units, right? With the Gleaming Lantern, that they're going to burn the removal on that, and then you can safely drop Aphelios and just grind the game out. I feel like it's a very strong deck, but it's very, very hard to play. I have noticed that myself. Just trying to find the lines to win matches is definitely challenging.
Yep. And it looks like we're getting to the first game. We have Scouts on Infinite Patrons versus the Heimer Jace deck on the side of Luna.
I don't know who I would expect to be favored here. I feel like Scouts often can kind of close the game out before Shadow Isles control can stabilize. But this Lunari's deck, I mean, this deck's kind of interesting. It can pretty easily go pretty wide, but the issue is it goes wide with a bunch of turrets, and those turrets are just food for misfortune ability, right? So we'll see if they can get that Hextech Handler activated quickly. They might be able to stick around and survive a couple swings.
Yeah, I think importantly, the main tech we see in Luna's side is we have 2 Piercing Darkness. Is a card that I found to be very good into Scouts, be able to kill MF and Quinn while also healing you for 5.
Oh, yep, and drawing one right there. Going to be a pretty efficient answer to this misfortune.
Side of Infinite Patrons, he has the 1-2-3 curve, he has the MF, he has the Sithri, he has the Rally. As far as Scout fans go, this is looking pretty darn good.
Yeah. This is applying a lot of pressure. I mean, Lunari can answer that misfortune with a Piercing Darkness potentially, but I mean, that's... You're spending 6 mana to answer 3 mana. I mean, yeah, you're healing some, but you're not exactly feeling great about it.
Yeah, and I don't know if Luna has the time to play the assembly line, opting just for the Forge of Tomorrow, maybe setting up a 6-mana spell for next turn, but...
I think I like this.
But there's no Thermal Beam on the side of Luna, allowing Infinite Patrons just to develop the MF absolutely safe here.
Yeah, that was a little greedy, because if there was a Thermo on Lunari's side, maybe, I'm not sure on Lunari's list, they might not have.
There's none in deck.
There's none? No Thermos? I think you should be on one. I feel like in a control P and Z deck. Like I could see not going to 2. It can definitely be bricky at 2. I mean 3 I think is very bricky sometimes, but I feel like I'd like at least 1. It's a good
Mhm.
card.
Yeah, especially with the this. Okay, so Luna are able to represent the.
Oh,
Oh, but
this
if
vial.
you do Vile Feast here, you can't play a 6-mana spell next turn.
Yeah, and the issue is like yes, you save your 3/3, but with Misfortune on the field, these blockers aren't really gonna accomplish very much, right?
Right. I don't. I don't. I'm not the biggest fan of this line. Still no ways of actually dealing with MF this turn. If they slap on a rally or a Golden Aegis onto the MF next turn before you play the
Oh,
Piercing
but
Darkness,
drawing. Oh, they
that
top
MF
decked the
is
scout, right? That
gathering.
was off. That was off the top, right? Or maybe it was one turn ago.
Right, and
Oh,
Luna in a spot where she has to instantly Piercing Darkness the MF next turn, otherwise Infamous Patron just gets the rally down is looking very scary here. Oh, but the Jace top deck, absolutely huge, allowing
yeah.
their Luna to challenge the MF next turn, but there is a sharp side.
But you can. Oh, and
Oh, this
swing with
side.
just the Dragon Chow.
Oh,
That's so
it's
sick.
so good. It's so smart. Because the only unit that can block here is the Jace. And if
Right.
the Jace blocks it, then it can't block any of the 2 attack units. And
Opting.
I would have wanted to just chuck away this. I was really happy to make that trade where just I chuck away
But
the
but
Dragon Chow, but now I guess you gotta swing with MF.
patrons can now swing with
So,
everything,
very
yeah.
good.
And I think this was the line. I mean, unfortunately, this swing with the Dragon Chow kind of doesn't do anything, right? That's why it might have made sense to do it first. But because this Dragon Chow is just kind of chilling. Oh, and
I love
Lunari
that
taking the
attack.
blocks, giving up their units.
I love that you can attack with 0 mana with 0 attack units in this game because it actually has small synergies with cards like MF.
Right, right. And yeah,
But
going for the MF, but this
this is
sharp
really
sight.
rough because now after the sharp sight, you're still forced to pierce. Oh no, there's no more rally, so you're not forced to piercing darkness to the MF. But you're still forced to piercing darkness to the MF next turn or this
Yeah.
turn.
I mean, you could maybe
Absolute
assembly
disaster.
line here. That might feel a bit
And
better, but I mean, MS flipping here pretty soon.
right, you have to piercing darkness this unless you just convince yourself that the next top deck is either a Vile Feast or a Mystic Shot.
Right?
And this comes down to just using the Vile Feast.
And doing the
to
assembly
actually
line. I like it. I like it. I mean, you have it. You have an action to answer, right? Because they're gonna scout attack with their little dragon chow. He's so cute. And then you just rip the piercing darkness right after that, which doesn't feel great. But then you can
Right.
follow it up with the hex tech handler. I think this might be a reasonable. I feel like Lunari is actually kind of stabilized if patrons can't answer this piercing darkness.
Yeah, it's still looking okay somehow. There's
And
a
yes,
scout
with
attack.
the dragon chow. Let's go.
Right, but now that this scout attack is sort of just offering a free trade now.
Yep.
Last turn maybe it was preventing the Jace from meaningfully blocking anything
Yeah,
else, but now
I'm
the
not sure
Dragon
about
Cloud is fading away. And you're still
Yeah, you have to
forced
piercing.
shoot it. I'm
Yeah,
not sure.
this you have to do. I think Lunari correctly seeing it. They have no choice. But the good news
Hope
is,
that's enough. There's a Cythria that gets to come down with Challenger.
yeah, I mean the Cythria is not accomplishing that much to be fair. And opted for the Hextech Handler. I think it was either Hextech Handler or Forge of Tomorrow there. I kind of like the Handler. We might even opt to play a big production surge next turn. It might be too greedy though. I think you might actually just play the other Handler and the Forge, or even Albus.
Yeah. Luna, I think, does look a little bit stabilized. There are 2 rallies on the side of Infinite Patrons, but not really the board to support it, and
Right.
just 2 3/2s blocking.
I mean, they do have that For Demacia. Oh,
Top
Quinn!
Oh, both sides top decking the absolute card that they're looking for. And you can rally this turn with nothing on the side of Luna to actually prevent this from going off.
Oh, wow. Yeah, because they can rally now, and then you can flip Quinn next turn after casting For Demacia. No, because I think in Patrons
wow.
has to save mana for For Demacia next turn. I think they want to do Sergeant into For Demacia and then just get a really big swing with those scout units and just put a ton of pressure on. Because if they rally here, they will not have mana.
Oh, maybe
Yep.
so. Oh, but the MF draw.
And you don't have enough mana to do both. I think it might actually be better to play Sergeant here, honestly. It's close.
Yeah.
It's close,
And you do have the sharp side to protect the Valor from the Mystic Shot.
right?
Luna, who we thought was in a decent spot, just doesn't have any removal anymore to answer the board save from Infinite Patrons.
Yeah, this Mystic Shot's not going to do it.
And we see two rallies sitting in the hand of Infinite Patrons, just having to spend that 6 mana to ping that Misfortune to set them really hard back in tempo.
But if Lunari's feeling very spicy, they could go for a production surge here. I'm not sure if it's good, but it's spicy because everything's buffed by 2. So there are going to be some big turrets, and you'd get 2 of them, right? Because the Forge would pop right away. But if they go for the Sharp Sight, it's going to be... Or sorry, if they go for the Mystic, it's going to be punished by the Sharp Sight in Patron's hand.
The Mystic. And you just have the hope that this Valor dies.
I mean, I think you might rip it on the Cithria. I mean, I'm not sure how many Rangers Resolve there are. It's
either
one
way,
of
it
the 2.
doesn't matter.
Yeah, either way, it doesn't really matter. And, oh yeah, going for the surge.
Oh.
Let's go. We're taking a
but
trip to the casino.
You still have the mana. Oh, the barrier.
Barrier.
Ooh, that's like not bad.
That's not bad. Normally, this is like the low roll one, but in this exact situation, it's really not bad.
MF. Maybe Infinite Patron also play the MF just to get rid of the barrier.
Oh my gosh. No, I think you gotta Fortimacia here.
You can still MF plus rally this turn, then rally next turn. There's 2 rallies sitting in hand.
That's true. That's true. Yep, and that's the line he's going for.
You can still Fortimacia rally next turn with how much mana you have, and then Luna just has 1 measly Mystic Shot to... You have like 5 different threats on this board.
Yeah, but but now if Lunari goes for the Mystic, Patrons won't have the mana to do Sharp Sight and Rally, right? Patron's going to have to choose.
True.
Oh,
I don't even know the best sequencing for this attack. You definitely want the Scout attack to level
definitely
your
want the
champion
Scout attack.
Turn. How are you doing it?
I think it might be just kill a 3/3 with Valor on the first swing. I don't think you can swing with Quinn on the first swing. Because I think you want the Quinn to be buffed by the Cithria. And
Okay.
I mean, you can take off the barrier, but this doesn't really accomplish... Unless you pre-commit the Sharp Sight here to take out the big turret. Yeah, it makes sense. It's enough. But now, Lunari can just Mystic the Cithria. Which I think is exactly what Lunari has to do here. They just use a Sharp Sight. Opting to pass?
Don't do it.
I feel like you had to. Because now the Cithria's going to buff everything. You can't kill the Quinn anymore.
Oh, you can't kill anything.
And everything just gets so huge. If you had killed that Cithria, I think this attack would have been kind of stuffed. Like, they could have done something, but it wouldn't have been that threatening, right?
Right, and the Cithria getting a challenge as well, being able to pull a 5/4, which is essentially decent blocker.
Opting not to swing with Cithria, saving it for later? Oh my gosh. So just going for the champ level up progress, saying, no, this turn doesn't matter. Next attack turn, it's going to be Fortimacia Rally, baby. That's the plan.
Because, like, you could have dragged the tough, and then your 3/3 gets a free attack into anything on the board.
Right. I mean, it would have been reasonable. But, I mean, I understand wanting to save the Cithria, although Cithria isn't really that strong after Fortimacia, right? It's not like Lunaria is lacking fearsome blockers, right? I don't think that Cithria is that important to protect.
Right.
And we'll see what Lunaria opts to do. I think it's either going to be a Heimer or an Albus coming down. Albus is currently pressuring 4 damage, not exactly closing out the game here imminently, but definitely not a bad play. And drawing Jace is always nice. And Heimer, unfortunately, just isn't really accomplishing very much because the only spell Lunaria's hand is just a Mystic Shot, which, I mean, it's nice. The turrets are double buffed, right? So that's going to be a 4/3 tough, but it's not putting on that much pressure, right?
I think Luna opting just for a few sets of mind games. This Albus first hasn't played the entire time, representing maybe Vengeance, hoping that makes Infinite Patron's life slightly more awkward.
And we'll see. I mean, I think Patron's... Patron's doing the Fortimacia Rally this turn? I feel like you could have developed the 2/2, right? I mean, I guess you want to stop this attack, right? You want to say, you're not attacking me this turn, I'm attacking you this turn.
Right. And this is going to show that, I guess, maybe not.
Oh no, I do like this, because this is going to flip both champs.
Oh, but the Mystic Shot coming out. Now Infinite Patrons realizing there is no Vengeance left in the far right of Luna's hand, just absolute free range to hit this rally button.
Yeah, and I think that is exactly what
Oh,
Patron's
in
going
the
to do.
past.
I mean, I don't know if you could really swing in here after that Fort Demacia. Maybe you could. Maybe you had to. Because, I mean, you do kind of have the read there's a rally coming out, right?
Yeah, 100%. Both
Yeah.
champions flipping. Oh, and then the Quinn open attack next turn is going to spell disaster.
Yeah, I feel like Patrons just took control of this game. Because this is so scary. Yeah, and I think that's how you have to block it. But, I mean, both champs are flipping. That's got to be brutal, right?
Yeah, there's just even this 4-3 turret. I guess the only unit left over that doesn't. Everything just dies to the Quinn plus Valor challenge plus the MF.
Right? Yeah. I mean, the tough turrets are nice because, like we were saying, they don't take damage from misfortune.
Oh, that is true.
Even
That is
flipped
very
misfortune,
true.
right? So they just chill there with tough, which is good, but I just don't know if it's gonna be enough.
Maybe it disincentivizes Patron from attacking the MF, but there's no fear. I think down to 2 cards, no removal to kill the MF beforehand. No fear to just ship in the MF and get some damage in.
Yeah. I mean, I think, especially with the Fort Demacia buff, even if Misfortune takes a bit of damage here, it's really not that bad, right? Because they're effectively healing for 3 here at the end of the turn. So taking 4 damage isn't gonna really change anything super
Man.
substantially.
But
And yeah.
very fortunate on the side of Luna if she doesn't block with the 4-3 tough. That survives the Quinn Valor attack and potentially gets a trade up for a unit next turn. I think that's the only unit I would not block with here. Maybe ship in the 4-2 just to block what is actually 5 damage. Or is that true? No, you're blocking 2.
Yeah, just block. I guess 3, right?
3? Oh, no, ooh. Oh, the 4-2 does the same thing. Survives the Valor. Never mind.
Right.
Yes. But unfortunately, no spells on the side of Luna. There's no more blockers representing
Yeah.
her.
And no answer to the scout in this misfortune. When they're both flipped, it's just such a crazy amount of pressure. I mean, maybe there's an out of, like, top deck Ruination on the side of Lunari? I mean, I think you
No,
play
there's no
the 4.
Ruination in deck.
No Ruination, so Pharaoh's Financier into Ruination, but I think you're not even going to have enough actions to do that, right?
You have a mana. Maybe you have the action.
Oh, another
So
Albus
open
is
it.
not what you needed here. Oh, man. I feel like Paige just has this, right? You just scout attack. There's really nothing that can be done. You kill this Valor. Congratulations, but it's just not going to be enough. You're just sacrificing your whole board just to survive. And even if they... I think they're actually dead this turn, right? They play the Albus. It gets dragged by the Valor. Yeah, I think you're dead this turn.
There's a rally in hand. You gotta play out.
Oh, yeah, and with the rally in hand, I think you don't even need the rally.
Riding.
Yeah.
No, there's not much left.
Yeah. That Albus off the top was definitely not what you needed. I don't know what you needed, but that definitely was not it.
Yeah, and I think just looking back where the Jace challenge, maybe the Valfies could have been safe. Maybe even just piercing Darkness the MF first, just to see if it died.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nothing could have slightly mitigated the damage from that sharp sight.
Right. So game 1, going to patrons. And we will get into a game 2, and we will see what deck Lunari decided to ban from patrons. I'm kind of hoping we get to see Echo Zillion. I feel like Echo Zillion is a very exciting deck to watch.
Yeah, in the hands of Infinite Patrons or anybody who's just very good at the deck, they always hit their chrono.
Yeah, it's a real skill dip when you can hit your chrono break off your very first predict, right? That's how you know you're really good at the game.
Right. And I think from the side of Luna, they might have banned potentially the Viego deck. So maybe we'll see the the Aphelios.
Nope,
Unfortunately, the
Aphelios.
Echo deck was banned.
Echo Zil was banned, and we're running it back with the Jaseheimer.
Yeah,
I really like this Jaseheimer deck. I think it's just very cool. You know, it's one of the cool
It is
decks
cool.
out there.
It is cool, but on the side of Infinite Patrons, he has the I have Spell Shield, I have Fizz. How do you interact with my board deck?
Yeah,
I don't
Fizz
know
in
how these
particular.
rankings are getting through.
Fizz can be a very big problem for any of these PNZ SI control decks, right? They really have no tools to deal with it.
it's really just Jace with a challenger.
Yeah.
Maybe you generate like some AoE spell off of Feral Financer, but Fizz Papercraft in hand already, that's just it's gonna put a
Oh,
clock on Luna.
yeah, that's very scary. And Lunari has no elusives, so nothing. I guess you can get elusive turrets, right? That's the one thing you can do to block a Fizz.
Right.
And you do have a lot of 6
Ah,
cost spells, so it's certainly not impossible.
mhm. And not really many early units on the side of Luna either. Maybe it's just a pass until you play out the Forge tomorrow into the 3 drop into like the assembly line. But
Yeah,
not much. Oh, just good top deck.
I think I
Oh, finding a
like.
Rainbow Fish early on too.
Oh,
Yeah, Rainbow Fish is just absolutely insane in this deck. And in this matchup even, where again, just no elusive blocks on the side of Luna.
and I think Luna probably just plays the Forge here. Yep,
Pretty turn into it.
yep.
Maybe see they can call just come down now.
And interestingly,
Oh,
Patrons holding back the Fizz. I think this is a testament to me not being good with the deck. I probably would have just played Fizz there and be like, yeah, let's just start doing Fizz things, get some elusive damage in. But
yeah.
it makes
Probably
sense
wouldn't
to want to
mind
protect
doing
it.
it. I mean, just thinking, yeah, like playing Fizz down before, like potentially seeing if your opponent has a Jace, which Luna does top deck here.
Right? Yeah, that's a
Losing your
very good
Fizz
point.
is kind of unfortunate because outside of Jace, there's just nothing in Luna's deck that can really interact with Fizz.
Right. And so it'll be interesting. I think the heads up play might be a pass from Luna
Yeah,
to
because
bait out a
if
Fizz development on the side of Patrons.
right, because if Luna, oh wow, no, now Infinite Patrons can just simply just go Fizz into Papercraft, and there's absolutely nothing Luna can do.
But we rolled an elusive, so we can at least block
But
it for
their
a
Pokey
turn.
Stick, oh no,
Oh, but yeah, Pokestick is such a
oh
blowout
no,
here.
you
And this
never
is
love to
why
see the
I feel like it's very hard to ever play Production Surge if you haven't played Hextech Handler, just to protect from things
right.
like that, right?
Exactly.
Um,
Yeah, and this is gonna spell disaster when this or this Papercraft Dragon comes down. There's even a spear into Pale. Is that that's one off? That's two off of
oh
lethal.
my gosh, this is so much damage. Patrons
Is
showing the
it
power of this
four,
Aphelios
six?
deck.
Oh no, that's four off of lethal. Never mind.
It's still a lot of damage.
Right, but with the Pale, there's just no answer against it. You can chuck this piercing darkness at it. You can
But
try,
yeah,
but
I mean, that's
Fizz
so
just
risky, right?
right, and just not playing that Jace, allowing Infinite Patrons to turn to play Fizz into Papercraft on the attack token might have been a little bit greedy.
Yeah, I think maybe you had to just develop Jace Challenger and then pass. That might have been the
I
line.
think that might have been the best line.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Oh no. Luna sensing an impending doom because if there's like a flame spit or something, you just OTK'd and has the piercing darkness a 2-1.
Oh my gosh, this is not where you want to be. So it is just 10 damage. So I think Lunari takes it. Lunari
Yeah,
plays Jace with Challenger next turn to
there
take
is
that
a
out.
hush to deny it.
Oh my gosh, you're right.
Oh, and the vengeance, you can throw it at the Fizz, you can try. You're forced to eventually, but
I
next
think,
turn
yeah,
you have to just chase, but the hush is going to prevent this from actually connecting with the Fizz.
I feel
Oh,
like
okay. I was going to say something about the double vengeance from the Jace, but that still just doesn't matter
it
against
doesn't do
Fizz.
anything against Fizz. Yeah. I never think
It's
to
really...
hush outside of combat, Jason. I'm just like,
Mhm.
hush is for combat, not for before combat. But I think in this case, you're absolutely correct.
Yeah, hopefully Infinite Patron sees it. Maybe like, yeah,
Yep,
there you go.
sees
Instant
it.
hush. Make sure the Fizz cannot be interacted with. And
Yep,
this is just finding, one more spell just for the Fizz, just in case.
yep. I feel like this has
And
got to be game.
there's just no way to deal with the Fizz anymore.
There's no way to deal with that Fizz. That Fizz is just invincible. I mean, you can swing with this Jace. This attack is cute. It's doing something, but it's not doing enough. That's the problem.
Oh man, absolutely disgusting game.
And yeah, I feel like Patron's just gonna close this out. I feel like, yeah, this Aphelios deck has got to be pretty scary for any SI control deck because you really just, it's very hard
Yeah.
to interact with that
It's
Fizz,
a
right?
nightmare. You have the Rainbow Fishes, you have the Owlcat Spell Shield, and you have the Fizz.
Oh, and we stand together
And,
off the conch,
and
representing
there's
lethal,
two
and
more
I mean,
spells
you
to
can
Infinite Patron's Hand.
you rip a vengeance here and pray that somehow they have nothing. But as we know, Patrons has plenty of spells. At least
Yeah,
two, realistically probably more, because both of these cards effectively generate more cards.
you know, double vengeance, able to slay Tryndamere, able to slay, you know, the biggest threats, but against the Fizz, it just
Yeah.
doesn't do a thing.
It can kill Spell Shield Pantheons, but it can't kill this little fish guy. And that closes out the game. A quick 2-0 on the side of Patrons. Very well played. Very well played.
That's definitely a very scary lineup.
Yeah.
It's just proving again and again that it's strong.
Yeah. Absolutely. So who do you want to jump into? Let's see real quick. Who else is on the top? Friend of Zoe and Grave Trail. I think I have both of them. Do you want to jump in their game?
I haven't spectated yet.
Oh, we spectated both of them a little bit. I'm looking for people on the top. We could do Prodigy and Void. Are they still in game? Yeah, they're still in game. I have both, I believe. Yeah.
I have Void.
Okay, you got
I
Void?
should have Prodigy, but yeah, I'll spectate Void.
Okay, I'll pull up Prodigy. And I will turn off the scoreboard because we don't know.
Oh, Siren Song has some sort of Nasus deck. I'm excited.
Oh, wait, Prodigy's up against Hiko. Hold on. Am I crazy?
Wait. Oh, Void's in Siren Song. Oh.
Oh, yeah, Void's against... Sorry, I must have messed up. Here, I'll... Do you have Hiko? I guess, yeah, which game do you want to get? This one's Mono Viego versus Zoe Vi, and it just started.
Okay, I'll just switch over.
Yeah, swap over to Hiko. I think everyone in the top, I think we've spectated at least one person. I apologize. I think I got the round mixed up. I think I was looking at the round 2 scoreboard instead of the round 3 scoreboard.
Yeah, you're good, homie. Alright, I should be in. There we go.
All right. What do you think about this Mono Viego Shurima deck? I feel like it's kind of interesting.
Yeah, this Mono Viego deck is strong against... I feel like it beats almost anything that's not just like I beat you down first because this Hourglass card is just not okay.
Yeah, the ability to just 2 mana effectively save a champion is very, very, very strong.
Right, just coming from Hiko's side that Ari just doesn't have any sort of hard removal naturally in the deck. Maybe he has Priestess, but all these comets get answered by either this Hourglass or this Ride Negation.
Yep, and they do have a Hush on the side of Hiko, which can be good in a few turns to make a Viego very small again.
Right. Oh, but Zoe, very huge in being able to generate potential Equinoxes go after the Hydravines.
Yep. When we do see a Hydravine on the side of Prodigy.
Interesting. Prodigy choosing to trade now is a little bit interesting because, you know, you'd want to hold back these units.
Yes, you can trade when Viego's on the field. I mean, you don't have a Viego right now, so I kind of understand it.
You have the Rite of Calling, you know, you're curving into turn 5.
That's true.
Maybe it's a little bit too soon to play out the Viego, but yeah, and choosing not to develop also just, you have the Merciless Hunters, you know, you can be setting up some pretty good swings, but choosing an Oath attack instead.
Yeah, and I wonder if Prodigy's going to opt to play this Rite of Calling here.
Yeah, I think they can just curve straight into the Viego with only one Thermo Beam from the side of Heko to really answer it. I think Heko looking for
Thermo Beam is off the table, but opting to hold it back. And I mean, Prodigy would have been safe because they have the Hourglass.
Oh, I see the Vi. Understandable. I can trade with the Viego, which is not really where you want to be.
Yeah, I mean, trading a Vi for Viego is fine. I think you're usually pretty happy to do that.
It's great for Heko. It's great if you can kill Viego then.
Yeah. And...
But I don't mind this game plan either. Viego's a little bit awkward when you get him down like too early, and then he's just like a 6/5 and dies pretty easily. Yeah. You know, you have the Hydro and you have this Camo Soldier. You can buff up Viego a little bit more, and then, you know, even when the shadows get buffed, Viego just levels up a little bit faster.
Yeah, And Viego leveling is such a game-ending level up. It's probably, would you say that's the most impactful level up in the game? Maybe
Oh
Aurelion
yeah,
Soul.
like Aurelion Soul,
I
but
think,
those two are just up there.
yeah, yeah. There's really nothing else that compares.
Yeah, it's the one-off Sunburst from Hecka's side being able to potentially answer the Hydrovine. Unfortunately, I think he was digging for that Equinox, but 2 times didn't hit it.
Oh, yeah. Hiko could opt to put Spell Shield on Zoe, which wouldn't be a... I guess, but it's not going to matter, right? It's Zoe's already vulnerable. It's going down.
Right.
Oh, and the
Oh,
top deck
Viego.
Viego! That's huge. Because now...
Now,
Or go ahead.
I don't know, now Hecka's in an awkward spot. He has the Vi, he has the Sunburst, but it's just a matter of how many answers Prodigy has.
But
And
yeah,
the first
Prodigy,
Hourglass might
yep.
come out here.
Definitely seeing an Hourglass come out here. Save that Viego. And it does slow down the Viego progress a bit, right?
Right, but that's the only protection tool from the side of Prodigy, and this Vi potentially being able to clean up the Viego once it comes out of the statue.
Yeah, but at the same time, when that happens, Prodigy just develops a Hydrovine, and suddenly still presenting a very scary board that makes miss every turn, making stuff bigger and bigger and bigger.
Trading off the board. I don't quite understand. You have the Viego. I don't get why he's trading off the board. Maybe he wants to make some board space for this Hydrovine, but...
Yeah, I think that's my guess. Trying to make sure that you can play this Hydrovine and have it be... Oh, and a second Hydrovine.
Again, third look. Oh, and a second Hydrovine? Jesus. Echo just really not finding his Equinoxes that he needs, but... Looks like and he's fishing, but he doesn't find it again.
Still
Third
no
time in a row.
Equinox? Oh man,
Absolutely
that's brutal.
Just recycling the Moonglow, looking desperately for the Equinox, but again, and just slaps on the Hydrovine, no fear.
No
2 mana,
fear.
I have Hourglass, you can go for it, buddy.
But this Vi will kill the Viego.
It will, but I think that's fine. This Viego is not leveled at all. Just,
Right,
you know,
right.
Arvin, you know, when you have the Hourglass, doesn't actually level the Viego. Ooh.
Ooh, and Prodigy, I mean, there is Mystic Shot
Mousing
potentially.
over it. Yeah, if you don't draw this Viego, you're kind of doomed. Just kind of have to wait for a moment when it's guaranteed and safe. So I agree with Prodigy not using it there.
Yep. I mean, there was no Mystic on the side of Hiko, but it was definitely in their range, right? So you don't want to risk it. And killing a Mana Gem would have been okay, but wouldn't feel super great.
Prodigy had the opportunity to potentially play a second Hydrovine, but instead just giving the only Fearsome blocker on board vulnerable and presenting a absolutely no pun intended, but a fearsome attack coming down for 15 damage, putting Prodigy at 1.
Oh man, I feel like Prodigy's got to be feeling pretty good here. Yeah, this Mystic comes down.
Hydrovine, you have another right to draw Viego. And now your Viego's pretty buff. There's not much on the side of Hecka that can actually deal with the Viego.
And I think now Prodigy might Rite of Calling, burning a Mana Gem, and drawing a Viego to drop this turn. Yep. Saying, I want to get my Viego on the board.
Yeah, even potentially being able to play the Waking Sands just to get an extra encroaching miss off the Viego.
Oh my gosh,
and
that would be so
from
heads
the-
up.
5 from the Sands. You're gonna flip Viego next turn almost assuredly.
Yeah, that's just putting such a crazy amount of pressure. It'll force Hiko to hush Viego just to deny level up progress. And Hiko finding a Living Legends, pretty good.
It's 1 mana off. You don't have lethal in hand.
Yeah.
Prodigy opting not to go for it, losing out on 1 miss, but double Hydrovine, no fearsome block on the side of Hecko. Doesn't look too good. Glimpse off the top too.
Oh, but I mean, it's a good amount of elusive damage, but I feel like Viego's just getting out of control very, very
It's just
quickly.
no. You're pretty much forced to block with the Submersible next turn, and maybe that buys you 1 turn, but this Living Legends really has to bail you out.
Yeah, and I like... Well, do we really need to do this Glimpse? Because they would die at the end of the turn anyways. The mist, to generate 1 more mist. Oh, no, but this is flipping Viego.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Okay, so right.
I'm
still
bad at
able
math.
to flip Viego in 1 turn.
Yeah, because now these all go up to 6. That's what I was forgetting. Classic.
Right. And now that's being able to take the Submersible. That's one of 2 fearsome blockers left.
Yeah. I mean, flipped Viego's got to close out this game unless Hiko draws a miracle, but I don't know what miracle you're looking for.
There's only just one Fearsome blocker and 14 that you can't block.
And you also just have these giant 8/8 miss. Oh no. This is just such a crazy amount of pressure. I mean, you can't...
Oh, but the Living Legends are able to give you a Fearsome blocker. It's just enough.
Oh, Living Legends, yeah.
Ooh. And you hit the Supernova. You can get rid of the Viego here.
Get rid of Viego and a Hydrovine?
Watch. Heads up play. And you get the... Oh my god, but because now you get the Subpercival back. But what is this?
It's a Vile Feast going after the Baboon to keep your Hydrovine as healthy as possible.
Wow. I mean, Heko might actually be able to swing it back here. There's no more threats in Prodigy's hand. His hand is absolutely dud.
There's one Hydrovine. One Hydrovine still on board, right? That's basically what you're banking on. But
you just pray that there's no deny, but there isn't.
There isn't deny. Yeah, you have to rip that Supernova. It's your only way back into this game, right? There's no way you're winning doing anything else.
Yeah, goes for it.
Going for it, absolutely. And no deny, meaning Prodigy loses a lot of board, and Hiko gets back the Subpercival. Oh my gosh. Is that going to flip the game?
There's no way to end the game quite yet. Prodigy still has another attack, and he has two more Bakai Sandspears that allows him to just drag Fearsome blockers out of the way. Oh, and another Merciless Hunter. There's just no way that gets enough Fearsome blockers down to avoid this Hydrovine. But there is a Hush. If he's able to go wide enough to block everything on board,
but if
maybe that buys another turn.
And if that Vi is big enough, it can go after this Hydrovine, right? How big is that Vi? If it takes out the Hydrovine, I feel like suddenly there's...
Oh, the Vi's at 6. Oh, man.
Oh my gosh. That might be enough. And then you have a Mystic Shot to deal with the Merciless Hunter just in case they drag all the Fearsome blockers out of the way, which Prodigy is setting up to do. But it's not going to be enough because you can Mystic Shot the Merciless, and then there's no Fearsome attackers. Hiko might be able to turn this around. What a crazy game.
Both boards are going to be traded down. This Zoe is for sure going to be granted vulnerable. There's going to be no threats from either side of the board, and it comes down to who top decks better.
Yeah. Oh, and a Viego top deck on Prodigy!
Oh, the Viego!
Oh my gosh!
That's the second Fearsome that you needed.
That's exactly what Prodigy needed. And, I mean, I guess you try to get Crescent Strike off the super cool star chart?
But both your elusives are going down here. Oh, he doesn't find anything useful here. Moon Silver Serp and Moonbow, all duds.
Oh, yeah.
Out of the Fearsome Block, you're forced to play it, but now... I
mean, you have the Hush.
A bit of damage?
You have the Hush, but you can't quite kill the Viego, which is what you really want to do with this Hush, right?
Right. Now there still are outs.
Oh wait, you can kill Viego with Hush and Mystic, right?
Oh, interesting. But are you still alive? Oh, choosing to. Ooh. Oh no.
Oh no! You needed that. Viego. You needed that to deal with the Viego, because you have to kill Viego this turn.
Well, not necessarily.
I mean, I feel like this Viego is just gonna flip. The mists are gigantic, right? Like, they're like 10 mists. They're gonna flip Viego with 2 mists.
Oh, what I think could be a super heads up play from Prodigy's side is if he doesn't kill the Subpercival because he can take it as an elusive blocker. But the Flame Chompers could drag it out of the way. I don't know if he's forced to... Oh, because from the side of Heko, the only things that save him here are potentially Subpercival or Star Shaping into big elusive into like a Get Excited. And if Prodigy can somehow keep this Subpercival alive as a strong... He can!
And you can Hush! No, this Hush is going to be huge! If Prodigy swings like this, oh my gosh, the Hush!
No, but the Viego's a 6/5.
Oh, because it's flipped! I forgot the Viego's flipped. Okay, but that's still... Oh no, yeah.
I think if I was Prodigy, I would just attack with the Viego and offer Heko the option to block the 3/1 just so I could take the Subpercival and make sure there's no way anything gets through.
Right. Oh man.
And now Heiko has some outs. Subpersonal into Get Excited, Star Shaping into the Immortal Fire. And there's Prodigy needs a Quicksand here just to not die. Oh, but he drew in the wrong order. It's the Get Excited
No,
first.
no. I
Oh
think
no.
that's gonna be real rough. I mean, you can deny it with the get excited, but you have to get away, give it your hush, which can't feel great. I think this game's going to Prodigy.
Oh, he's running endless devouts? What?
Wait, what is this deck? That's spicy.
Endless devouts? Does he have Rite of Arcane too? That's an interesting
I
build.
mean, I
I
feel
haven't
like if
seen
you're running
that one
Endless Devout, you're
before.
probably running it. I'm kind of curious. Let me
Yeah,
pull up.
almost certainly.
Or yeah, you pull it up, because yeah, that's
Oh, Heiko
crazy.
actually having outs there. Oh man, if you top deck the Subpersonal or a Star Shaping,
Right. Yeah, and Hush here,
you're
it's
actually
cute. It
correct.
stops a lot of damage, but unfortunately, you're taking like a bajillion, so it's not nearly enough.
I would have loved to see if he didn't drag the Subpersonal, what Heiko would do, and see if he was heads up enough to actually block with the Subpersonal from his side. I thought that'd be really cute.
Right. Yeah. Oh man, what a crazy game. I felt like Prodigy was so in control. I feel like it's happened a few times now, where it's like someone's so in control of the game, and then it just they almost get back in, but then it doesn't quite work out. Let's see. Are they out of game now? And looks like yes, they are out of game. And I think it looks like everyone is out. I guess Void is still in game, but they're probably wrapping up. I think we can probably cut to a quick break. There's probably only one game left still going, and it's probably wrapping up here pretty soon. Let's cut back to desk real quick. Hello, everyone. Thanks again for hanging out. Jasensational, how are you feeling after an exciting round 3?
Oh man, yeah, these games are fun. These games are great. There's a lot of different things that can go on, and just watching them just gives you a little bit extra perspective. You know, these lines where maybe you don't even pull the subversal just because
Right.
you can steal as an elusive blocker. It's such interesting things when you have both deck lists in front of you and can just see it from caster vision.
Yeah, caster vision's so weird because it's like you're like looking at a play from one side and then you're like, oh wait, no, but they have this. Oh wait, but no, they have this. But yeah, it's been some very exciting games. Thanks everyone for hanging out. I'm having a blast casting. I hope you're having a blast watching. I think with that, we are gonna get cut to a quick break before we start round 4, which is the final round before a potential top cut, depending on how the Swiss rounds shake out. Right before we cut, I'm going to do one last quick thanks to our sponsor, Community Gaming, and to the whole Mastering Runeterra team for putting on these tournaments. It's a ton of fun, making this road to seasonals so much more exciting with a lot more tournaments, a lot more gameplay to watch. I'm having a blast. Jasensational, any last words?
Oh, that's it. I'm having a blast too.
All right, sounds good. Thanks again, everyone, and we will be back with you in just a few minutes. Welcome back, everyone, to the Mastering Runeterra Road to Seasonals tournament. We are about to get into the final round of Swiss, and there will be a top cut. We have confirmation because there are a good amount of undefeated players still out there. And so, yeah, I'm pretty excited. How are you feeling, Jason?
Oh yeah, I'm ready to go. Let's get some games going.
Get some games going. Real quick, we're going to check out the lineup of someone who we have not yet spectated, but is undefeated. Kalma Ipaz. They are bringing a Jaseheimer Freljord deck, running the cheeky Winter's Breath, which when doubled by Jace is basically a one-sided ruination. Very spicy. And then this deck, which looks like it's almost like Dresbo Pile with Targon. Another spicy deck. And then lastly, this one's not as spicy.
Perfection. Go back. Pursuit of Perfection.
Oh my gosh, you're right. It's a Pursuit of Perfection. I didn't even notice that. As a one of. Wow. Okay, we've got to watch Kalma Ipaz. This is a very spicy deck.
Absolutely saucy lists.
This is so crazy. Man, that is not what I was expecting to see. So yeah, and they're 3-0 right now. They're doing very well with this lineup, which is very impressive. I love the Jaseheimer Freljord. I feel like this deck is almost cutting it. But yeah, this is a very interesting build. They're running Shaman's Call and Jaseheimer with a ton of spells and Assembly Line. Oh man,
I've seen something similar to this before, but never tried out myself.
Yeah, I've seen lists like this with Jace and Vi, and then you run more stance swap generators, right? You run the 2-drop, or the Vulpine Wanderer, right, to try to make Vi just like a OTK threat. But yeah, this is a real crazy list and just a crazy lineup. I love the Pursuit of Perfection, PNC Targon. Oh
There's
my
a
gosh.
bunch of ones. Like Armed Gearhead, Gift Giver.
Gift Giver.
Oh, potentially running suboptimal cards to make the meme dream work.
Moon Dreamer? What Moon Dreamer? Oh my gosh. What a crazy deck. You love to see it. I love spicy decks like this. It's spicy, especially when you're doing well with them. It just makes it really exciting. And yeah, they are still looking to get into game. They haven't hopped in yet. The other person we can check out, sorry, we're cutting around a little bit, is Friend of Zoe. They're on the other side of this matchup. Let me pull it up real quick. We've caught the tail end of a couple of Friend of Zoe's games, but I think never a whole set. So they're running... Oh yeah, we caught the tail end of this deck, right? The Curious Shellfolk Zoe deck with Targon, Bandle City, and then a Aphelios Victor. Seems to be fairly standard, nothing too crazy there. And then a Thresh Asol after What Am I's Heart. Pretty spicy.
Yeah, it's triple Targon. It is literally What Am I in the old days.
Yeah, triple Targon control kind of. I mean, yeah, that's pretty much what's going on here. This is the most interesting deck. I've never seen, I mean, there's definitely Shellfolk Targon isn't totally crazy. I feel like you usually see it with Victor, but I think they're running to run a Victor in this list, right? Or I guess, sorry, actually Targon, yeah, I don't know. Targon plus
Like
Shellfolk.
Zoe Diana.
Yeah, Zoe Diana maybe. Yeah, that's really what would be in here.
Cool.
Or Aphelios, but Aphelios is taken as well, right?
Yeah. The hard part about triple Targon lineups nowadays is you just don't have enough good champions anymore.
Yeah.
And you're just sparingly playing them where you can.
Yeah.
But really working out.
Yeah, I mean, clearly working out for both of them. I think this is going to be an exciting set. I Shellfolk is another one of those decks that is pretty exciting to watch.
Imagine you take your opponent's Pursuit of Perfection
with Spell Thief.
Or with the pranks and Shellfolk, you could probably finish it faster than your opponent can.
Yeah, I mean, with pranks and Shellfolk, yeah, you're generating a ton of cards.
All right, let's go.
That could be really crazy. And Call Me Paz, I think, just had the classic bug. There's a bug. I don't know if you've played in tournaments before, but whenever you add someone as a friend, I often... Oh, wait. Call Me Paz has Spectate disallowed? Oh, no.
I'll ping him too.
I just pinged him. We'll see. Hopefully we can get in this game. Worst case, we can get into Friend of Zoe's side, just on that side, and do a one-sided, which I think would also be pretty exciting. And I guess I won't make the scoreboard because I don't know which side I'm going to be on. Do you have Kalma added?
Yes, I do.
Kalma is doing it immediately. So it should all be
Oh,
good.
there we go. I see the spectate button.
Yep. Okay. So do you have Calm or do you have Friend of Zoe? Sorry.
I have Kalma.
Okay. I'll get Friend of Zoe and
Perfect.
start spectating, and we can cut to in game, and I can work on this scoreboard really quick. How are you feeling, Jason?
I'm hyped. I'm ready for this game. We have, target on both sides. This is gonna be a classic 50-minute best of three. We'll see some fun shenanigans, hopefully. Or we might maybe just see some one-sided tempo plays and we have like a turn 6 targeting game.
Yeah, Targon, I mean, it can definitely come out the gate fast with the right hand. I think they're still in bans. We probably slowed down Kalma's ban asking to enable spectating. Thanks, Kalma, if you're watching this later in the VODs for getting that done so quickly. Should lead to an exciting set.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm most excited, definitely. And I hope it doesn't get banned. I feel like it wouldn't. But to see...
All right, we're in.
We're in. To see the very spicy...
baby.
Oh, it's happening. It's happening. The pursuit of perfection.
It's the mirror, but it's not the mirror.
It looks like a mirror. But Kalma is on...
Just Aphelios and Victor.
Oh, wait. And
Both players are just ready to come out of the gates roaring.
Oh, man. Yeah. We'll see. I am definitely secretly rooting for Call Me Paz. Anyone bringing Pursuit of Perfection, I mean, come on.
He has it in his opening hand.
Let's go. If this game is decided by a Pursuit of Perfection, I'm just going to lose it.
Friend of Zoe and Fort. Oh, nobody ditches it.
Turn 1.
No.
I mean, to be fair, that is probably the right move. Because, I mean, there's a good amount of answers. You can put that in Gravitum Jail. You can hush it from Friend of Zoe. It's definitely a risky thing to go for. It's not terrible, right? But I think Kalma probably made the right move. It's not the right move for the exciting caster game. Really rude. But I think it was probably the right move for winning the tournament.
Yeah, I think once you see the Lunari Dustspringer, you know that your opponent can Nightfall this Aphelios out on turn 3, and you can't, unfortunately. And that's going to slow your game plan down a lot, and especially now that you don't have any representation of a way to remove your opponent. Oh no, Friend of Zoe
opting to
opts
play
not
just Spacey's Catcher. Yeah, interesting.
Okay, so Friend of Zoe opting to not let his Aphelios die to anything at 3. Get excited, it's the Thermos.
Yeah, get excited, Thermo.
Fine,
and they're running one of everything, right? So who knows what they have in their hand.
Right.
Although there actually are no get exciteds. I just looked. There is a Thermo Beam and there also is a Sump Fumes, which I don't think would have been activated.
Right.
But yeah.
On the side of Calm Y Pass, Skies Ascends, not playable. Unlicensed Innovation and Hextech Transmogulator. Relative low roll in terms of what you're looking for, but Hextech Transmogulator, I've actually used it to transform one of my own units into another Great Beyond. Actually, in this mirror, I think there are some potential high rolls. And but he goes for the unlicensed.
Yeah, I might have liked to see the Transmogulator. I mean, you can also use it defensively, right? If your opponent invokes something really big, you can pop the spell shield.
Realistically, I don't see this, this 6-mana 5/5 being that impactful. I'm just looking for, these niche cards that potentially have just huge upswings.
Yeah, and it looks like we're getting into a good old-fashioned Victoroff, but Friend of Zoe has the Ballistic Bot, which I feel like is going to give them a bit of an edge here. The ability to just get that extra card.
Not really attacking anytime soon. Oh, what happened there? Oh, was it a Moonglow?
Yeah, playing a Moonglow, keeping Friend of Zoe, making sure that their Victor never dies.
Lifesteal on the side of Kalma. Moonglow there's nasty. These decks just have a very, very hard time dealing with spells. And the Challenger high roll!
Oh, Challenger. And I think you take out the Victor while you can. You have Spell Shield, right? What's the risk?
Wait, oh no. Absolute high roll from the side of Friend of Zoe. Absolutely devastating.
Yeah, that is brutal.
This could be game. Realistically, this is enough to swing things around.
Yeah, it's going to be very hard for Kalma to actually threaten this Victor now. And I feel like you're going to have to kill this Victor to turn this game around. I mean, you can develop an Aphelios next turn, which isn't terrible. That'll get you some stuff going, but I don't know if it's going to be enough.
You have like no way of nightfalling. Oh, but the Dustbringer allowing you to nightfall it. Like, yeah, you can Calibrum the Ballistic Bot.
Yeah, I think that's what you do.
But from the side of Friend of Zoe, also being able to just get their own Aphelios going. If this hits Scout onto the Victor, you can just go in with the Infernum and end the game.
That's true. Oh, man.
Oh, Faded too, just an additional 1 damage if there hits the Scout.
And Aphelios picking Calibrum. Yep, wanting to take out that bot. I think that's definitely the line. You got to deal with that bot here.
I don't know, maybe you need to... Oh, but there's no way to pop the Spell Shield. Even if you could grab it on the Victor, there's just no answer for it.
Yeah, I mean, you can grab it to him just to pop the Spell Shield, but that definitely doesn't feel great. And yeah, taking out the Ballistic Bot, I think this is what you got to do, but I feel like this Victor's just going to take control of this game pretty quick here.
So, Crescendum off the side of Friend of Zoe, not going to be able to phase into the Infernum going to the attack turn. I don't know, I think he just needs to believe a little bit harder and hit this Scout on Victor.
Yeah, it's like a 1 in 11 chance or something like that. It probably would have worked.
Okay, I see. He has the Portal Cannon, which does allow him to phase the weapon here. I don't really see a particular need to do it this turn, but choosing to...
Oh, but now they could get to Infernum if they wanted to, right?
Oh, that is true.
Because now if you Portal Cannon, you get the weapon, and then you can use the Calibrum. And yep, opted to do it. Or actually would sever him.
Oh my gosh, he is going
this Victor
for it.
huge.
You know what? He believes. He believes. Never mind, I take back everything I said earlier. Friend of Zoe is a big believer.
And this is just going to be huge. And you can actually give both keywords before you play the Hexcore upgrade to optimize the chances of getting the Scout.
Oh my god. Oh my god, you're so smart. Friend of Zoe is so smart, never mind.
I don't know if I would have been thinking this much about this Scout line, but it's definitely exciting.
Yeah, the keywords, and this is like Pantheon, where you play the Chain Vest or you play the Bastion, just reduce or just to increase the high roll keywords you can get.
Oh, not doing it. If he rolls, if Friend of Zoe rolls Overwhelm, that'd be the tragedy.
He's kind of bad about himself here. Okay, Region. All right, acceptable.
That would have.
Could have went Oro to get the Infernum and then.
Right. But I mean, this is still such a big threat, right? You still put the Infernum on. You threaten the Aphelios.
You're dead on the next swing. Friend of Zoe can just do the same thing all over again.
I mean, Kalma does have that Cosmic Inspiration, but it's not going to be enough.
Too late against this Victor.
Yeah, it's not going to be enough.
You know, Owl's ready for a 20-minute targeting here, but the Victor high roll on turn 4 with the token.
Yeah, being able to clear the opposing Victor while your Victor has Spell Shield just feels real great.
Yeah. Now the Poros are free, although it's not... There's a little bit off of lethal here, not quite having lethal with the Poros, even with the augment.
Yep.
Unless it's 19, showing 19. It is lethal!
It is lethal, yeah, with these two Poros,
but there is a pale.
2-1.
There is a pale. Oh, but then you have the
Dust
Victor
Petal.
Laser. It is lethal. Oh my god.
Or Dust Petal. Dust Petal also would have done it because that's a created card, right?
Wow, and it's free. Oh my god, Friend of Zoe absolutely seeing the lines here.
Yeah, and I think...
Representing lethal even without the Scout. Who needed the Scout?
Who needed Scout? You just do so much damage with leveled Victor and all these augments. Wow. And yeah, this Sunblessed Vigor is cute, but then we just go Dust Petal, Dust Petal, Death Ray, and that's game.
Wow.
You only really need 2 of them, right?
Yeah, and you have the Death Ray for just 1 additional damage if you needed it.
Just in case, yeah.
Wow.
Oh my gosh, just OTKing. That's a lot of damage. All right.
That was insane. Victor just showing how fast you can just steamroll in your opponent after you gain that initial advantage.
Right, yeah.
Especially the Moonglow allowing to Victor just never be interacted with again, just absolutely insane.
Yeah. Very well played by friend of Zoe. I mean, especially, I mean, seeing once you saw that challenger, you were so happy, right? You were just like, all right, it's party
Oh
time.
yeah. It was payday after that, and maybe Kalma could have used the second Victor spell to pop the spell shield there,
But
and
now we
then open
have
up.
the other spicy deck, Jace Heimerdinger,
Oh baby,
up
this
against
is
Thresh Asol on the side of friend of Zoe.
this is going to be an interesting one. Kalma or friend of Zoe does have the traditional SI tools. The Ruination I see in the Mulligan. Probably don't keep it, but able to just completely answer a
And
board state from the.
opting to keep it,
Wait.
saying this hand looks good to me.
Oh my god. Oh man, I think he understands this Ruination is just a one-way ticket to wiping Kalma's
Right.
entire board.
Yeah, and it's so threatening. Kalma wants to build these huge boards with Jace and Heimer and all these turrets, right? They want to just build up this massive wall of threat, and then Ruination just says, "Oh, you cast Acceleration Gate? No thanks. Just wipe it all out in one
And
action."
double Sunburst to top it off just has all the answers for any sort of champion that Kalma might try to stick on board. But Kalma's hand looking not too bad either, having the assembly line into the Hextech Handler and both champions in hand.
Yep, I definitely like the assembly line here. I think that makes a ton of sense. You could maybe save it for Heimer, but I feel like it's a little bit greedy. Yeah, friend of Zoe taking the open. I think this is perfectly reasonable. And
Yeah,
yeah,
front of Zoe and just picking up the Thresh. The Thresh very critically, probably the main piece that you need in your mid-game turns to just really get to the end game.
yeah,
But
it's a very good
maybe
unit to
doesn't
deal with
even-
these 3/3s, right?
Right, maybe opts to not even play Thresh if you want to save up for the Ruination. But with two Sunbursts in hand, I think you're not that afraid of using this Ruination anytime soon.
Yeah. An interesting pass back from Friend of Zoe. Yeah, Kalma probably taking it. Burning 3 mana sounds pretty good, but Friend of Zoe really didn't have anything to do there, right? They weren't really looking to cast Star Shaping. They weren't looking to cast Sunburst.
Right, and I don't know if this deck is on Thermo Beam or anything like that, but this Thresh comes down.
Oh, but dropping
Heimer.
a Heimer and
Yes,
no
that's
mana
it.
to answer it right now.
Yeah, unfortunately, a friend of Zoe didn't find a Mountain Goat, which would have allowed the gem to buff up Thresh, but
Yeah,
on the
or a
side of
Vile
Kalma,
Feast as
there's-
well.
right, even on Kalma's side, there's not actually that many spells they can use to make use of this Heimer.
Do you ever just rip the progress day, get your big old 8/8 and say, let's start partying? I might like it.
honestly,
I mean, you don't have much else to do here, right? You could play the handler, maybe, if you wanted to, but
right.
play
Honestly,
Jace.
it's not even that bad.
I feel like
'Cause if-
Poggers Day is the way.
Yeah, because if your opponent just aims a Sunburst at your Heimer, you don't have any. You're gonna like double Troll Chant or something like that. I don't know. But at the same time, if you rip this Progress Day and your Heimer dies, then maybe you're just out of threats as well on board.
Yeah, you might have to save the Heimer, but I mean, Poggers Day also draws you a lot of cards, right?
Oh, never mind. Rips it.
Ripping the Poggers
oh
Day,
my
let's go!
So he does hit the French fries, the Adaptatron, but
Yep.
unfortunately the T-Hex itself, just no keywords. So you
I
get the quick attack from the Hextech handlers, but for now it's not looking the best.
And I think this is probably going to be a Sunburst coming down on Heimer. I feel like there's nothing really else to do in front of Zoe's hand. And it seems
Yeah,
like it's probably a reasonable move. I mean, you could wait and Ruination here even.
I think
Go ahead.
sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, they're going to play the T-Hex, right? So if you let them play the T-Hex,
Yeah.
you can Ruinate after if you want. You're giving up a Thresh, though, which isn't the worst thing in the world.
I don't think there's a big need to use a Ruination. The T-Hex, even if it attacks, it's helping level up your Thresh, so you're not that worried. I think he was thinking about if you wanted to pass first and get cute before you play the T-Hex, or just give up his mana. Often just go for it anyways. Looks fine.
Yep. And then Kalman not even swinging with the T-Hex. That's a little bit surprising. Really scared of the Thresh level up, I suppose.
Yeah, but oh my god, I didn't even notice on the front side of front of Zoe, they just drew their one of Eclipse Dragon. This is a turn 8 ASOL against a deck that
Oh,
has no
yeah.
way of dealing with it.
That is
You
true.
Troll Chant Flash Freeze Winter's Breath?
Yep, that's exactly what our Troll Chant. I mean, Jace is flipped, right? I believe they've cast 2 6-cost spells. Yep, Jace is flipped.
They have. Right.
So if
Okay,
they
that's
pop the
fair.
spell shield and cast Winter's Breath,
Oh,
that is
wow.
enough. If they get the Jace
Right.
down, I mean, if they
Yeah, that's interesting because if Friend of Zoe plays this Eclipse Dragon, that's just signaling to Kalma that there's a potential Ace Soul coming down.
Yep, and then Kalma can just play Jace.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Okay,
but now you
now
don't have
what?
quite enough mana anymore, right? You can't play
Oh,
Jace
now I
and
don't know
Troll
if Brendan
Chant.
really thinking about all these lines with the Winter's Breath. This is very just caster vision. Only the casters could tell. But Calm as well with tapping out the Jace the Winter's Breath combo, allowing the Eclipse Dragon Ace-Soul to come down, and this is gonna level Ace-Soul.
Oh yeah, I mean this board is huge.
But there is then it's 1 mana short off of Troll Chant into Flash Freeze into Winter's Breath. There's no answer for this Ace-Soul either.
You could also do a Jace A-Gate line, opting to just take the swing.
Oh, I don't know.
I don't know what the
I
play
think
here is.
you can get away without leveling eight. You can probably get away with them, needing a block and potentially not leveling Acel this turn.
Yeah, but I feel like if Acel comes down, it's such a threat, right?
Yeah, you get 2 invokes, and then even if you Winter's Breath it away, maybe that's just not enough. But now you're
It's
just
full
giving them the
swinging?
potential Thresh level too?
Yeah, I mean, if you full swing, you're definitely giving him a Thresh level. They're getting
Are
it
you
every
gonna see a
time.
double Acel
We
on
might
board here?
see a double Acel.
Yeah, I think he's just holding up. Maybe it's a Valley trade from the Flash Freeze somewhere. Maybe has enough burn to just prevent Ace from flipping. But at the same time, are you gonna let the Thresh flip?
Yeah, I mean, Thresh flipping is such a death knell.
Yeah, well, so Thresh needs 5 things to die at max. Maybe 3 things are dying here. So it's still a little bit off.
Yeah, that's true. I mean,
there's
without
really
full swinging, right?
not.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no real way of leveling Thresh here. Oh, but you have double Ace on hand? Oh my god. Where's Friend is always finding these draws?
Yeah.
Oh man. Friend is already doing the math, seeing how many blockers she can get away with before Acel doesn't flip. Getting the Fury proc, so board state remains the same, and
Yeah, I feel like you just after the swing, the attack token's down. I feel like you're pretty safe to just play this Acel, threaten the flip, and start closing out this game.
yeah, if Friend is always keeping track of the deck list, they'll know that nothing in Kalma's deck for 11 mana, unless there is a Thermo Beam, which I don't know if there is. Maybe there is.
Oh, there is a thermo. There's 2
Oh,
thermos even.
Yo, like, what else are you doing
that's-
realistically? Your Thrash isn't leveled, you're doing it.
Yeah.
Immortal Fire, I think, may be one of the best choices outside of Living Legends, because this Freljord deck just can't deal with it.
Right.
And that's going to be the pick. Jace setting up the Winter's Breath, I suppose.
Yep.
But the
I
Ace will
think,
stay alive.
well, you can Troll Chant and Winter's Breath.
I think they're Winter's Breathing this turn. Oh, wow.
Oh, but the
So the Hush this turn to stop the Winter's Breath, and this is representing an Acel flip. And now, Kalma can't stop this Acel from flipping.
Wait,
unless
you
they
can
hard
flash
pass-
freeze the 8/5, right?
Oh, that's true.
You
Okay,
can
they do have
flash
the
freeze
flash.
the 8/5. Or you could
Well, like-
Shock Blast. No, because it's
Shock
not.
Blast Mystic. You
Shock
have
Blast
to
doesn't
just
do
rip
it.
a Flash Freeze, and that's not going to feel that great.
But maybe that's what you have to do. I mean, you can definitely kill the Acel next turn, right? With the double
No,
Winter's
'cause-
Breath. And
I
yep,
guess that's true. But now Friend of Zoe just having an opportunity to shoot the Jace with the Piercing Darkness. There is a Troll Chain that comes
or
out.
honestly,
and
even
this
a
Troll
Sky's
Chain Winter's
Descent.
Breath.
You could
Oh,
just
Sky's
Sky's
Descent is
Descent right
perfect.
here. It costs
That just
exactly.
prevents
Yep.
everything.
Exactly.
Oh my
Wipe.
God.
That's exactly what Kama wanted to do. Kama wanted to wipe the opponent's board.
Wow. Absolute
Oh.
turnaround here.
I feel like this has to be game, right? There's no coming back from this.
Oh yeah, you just have no value left. Everything in your hand is a spell. This Winter's Breath is completely dead now.
Yeah.
Acel's flipping unless you just shoot some of their stuff. Oh man.
Thresh is flipping, which so you're
Oh, Thresh is
getting another
flipping.
Acel. It's looking pretty grim. It's looking pretty grim for Kalma.
Oh no. There's no harsh winds plus a Winter's Breath line. There's nothing. The second.
Oh,
no.
but this
Oh,
is
ooh.
double, but it's just you don't have quite enough mana. You're one
It's-
mana short. If
Oh,
they
that's so
actually had the
unfortunate.
mana, they might have been able to eke back into this
Wow.
game, but
That is so unfortunate. But the Thresh levels and then he pulls the second ace. So.
well, no, if you had one more mana, you could have done the Winter's Breath this
No, but
turn and
doesn't
killed
kill
the.
the Thresh.
But yeah, oh yeah, it doesn't kill Thresh. Right, I see what you're saying. It would kill the Asol and kill the Eclipse Dragon, but Thresh is still pulling out another Asol. We got Asols for days over on the side of Friend of
So
Zoe.
close.
Oh, I forgot to update the score. Oh my gosh. What a scuffed production. So it is 1-0 in favor of Friend of Zoe. And probably, spoiler alert, about to be a 2-0.
Yeah, there's just no more way. Unless it's a Jace top deck. But even then, 1 mana short of Winter's Breath again.
Yep. It's just not going to be enough. And you can... Yep.
Aethel's leveling, you're getting 2 invoke cards.
Wait, Asol is not leveling this turn.
Because
everything's
I
frozen.
just assumed. I was just assuming.
You assume with 2 Asols on board and a bunch of other stuff that Asol's probably gonna flip, but not this time. But yeah, I just feel like, I mean, the only out here was, I mean, honestly, it's not even an out, right? It was a Jace into Winter's Breath if you had another mana, but it still wouldn't kill one of the Asols. And Friend of Zoe just generating so many Celestials. Shaman's Call.
There's just nothing that Kalma can really do with this hand.
Yeah, I mean, you can make a big robot. You can make this robot be like a 9-6 overwhelm, but that's really not that scary against Friend of Zoe's board.
Oh.
Yep, and Kalma seeing the writing on the wall, casting the Shaman's Call just for fun.
Oh, I got it disconnected. Whoops.
Oh.
But it looks like everything else is fine. It's just the game. Okay.
Well, we can turn off the second hand for now. It's not too bad. We just saw it, and I'm pretty sure this game is pretty much locked up.
Yeah, this looks like it. You have the Immortal Fire. There's no way to stop it. No, there's a Flash Freeze. I guess there is a way to stop it.
I mean, it's just...
But the board is just too wide. You don't have any units left to block.
I mean, just these Aurelian Souls. Like, there's so many things presenting lethal here.
This Dustbringer is going to be the one that delivers the lethal blow.
Ram Stance, Mystic Shot, the own Nexus, Kalma going out on their own terms.
Love to see it.
Love to see it.
So close. Maybe a man or two off from every point in the game, but
yeah.
Unfortunate.
Oh, what a crazy set. I was really rooting for Kalma. They were bringing a spicy lineup, but unfortunately, it was not quite enough to get there. So let's see. Who else could we hop into? Is Void... We could catch Void versus Grave Trail. Void is also fighting for a spot in Top Cut.
Okay. Well, I have Void added. I should have both added.
Yeah, I think I've got both added too. Do you want to grab Void?
Void. Yes.
All right. I will grab Grave Trail, and because... Oh, and yeah, we'll just turn off the scoreboard. Friend of Zoe won 2-0. I'll hop into Grave Trail's game, and we are getting in. Turn on the other hand.
There you go.
Yep.
Perfect.
And it looks like a Talia Ziggs mirror. Yep.
Oh, man.
Oh, and it looks like it's almost over. One way or another.
Both players at a very, very low standstill.
And I think Grave Trail stasis statuing for the 2 damage. Oh, and we've got a leveled Ziggs here. And then just open, and unless there's a pokey, nope.
Right. You have to top deck into Rite of Arcane.
Yep. Unraveled Earth into...
Another
Unraveled Earth into...
Oh, so close.
Oh, that's not gonna do it. And looks like... And actually, Grave Trail has a Rite of Negation anyways, so it would not have mattered. They could have just denied the pokey stick.
Down to the wire here.
But that was a very exciting end of the game. Both players were at 1 HP right at the end, or maybe like 1 and 2 HP, something like that. Very close, but not quite enough. And so Grave Trail taking that game, and then let's see if they have another game in the set, because that was probably game 2 based on the fact that we kept the very end of it, I would assume. But it might have been a Grave Trail to it. We can check really quick. And Grave Trail is out! So that is the end of that match. And then let's see...
4W is still in game.
4LW against Maddymon. You want to catch the end of that one?
Sure.
I've got both.
4W.
I can grab Maddymon then.
Oh.
All right, and it looks like a Shurima Viego against a classic Aphelios.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, oh my god, this wide board with the Gravitum. 4W setting up for an absolutely fantastic swing.
Oh yeah.
Something that in this game in particular, 4W's been lacking some of the more powerful Fade cards. There isn't the Rainbow Fish, there isn't the Papercraft Dragon, but still just being able to represent such a scary board against the Viego deck, potentially pushing damage even on board there.
Yeah, I mean, you might just open here and... Oh, nope. Opting to stun the 3-1. Oh, flipping the Fizz. I mean, yeah, you definitely want to get Fizz to have elusive.
You can also just phase Infernum and put it on the 7-3.
Oh, man. And that's going to be very scary.
There's a lot of pressure. Maddymon does have the Hydrovine for 2 blockers, but that doesn't leave
all you do this turn, yeah.
Quicksand. There's no Quicksand mana. And there's no Quicksand anyways.
Yeah.
But this is a scary, scary attack, even without a single attached card on board.
Right. Yeah. I mean, with no Quicksand in hand, yeah, I mean, Fizz is getting in here for a lot of damage.
It's a wallop. Like, you can go wallop into into the card, the Infernum card.
Infernum, yep.
How much damage can you push here?
Yeah, now that Maddie's topped out, you're not afraid of having to save a mana to protect Fizz, which is something you often have to try to do, right? But, I mean, do you ever actually just cast Gifts from Beyond and give 2 things Overwhelm?
Oh, that is a potential possibility. How much mana is that? That takes 4 mana?
Aphelios is leveled, yeah.
So you're giving the 7-3 Overwhelm, so it's a 9-3.
Yeah, unfortunately, you can't quite get Aphelios out of the range of being blocked by Viego, which is what I was trying to see if you can make happen.
Dragon, but he's 1 mana short. Oh no, it's not because the Lantern.
No, we have the Lantern on board, so you can actually Papercraft and Infernum.
Oh no, this is...
Yeah, and
this is lethal.
Yeah, 4W definitely phased Infernum here.
Oh no, wait, yeah.
And yep, with no mana on the side of Maddymon, this has got to be game phasing Infernum, swinging for 22 Overwhelm damage.
Over 7, and it's Xaxes with the Fizz. Oh no. Oh, it's just over.
No, yeah, you don't even need the Fizz, right?
Nowhere.
It's 24. I can't even do math. That's such a crazy amount of damage. I mean, yeah, might as well swing at everything just for style points, but with 1 man on the side of Maddymon, there is just no out here.
Just out of seemingly nowhere, just all of a sudden, you know, you have a 12-7 quick double attack Overwhelm unit crashing in for lethal.
Very scary, very, very fast. Wow, that was a craziness. Man, this Aphelios deck, it's such a crazy deck. I feel like I am so bad at it. I've tried playing, I mean, I could do okay, but I'm definitely not like just pulling wins left and right. It's so hard to play. There's so many lines. And trying to find the lethal.
Maybe that was the end of it, but absolutely explosive ending.
Yeah. We can check really quick. I get impatient waiting. Yep, that was the end of that set. So that is probably... I mean, I feel like there's not that many people still in game. I think there's just... who's playing Lunari? Lunari's playing against one of mine, and that game is still going. Do you want to try to catch the end of that one real quick?
Yeah, let's do that.
Do you have both? I can grab...
Yes, I have both.
I guess we spectated both. I'll get Lunari. Okay. Alphabetical order.
I got the what am I?
Oh man, that was so crazy. That was so much damage. Like once they topped like the papercrap, it was like, oh my gosh, this is gonna
Ooh.
be huge.
Oh, it's like close to the end. What am I? Has lethal. Unless there's the Vile Feast Vengeance, Mystic Vengeance.
Yeah, we do have Mystic Vengeance, which will keep Lunari alive,
Oh
but
my
opting to
god.
give up the Albus Pharaohs to just make sure that they don't die to burn, which is a heads up play because there is an Aftershock in What Am I's hand.
And what am I so close, but he doesn't have the burn to pick it up.
Yeah.
Choosing not to go for the pale, I don't know if it drew a card there, just push one extra damage and draw a card, just see if he hits some burn, but what am I,
Yeah.
just a mystic shot off here? Can he
Oh.
survive the next turn?
But I mean, they're refilling their board quite nicely. They have this Aphelios down. They're gonna get.
So we just take the Gravitum here. Oh no, choosing to go for the.
I think I like this. Just take
Caliban.
something out. Oh, not opting to play it here. I feel like I guess you're not that scared of this open, right? And Jace
No,
is
not the open, but the Jace is coming down. Jace acceleration gave. Whew.
that does get pretty scary pretty quickly.
So now what am I does have the opportunity to go Calibrum into Pale and have the Gravitum for the acceleration gate.
Yeah.
Maybe on the side of Luna opting just to play the assembly line, just to go wider on board to play around.
I think that's what you have to do. I think A Gate is not doing enough here.
No, A gate is what? It's just not enough.
Yeah, I mean with
but the
Gravitum,
Jace-
it's just I mean you kill the
but look
Aphelios, but
critically, the Jace Vengeance is able to deal with the
the Immortal Fire. I think if you do
Still
assembly
keep
line and you
the-
just do a big swing here, yep, Lunari's going for the line, going 6 wide in one action.
Yeah, you have the Atrocity, you have some burn.
Yeah, you have Atrocity and you have Shock Blast, and you could potentially do both next turn
Yeah, and you have the answer for whatever invoke what am I got off of it. Unless
with this Vengeance. Yep.
and what would be really funny is if there was like a Cosmic Rays, another Celestial card. But luckily that's not the case, but still this is representing so much damage.
Yeah, I mean, if they go for the Gravitum, that does save What Am I's Aphelios, but it's still a lot of damage. How much damage is that? It's 9, 11 damage at minimum, and then we have the Shock Blast and an Atrocity next turn. And What Am I can't afford to play Immortal Fire to threaten lethal on open. I think Lunari might actually take this game.
Needs to draw one. Oh, but the burn.
They get excited. Wait, but now
he
they
does
just
have mana. He does have mana.
No, but you just play the Aftershock now, and then you have Get Excited next turn. But
But
then
you never beat Atrocity.
you never beat
You need to draw
Atrocity.
one- You need to draw
Unless
one more burn
you
spell
top
here.
deck Mystic. It has to be Mystic, right?
Yeah. Oh, Pearl Cannon's in huge. Pearl Cannon's absolutely.
It's not
She's
enough.
not Pearl Cannon. Wait.
Poor Cannon wouldn't have done it, right?
Oh, right, because the you don't want to play into the Shock Blast.
Yeah.
So unfortunate there.
And the
So
Atro. Oh my gosh, what a crazy game, the Atrocity. I mean, that was probably created off of Pharaohs, right? I don't think Lunari would main deck Atrocity. It
right,
has to
right.
be off Pharaohs.
So
Oh my
very
gosh.
heads up for, I don't know, maybe it was like turn 4 where you just take the Atrocity and saying like, yeah, this will come in handy.
Yeah, I'm curious what the other options were, because I feel like that is not a common pick with that deck, but, you know, anything can happen. Anything can happen. Let's see, that was probably the last one. And I think, yeah, that was the last one. I think that was probably the last game still going. Let's cut back to desk real quick. Oh, how you feeling, Jason?
I don't know, every round's just getting like better and better. This is the peak of Runeterra. So this is exciting.
Indeed, indeed. I'm having a blast here, and we are going to get into Top Cut in probably just a few minutes, so we will cut to a quick break. Thanks again to our sponsor, Community Gaming, and the whole Mastering Runeterra team for organizing these tournaments and putting them on. It's been a blast. Also, I should have mentioned this earlier. Shout out to Gregory the Gray, TOing for us. Such an unsung hero. I mean, that's just, it's so awesome having Greg just TO in all these tournaments, making them happen for all of us, all the players, all the viewers. It's a ton of work. So shout out to Gregory. And with that, I think we will cut to break. Thanks everyone for sticking with us. I appreciate all the viewers hanging out in chat. I'll be popping into Twitch chat probably during the break. Yeah, any last words you want to say, Jason?
Oh, that's it. Exciting games all around.
All right, sounds good. We will catch y'all in a few minutes. Welcome back, everyone, to the playoffs of the Road to Seasonals Mastering Runeterra tournament. How are you feeling, Jason?
I'm ready. We gotta see our favorites back in action. I'm ready for some more.
Yeah, speaking of favorites, Top Cut has just been announced, and let me actually bring it up. Wait, I think I have to refresh. We've got a few of the favorites that we have already been spectating. We've got, I think the game we're actually going to get into is this one on the bottom. Call Me Paz versus Prodigy. Friend of Zoe and Patron's going to be facing off as well. I wanted personally to make sure we get one more chance to spectate Call Me Paz. I feel like the one set we watched was the one set they lost, and I'm excited to see the deck do some more things and some cool action. So I'm excited to get into that one. I assume they're still getting ready to get into the game. Yep, they have not started yet. So let's take a quick look at their lineup. What do you think about this lineup, Jason? It is definitely very spicy. What do you feel like it's trying to ban? What do you feel like it's trying to target? Do you have any idea? I feel like it's so crazy. I have no idea.
Nope. You got me stumped there. Especially just the Jay Timer deck. It's a little bit over the place.
I love this deck.
Squeezes, but at the same time, it's an elusive deck. You have the Adaptatron. You just want to be like an elusive beatdown kind of deck, but just a different flavor, I assume. I don't know. I don't know what this beats.
Yeah, I have no idea. Shaman's Call is very spicy. If you have Heimer on board and you cast Shaman's Call, it just gives you a ton of stuff, right? You can just all of a sudden go bananas.
Oh, you can give keywords to Adaptatron, which gives keywords to all your other mechs.
Oh, that's very cheeky.
Yeah. Looking out.
That's very... I straight up had not thought of that. Oh, and it looks like they are getting into game.
All right, let's... You want to grab?
I'll grab Kalma.
I should have Prodigy.
Yeah, I do have Prodigy. If you don't, we can swap.
I should have them. Oh, I see. All right, perfect. I will spectate.
All right, they are still... We can cut... a black screen. I don't know what happened, but I think I fixed it.
We're good.
I don't know why that was being weird.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, yeah, and then we spectate Calm again. And then let's pull up the scoreboard, and we have Calm on the bottom.
And just a quick refresher for the Prodigy lineup. He is on the Mono Viego. Oh, actually on the Mono Shrima as well. And then the Talia Ziggs. Definitely just a very, very anti-control lineup.
Yeah, so, Mono Shrima is definitely a menace. Like, that deck is still very strong, even after the nerfs.
Yeah, and, the Call Me Pass with some two potentially slower decks. We have the Aphelios, we have the Jasensational, although I have no idea what turns that deck is to kill their opponent on, but not sure they're fast enough to race this Mono Shrima, which probably got banned.
And Kalma on the Pursuit of Perfection Singleton deck, kind of. It's really more of just a pile. There's only one Pursuit of Perfection. It's not all in on that, right? Against Talia Ziggs.
Yeah. One Zoe deck drawn on turn one.
Like a good player,
Odd game. That's all there is to say.
Yeah. So yeah, and I feel like, this will be an interesting match. I feel like instinctively I'm like, well, Talia Ziggs is a good deck, so that's probably favored. But I don't know. I don't really know.
Yeah, the Quicksand got ditched from the side of Prodigy. There's no way of giving the Zoe vulnerable now that's played. And maybe there's a Pokestick down the line, but other than that, there's nothing out there to stop the Zoe from just straight up leveling.
Yeah, which could definitely be very scary very quickly. Leveled Zoe, pretty much no matter what deck you're in. If you flip Zoe...
Right of Arcane. Alright,
there you go. Right of the Arcane. That can do it.
This gives Kalma one turn to look for that Moonglow very critically. If you can stop a Moonglow onto the Zoe, I think that's a Zoe level.
Yeah. I mean, I'll say, I don't know if you need to race it that fast. I mean, if Prodigy won't have any landmarks to pop with it, and I mean, using it to kill a mana gem at this point in the game has to feel pretty dang bad, right? You're really giving up a lot of tempo, right? Giving up that mana gem on turn 4. It's really not what you want to be doing.
And maybe Kalma is a little bit afraid of attacking into a quicksand as well, which might slow things down from the Zoe flip.
Yep.
So it'll be interesting to see what Kalma decides to do here.
Yeah, personally, I like just open super cool star chart and see what's inside, and then you could even burst pass. Although burst passing doesn't really work, but I think you might be okay with taking a pass after that. You're trading up a mana. Ooh, just saying,
No fear.
no
Absolutely
fear.
no fear.
Let's go. Oh, maybe there is
No,
a
no,
bit of fear.
I see the Zoe on board that's like already 4 out of 10. I'm gonna be hesitant attacking the quicksand, or 3 out of 10. I'm pretty hesitant attacking this quicksand.
Oh, and Prodigy bluffing quicksand. Kalma saying, "I don't care." Let's
But
go.
now Prodigy giving Kalma giving Prodigy the opportunity to block the 3/3, which gives the good Rite of Arcane target, but doesn't go for it.
I mean, there already is a Scrappy Bomb on board.
I find Moon, and he hits the
Moonglow. You gotta go
Absolutely
Moonglow.
insane. Absolutely huge. I
Yep.
think Prodigy missed out on a very critical moment where he could have just not only killed the Zoe, but also also get the sarcophagus down in the 5/3. And
Right.
now, all of a sudden, Zoe just looking like a really huge threat. I don't see a way to remove it anymore.
Zoe's never dying here. And Zoe is already at 5 out of 10, probably flipping in, if not turn 6, certainly turn 7. And there's a good chance it'll happen on turn 6.
Now you have this Death Ray, which can shuffle some, unique cards into your deck. You have the Vi, you have a payoff for some more draw.
Yep.
You can just take the value trades here. What is Sump Fumes? Sump Fumes active.
Oh, the cheeky block is. I think that's correct. I like the cheeky block.
No, sir.
Why not?
No. Please, no, please.
Oh, Absolver blows you out.
Oh, he's playing with my heart here. Please don't do it.
Kalma's just on another level.
Maybe you can block. You can block with the 4/1. I wouldn't mind that either, just to save some health. But definitely not with the Zoe.
Yeah.
No, sir.
Absolver is just too scary. But
maybe you want to see the Death Ray come down. I don't know how he plans on leveling Zoe. Death Ray after combat, sure.
Yeah, make sure you don't get blown up by Absolver, because now if you Absolver, it's not a competition.
7 out of 10. It's a little bit difficult to get the last 3. You have Pale as 1. Maybe you have the Death Ray MK2. But the Pokey Stick top deck. Oh my god.
Oh, so you
Prodigy.
can Pokey right.
Oh, but now there's a chance that Kalma can just get off the Zoe flip, but maybe has to commit the Pale now, but doesn't use the Pokey either. I guess you can Pokey in one action with the right.
Yeah, you can. Yeah.
If I'm in Kalma spot, I might be tempted to Pale here just for the draw, because if you need a Pale first, that's limiting your options. But the Death Ray.
But draws the Death Ray.
So huge.
That gets you to that. It's not quite enough. You have to draw into a cheap enough card.
Oh, no, he can't flip here. Yeah, you have to draw. You have to Pale into a unique card here.
Or you just swing with the Zoe, which can probably. But you're not going to have the actions.
You need to spend 2 mana, and you're forced to hit Moonsilver too.
Yeah, you have to hit Moonsilver. Provided they open right Pokey, right?
This is the same because you can still use the Super Cool Star Chart to activate the Pale.
Exactly. Yep.
What? He doesn't. He's not even. Okay. All right. So just respecting the fact that Kalma might be able to flip the Zoe before you can kill it. It's not worth the resources, which I can respect, because if you kill the Zoe, then they might be able to play it.
And now, seeing this, Kalma feels pretty safe that this Zoe's not going down. So opting to just heal up.
I don't know about this. This is a very low tempo, which, even if you are able to level Zoe here, maybe Prodigy can just develop onto board and suddenly just come out. But
Pale Cascade.
Able the 4/1. Okay. Oh, with the Forge Chief able to level. And Prodigy, unfortunately.
Yeah, that levels. The Forge Chief levels. Oh my gosh. This is crazy. I feel like Kalma's in control of this game.
Yeah, the one Zoe in the deck. Drawing on turn 1, allowing the flip.
This is so nuts.
If only Prodigy knew, he could have went for it and just killed the Zoe and maybe was able to stem it from there. But now that the Zoe's flipped, you have the Destroy, you have the Vi. These are huge threats coming down, giving their keywords across the board.
Yeah. I feel like you could just...
Armed Gearhead with Challenger, it already has Quick Attack and Augment.
I mean, you can give everything Challenger, Tough, and Overwhelm
Um,
here in the next two turns.
With the Celestial Wonder too, it's not anywhere close to this Arsenal turn. This is looking to be a turn. This is going to be looking like a lethal on the Halma's next attack turn.
I think it's pretty dang likely. Turn 8 is likely to be the last game in this game. We'll see. We'll see if Prodigy can find a way to stay in this game. But it's going to be tough. Looking to use that right of the Arcane, but I mean, what do you kill? You kill the Ballistic Bot? Like, I guess. It's not terrible, but it's not that good.
Yeah, Prodigy having the opportunity to kill the Zoe with the Rise of Arcane a few turns ago, but unfortunately hitting the Moonglow just completely wiping that possibility off. And now that the
Yep.
Zoe's leveled, it's just going to start snowballing with all the keywords.
Yeah, I feel like these keywords are so threatening. I mean, Ziggs is flipping. That's going to put a lot of pressure, but I just can't imagine it will be enough. There is no lifesteal on the side of Kalma, which is one good thing for Prodigy. And Prodigy can present a lot of burn damage if Kalma keeps developing units by playing that Roiling Sands, right? Saying if every time you play a unit, you take 2, right? But I just don't know if it's going to be enough.
Yeah, you have the Celestial Wonder, you're probably just going to start with the pass. You know, if your opponent's not putting on the pressure, it's not really in that big of a rush. So just holding up the mana just in case.
Yeah.
But you have a Fearsome blocker, you have a Chump block for Ziggs. Even if this attack is coming through, yeah, there's an Absolver, but then the Celestial Wonder just absolutely punishes that attack as well.
Yeah. Oh, man, this is a tough spot. I don't know what... Like, Kalma really wants to play this. If Kalma can play Vi into Destroyer, that's game over next turn, right? Almost for sure.
Right.
But you also have to survive, so you have to give up some units here, right? Yep. Giving up the Gearhead to trade with a 5/3, giving up the Forge Chief into the Ziggs.
So Prodigy probably commits the Absolver because if they get a turn to play the Vi into the the Destroyer,
That's
everything has
game
Spell
over.
Shield, and there's no way to interact with that with only one Quicksand.
Right.
But at the same time, the Celestial Wonder is just there to punish.
Yep, that's going to blow out the Absolver play. I mean, that does mean it will probably be hard for Kalma to close out the game on their next turn, but certainly not
Even then, like Vi
impossible.
comes down, trades off the Ziggs.
Right.
Like, I guess the Vi can get Quicksanded, and then they trade off each other, but...
And yep, committing the Absolver, and then Kalma going to almost for sure going to play the Celestial Wonder.
I don't. Maybe tempting if this goes through, and then try to push lethal with the Roilings or the Unraveled Earth. But now,
I mean, this is lethal right now, so I think you just
Celestial
stun
Wonder coming
both of
out
these
for sure.
units. Yeah, you have
and
to
then
Celestial
all of a
Wonder.
sudden, you're pushing 0 damage.
Yeah, which cannot feel great. It's going to be tough for Ziggs Burn on its own to get from 13 to 0, right? That's a lot of landmarks that have to die to get you there.
Right. Now, on the bright side, there is no healing from Kalma anymore. There is an Arsenal that can calm down. Maybe you hit all the right keywords. But right now, there's only 5, 6 with the Scrappy Bomb. I don't know if that's going to be enough.
So what do you do on the side of Kalma? Do you play the Pharaoh's Financier into the Destroyer? I just feel like... I'm not sure if Kalma can now end this game next turn. Which might give Prodigy the time to develop that arsenal, which if you roll the good keywords...
There is a Ziggs, too. Yeah, if every unit you play just gives it another keyword. I think very heads-up play, playing the Unraveled Earth right before Kalma was able to play any other units.
Yep. And we'll see what Kalma opts to do, saying, nah, I think I'm going to have to pop these to kill you.
Hex Tech. The Hex Tech to transmog your unit into the arsenal.
Oh my gosh. That might be too crazy. I mean, I don't know. And yeah, opting to take the Shock Blast. Shock Blast is like the safe line here. Because, I mean, maybe you have to think Arsenal's the only way out, right?
I don't know.
So what do you do here? Do you play...
Actually,
Destroyer?
how much damage do you have? You don't have quite enough to push lethal here.
Yeah, I don't think you have enough to push lethal.
I'm gonna stand by the fact that the Vi is acceptable.
I like the
you're
Vi.
almost forcing your opponent to play a second card or another unit.
And actually,
Maybe
if if we super cool into the
Oh, the
4/1, the
Charger.
charger, is
Oh,
that lethal?
wow.
I'd have to do the math, but it's
Oh
certainly
no,
close.
maybe it's a lot.
It's a lot of damage for sure.
You gotta have to think on the Prodigy side, do I need to keep up 3 mana for this Quicksand? Because that's not gonna allow me to play the Arsenal. But the Arsenal is so tempting here too.
Yeah, you really want to get that arsenal down.
What are you playing? You're gonna play Rockhopper into Talia? Not terrible, I suppose, but if you have to play the Quicksand, your whole turn is just this Rockhopper.
Yep, Rockhopper, and then it probably will be into Talia. But
Yeah. Oh, but this is scary. If Kalma can't end the game this turn, you have the Talia damage, you have the Arsenal. Maybe,
no, but
maybe
if
it's better than
Prodigy
not.
plays Talia, I think that's actually lethal between the Vi and the Zoe and just how
Well,
wide you are. Oh,
choosing
oh
not
no,
to
but
go
that only would have worked if you had gotten the charger.
right.
So killing the Ziggs here to stop the burn damage.
Ziggs is definitely good.
And yeah, Quicksand not doing anything. I mean, you could save your 3/1, but like, who cares,
Yeah.
right? I guess you could kill the Vi with Quicksand because you can remove the tough.
I'm not. I don't think I'm super worried. I want to get Talia down because I want to play
Right.
Arsenal next turn, and I want to be threatening lethal.
Yeah,
So
I am
this
inclined to
Ziggs-
agree.
Yeah, like this Vi levels. It has 2 health.
Yeah,
But if Arsenal gets quick attack plus overwhelm or something like that, then that's not really gonna matter.
yeah, and that's gonna be a lot of
Maybe
keywords.
not. Maybe taking the shot glass and not the transmog.
Yeah,
know,
I mean, to be
maybe
fair,
lost all of the game.
well, actually no, because you have a spell shield popper. I was gonna say if the Arsenal rolled spell shield, it wouldn't have worked.
Yeah,
But
'cause you have the death ray too.
you have the death ray Mach 2, yeah.
Like if this rolls a spell like lifesteal or something, you can use it to block. Oh, Moonsilver, Mortal Fire Serpent. Moonsilver is good, definitely to maybe if you need 1 extra mana, but it's
Oh,
not really what you're looking for. You have to just okay, taking the Moonsilver, prioritizing the mana. Using to play Victor, interesting.
that gives everything augment, which I mean that's probably gonna say next turn you're dead, but I mean this Arsenal's gonna come down and it's really gonna come down to what keywords that Arsenal rolls. If Arsenal
Right, you
can end the game,
You still have the star chart. You can maybe find a Crescent Strike. Oh, Victor with a
Lifesteal.
Lifesteal, absolutely huge.
but
But
There's
there's
a lot
already
of vulnerable.
right?
but those vulnerable things have tough, which makes Talia not really that effective against them.
There's no need to engage with Victor with the it's a whiff. Moonglow, Moonsilver Charger. He hit the charger if he had went for it.
The Charger, they can actually play the Charger now because Victor is leveled, discounting everything.
Right, but those are not hits you're looking for. You really were looking for that Crescent Strike to prevent a development play. Because now this
Yeah.
Arsenal's gonna come down uncontested, and now you're gonna be digging for a top deck.
And I'm going to take the
Wow.
Moonglow. I mean, it's fine.
I mean, Moonglow
But-
could be extra health.
I mean, it's really just going to
I
come down to this
respect that.
Arsenal. If there's no Elusive and no Overwhelm, I really
Oh,
just...
Scout! Scout!
Scout,
But
Overwhelm.
and Overwhelm, and Challenger, and Elusive.
That's got to be game, right?
That's
That's like everything you ever wanted.
that's everything you could wish for.
Wait, is it?
Yeah, just,
Is it game? Is it game? Because we can get everything to be strong enough to kill that Arsenal by just getting our augments up.
Ooh,
So
that
the
is
Arsenal will only be able to
true.
attack once, but then Talia can still push. Wait, what is this? Shock Blast
Imagine you get a
accomplishing?
transmog here. Oh, what is this? So as long as you play 2 cards, you can get any unit to kill the Arsenal, so that's fine.
Right. Yep. There was no quick attack rolled critically. But I mean,
Maybe I'm interested in Moonglowing first on potentially like what is this?
oh, killing the Talia.
Yeah. Ooh.
That means Kalma survives, right? With Talia dead, the Arsenal can only push 3 damage. Oh no, wait, they have impact. Wait, impact.
Wait, through the tough, isn't that Xaxes?
With impact, it's Xaxes. They need.
Oh,
I didn't
no.
see the impact. That's Xaxes with the impact. Oh no.
So the Arsenal having Challenger, unfortunately. Oh no, if he he would be winning here if he took the transmog.
Oh yeah,
'cause
for
he could
sure.
turn the 6-2 into. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. Oh.
Oh my gosh, what a crazy game! Oh. Wow.
Oh man, because like once Pharaoh Financer, or even like to an extent the 3 mana card, the Flash of Brilliance, because the PNZ pool is like niche, right? It's
Yeah.
so niche, but
Oh,
are the players thinking about these lines when they see it? When they think my opponent's playing an Arsenal, am I ready to transmog it? I
yeah.
don't
I
know.
I do really like taking the transmog against Talia Ziggs for exactly that reason. I mean, it is just an effective way to deal with Arsenal. And Arsenal's a tough thing to deal with, right? So if you can just deal with it for like 6 mana, that's pretty good. Just turn it into a 2/2 or something. Say that's cool,
And I
bud.
don't know how it works, but I'm not 100% on this, but if you transmog your own unit, does it give your board the keywords of the Zoe flip? Because
No, I don't
imagine
think transforms.
your
It's only when
whole
things are
board.
summoned or played.
Yeah, maybe so.
Yeah, it's when you
Oh,
summon an ally, and so a transform would not count for that.
well,
Gently, gently.
I think that's true.
I'm pretty sure. I'm not 100%, but I'm 95% sure. Because I don't think it gets impact from things like the transform impact things in Vandal City. I feel like I maybe have seen that interaction once randomly.
Yeah. All right, back to the game.
Back to the game. We've got Calmly Paz running it back with the Aphelios Victor Vi Zoe pile against Prodigy's Mono Viego Shurima. Or Mono Viego Shadow Isles, I should say. Or no, Shurima, yeah, never mind. Words are hard.
Well, Calling Pass has looking to be a pretty decent hand. We have the Sketcher to potentially find the Equinox. We have the misses on Equinox again. Cannot hit Equinox again.
Yeah.
People can't hit Equinox in this matchup.
I think you take
But
Crescent
we
Strike.
have-
Oh, no, opting
yeah.
for the Moon Glow.
Okay. We have the Aphelios, but on the side of Prodigy as well, double Hydrine and the Rite of Calling to find the Viego. His hand's looking pretty good at 2. If Kalma can't put on the pressure, Prodigy has his late game secured here.
Yeah, Prodigy, I mean, with 2 Hydrovines, you're never running out of gas, right? It's going to be very hard to actually remove 2 Hydrovines from the side of Kalma.
Predicting hits the Viego, also has Camo Soldier and Battlefield. Probably just taking the Viego here. You have the Rite of Arcane or the Rite of Calling for a second Viego if you need it.
You could maybe take the Camervorin, because it is kind of nice to just get that down first, start buffing up your Viego before you actually commit it to the board, but I don't know.
Kalma's deck has so many one-ups. I don't know what card he has to answer turn 5 Viego, but
They do have Thermo, right? I think we checked that earlier. I believe there is... Yeah,
good.
there's
I
one
would still
Thermo.
take it because if my opponent taps on a certain point, it definitely makes your opponent's next turn awkward when they're trying to phase their Aphelios weapons and they have to keep up mana to deal with the Viego at the same time. Definitely makes
Right.
your turn slightly awkward.
And considering playing this Moonglow... Whoa. They consider putting the Moonglow on the Spacey Sketcher. I think that was a bit of a mishover.
Interesting. Yeah, Kalma doesn't really want to go for this Moonglow because he's not going to be able to phase out the second weapon, choosing instead to play the Crescendo. Maybe he hits the Eager Apprentice that gives him the mana to play the Moonglow and phase the weapon. And he hits
Oh
it!
my gosh! How did you call that?
Oh! And he gets to play the Moonglow and phase the Calarum. He is such a god player. Opting to use the Crescendum first instead of the Moonglow first definitely has it in mind.
How did you do that, Jason?
Gets the Moonglow down.
How did you do that? Are you a prophet?
And there's the second card. You could have hit the Sky Shadow.
The Sky Shadows, right? The 3/1. But you called it exactly Eager Apprentice.
Exact one. Oh, man.
Wow. We've got some clairvoyance in this caster desk today.
That's what you call caster vision. Oh,
Caster
man.
vision, seeing into the future.
Bonkers hit.
Oh my gosh. And that's just going to start getting this Aphelios to start generating a ton of value, right? That's
Yeah, it's going to be so much harder to maybe preemptively Vial right now so you can set up a Vengeance. But, and
and yet
that's
opting to do it. I mean,
using his mana, you can even use the Rite of Calling now that, you know, he's down to 1 mana, but are you playing around that one of Death Ray?
the one of Death Ray, yeah.
Not use it. I like this because now, of course, oh, just straight up vengeancing.
Ripping
I
it.
like this. Alice is just a lot of value. Your hand is pretty
Yeah.
okay. You have the late game. Just make sure you don't
That's a
and
lot of
die.
mana. I mean, but Kama doesn't have that threatening of a board right now.
And Kama's hand also just not the
Oh,
best. at
Glorious
shooting.
Evolution, Shock Blast, and Assembly Line. It's
Glorious
tempting to
you
take
have to
Glorious.
take. Your opponent's on denies. You can't take the Glorious here.
They take the Glorious!
Oh my god. Out of his mind.
Kama, the absolute man! Oh my gosh.
Can't play it next turn. So his next turn is going to be the awkward part. He does have an answer against Viego. He can't play the Glorious. Or can he? No, he's one man off the Glorious. So it's definitely like a little bit of an awkward turn, but the Telescope top deck actually giving him something meaningful to do into potential Trickster, which is just a nice curve.
Yep, I like
Viego
Trickster
comes
here.
down without any protection, doesn't respect the Thermo Beam. But it's kind of hard to just chuck a 6-mana Thermo into 2 mana up as well, which is
Yeah, I
one
mean,
of the
you
reasons
could
why this
tap-
deck is so powerful.
Yeah, and there's also, you're representing the Stasis statue, right?
Yeah,
Which
exactly.
would have
It's
been
just so
very
hard
risky to
to
go
get there.
for. And Kama opting to just get in the elusive damage. I wonder if you ever don't cast Ignition to cast Glorious Evolution next turn.
Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. The unfortunate part is they just gotta slap Hydra Vine.
Yeah, and then you're kind of
And then your hand just doesn't really do much right now. So Prodigy, very
Oh,
smart.
you could deny this with a Sump Fumes if you wanted. I don't know if it's worth it.
I think the Prodigy, this is just more important getting the mists going. And this is why I did like saving the Rite of Arcane, because once you have a Viego on board, suddenly now you can just start generating
Right.
mists. And if you Sump Fumes here, you can't play. You cannot play the Glorious Evolution.
Yep, and Kama
Thinks about it,
opting to chill.
it's not worth it. Slaps the Glorious Evolution, almost certainly here.
We'll see.
But-
We'll see. I mean,
It's the Trickster versus the world. It's his
It-
only way of getting through the board, and Hachi's hand just is not equipped to deal with it. Double Hydravine plus the Rekindler, very great late game cards, but can't
And
deal with
Quicksand,
one
yeah.
single measly elusive.
I mean, yeah, this can start pushing out a ton of damage very quickly after casting this Glorious
Yeah.
Evolution.
Getting to 15 attack, I don't think is that much of an issue or that challenging.
Yeah, I mean, after casting Glorious, you'll be able to cast the Ignition you get off the bot, getting you effectively 2 damage for 0 mana, because it'll buff the Trickster and do 1.
Yeah, and I don't think Prodigy is thinking about this. Like, it's going to be his start of turn. He's at 7 mana. He wants to play the Hypervine. And then there's no way of deny coming through for this. Oh, but the Quicksand. Oh, such a fortunate top
Quicksand
deck.
top deck.
Now, this does mean that the Glorious Evolution gets to be ripped. But that Quicksand might put an end to this...
The dream.
Fix their dream.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. I feel like it'll be very hard to close out this game now. Prodigy with the Jinx emote. Because, yeah, I feel like, I mean, if Kama could get, like, a Poro Cannon, right? Something like that. I feel like they could get back in this game, but...
Even like hitting, there is the star shaping, but even just hitting like one elusive threat is not enough. Maybe hit the Great Beyond, and maybe that's gonna pave the way for your lethal. But
Oh, and yeah, Prodigy can't actually swing with their big units because of that ballistic bot. Oh, man.
and it's definitely gonna slow down his aggression.
Yeah, so maybe Kama will have 2 turns, and if they have 2 turns, that star shaping line we're talking about is very realistic, right?
And maybe you can't even offer these value trades. Maybe your board isn't going to be wide enough, and this 2-1 is just going to grow into like a 10-1, and all of a sudden you have to trade off your Hydravine into it.
Yeah.
Oh, attack! Oh, this. Yeah, you're generating a board, but I guess it's fine. You're generating a board. You're
Do you
generating.
ever block with the Trickster here on the 2-1? No, not that
No,
crazy.
You're only 4 wide next turn, but if your opponent develops, you can play a Hydravine, I guess.
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah.
I don't like being only 4 wide, but I guess my opponent's only 4 wide and just an elusive. Yeah, this is
Oh
okay.
no, and
It's
actually
fine.
we're getting 5 wide, right? Because we have the sarcophagus popping as well as the mist from the Hydravine.
That's 4.
Oh, never mind. You're right. I can't count. I was forgetting that. Never.
Viego.
Yeah, right. I was counting the miss that was on the board from the Viego, but it is
And it's
obviously
just
dying.
gonna really put a damper onto things. You know, every unit's a fearsome block at the very least from Kalma's side, so this Hydravine and Viego are never really gonna get attacked through, but there's no way to present lethal quite yet, and there's no way to stop the Viego from leveling.
But Kalma can do so many things here.
Pale. I guess you're gonna shove a whole attack through, and then you're forced to block with the Viego and the Hydravine.
Yeah, I mean, you can...
What a spot.
Oh, this is so crazy.
Yeah, if you're going for attack, you have to open it so your opponent can't play another blocker out.
Oh, nope.
Oh, no, he's giving up.
Calibrum. But that will give him a mist.
Yeah, that's also true. I'm just shoving it in here. I have Pale, I have some fumes, I have this...
Oh,
Oh.
killing the Hydravine.
Interesting. It does work. This is I don't like this one just because you're 4 wide. You're forcing your opponent to block their big things.
Right.
And
Yeah.
now you have a second miss to block.
Yeah. Giving him a second miss to block feels pretty bad.
And the sarcophagus dude, whatever his name is, the devout. And now there's the quicksand up too. Oh, I really wish
still
we
have
could
quicksand
attack.
up. Oh.
Some plus figures, some fumes.
But then this
this
just gives him another miss, which is gonna
quicksand.
flip Viego
Oh
here.
no, that's right. Oh no, Kalma. You really need to open with the attack there. Getting rid of the Viego there would have been huge.
I mean, you can buff your board
You're
again.
just praying that there's no quicksand.
Yeah, I think that is exactly what Kalma's doing. Praying for no quicksand and hoping to get him through with this elusive.
With the top deck 2 turns ago, just enough to get there.
Yeah, and this is gonna be
doesn't
playing the
find any
Teemo emote. And
Oh
yeah,
no.
Quicksand
Oh,
for
this
sure
looks
coming
like-
down here, blocking with the mist, killing this trickster.
Yeah, Viego levels. Well,
I
honestly,
feel
he
like...
gets to survive another turn, and at
I
least
mean, do you? Viego's stealing something at the start of this turn, right?
Hang on. So you have 3 blockers. You have to trade off one of your own units. There's 1 miss. You have the starship. You're a fool. You get the ballistic. Oh, the atrocity. Oh no, it's over.
Oh, the atrocity. Yeah, that's gotta close out this
Because
game.
you had the star shapings, maybe you find a way back into with just 1 more elusive spell shield unit.
Yeah.
But
Yep.
with the atrocity, unfortunately, that spells things out.
Yeah, that's gotta be game. Because, I mean, this ballistic bot is huge. You have to block it. It's 15 damage coming in. Oh, man. Oh, and holding back the Hydravine.
Oh, does that...
No recourse.
No, you're... Oh, but now the double shaping protects you from the atrocity.
Right?
And
yeah.
this could be the out
And-
that Kalma needs.
You can play the Solari Priestess as well if you want to. I guess no, but you need to be able to double... You only need 1 star shaping here, right?
Oh, that is true. Okay, so he does start with the priestess, just looking for any sort of elusives.
And we have...
Vomit,
We can
warrior,
kill the
mage
Viego.
power.
There is a second Viego, though, in Prodigy's hand.
No, but you can't go for it through the atrocity. You just have to go for the shape. Oh, you
Oh,
can play
yeah.
both. Okay. But I would just double look. I was shaping first, see what I hit. If I don't hit... Oh, he hits the Great Beyond.
Great Beyond.
It's
Wait.
not enough. It's only 10.
No, opting for Living Legends!
Oh. Ooh. Alright, my man's gambling.
Gambling, let's
Yeah.
go!
Okay, this Viego dies, but another one gets played out. Oh no, but now... Oh no, now the... Because now Viego's going to get buffed up to 15 next turn. And the atrocity is still representing lethal.
Oh, yeah, and you really don't have the mana to commit the
Now you
second
can't
star
play a
shaping.
Great Beyond and the shaping. Yeah, I would have just liked to see you take the Great Beyond and try to edge your last few bits of damage here. Sorry to the Living Legends. He hits the Immortal Fire, he hits the Great Beyond, he hits a Serpent! Oh, he plays the Serpent first, no! Oh, we still don't have mana for shaping, and this atrocity is just gonna spell lethal.
Yeah, I think this atrocity is gonna be game. I mean, yeah, no matter what you do here, I think, like, you could hold up star shaping, but I feel like that never gets you there, right?
No.
Like, you could Golden Sisters. Yeah, no, I mean, I think Colin wasn't recognizing, I have to go for this, right? I think this was the correct call, but you have to try the attempt, but unfortunately this atrocity is just exactsies lethal.
Everything in hand, I think there is enough to buff up the first Great Beyond to 13, but
The Great Beyond was at 13. They'd
well,
played.
like if he took the other one off the first shaping, because this one
Oh,
got buffed up because of the snake by once.
oh, right.
It's like you had the thermo. It's tough. I think you had enough. I think you had to take the first Great
Oh,
Beyond because you just need double shaping there. But seeing the second Viego come down as well, which represents Atrocity Lethal, is
yeah.
brutal
And
and for calm.
that's 2-0 for Prodigy, right? Am I crazy?
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, I forgot to update the scoreboard again. I'm so bad at this. But yep, they are out of game. Oh man. Oh, that was such a heartbreaker. I feel like we are really caster cursing Kalma. But crazy games, crazy sets. Let's see. So the other game is Patrons versus Friend of Zoe, and it looks like they are out of game as well. So yeah,
I see them both online. All right. Well, it's on to the grand finals, I guess.
yeah, we'll see. Let me check if we know who won that other set real quick. I know they just got out of game. They have not reported yet. Let's take a quick break before the finals. I'm sure with both games being over already, it will not be long here. Let's cut back to desk real quick. Sorry. Huh. Hello, everyone. Lovely to see you all again. We are going to take a quick break before the finals. I'm sure it won't be long. Thank you, everyone, for sticking around. I'm having a blast. Jason, how are you feeling?
Oh man, that was a caster defining moment when I hit the Eagle Apprentice off the crescendo. That was perfect. That was
Just-
beautiful. I think it's all downhill from here.
That was so crazy. I was like losing my mind. There's so many 2-drops and just you call it right off the jump. Oh man, what a crazy time. Thank you everybody again for hanging out. Thank you to our sponsor, Community Gaming, for helping put on these terms. Thank you, MasteringRuneterra and that whole team. I'm having a blast. Thank you, Gregory the Grey for TO, and tons of thank yous. Just thank everyone. Thanks to viewers. You know, you're all great, making this so much more exciting. And yeah, with that, we are going to go to a short break, and we will be back and see you in a few minutes. Thanks for sticking around. Welcome back, everyone, to the Mastering Runeterra Road to Seasonals Tournament Series. Jason, how are you feeling?
Oh man, that was a good set. We have a grand finals coming up, so it can only get better, right?
Yep, and we are going to real quick jump to those lineups. So I think this might still be getting updated. People are still reporting their scores and stuff like that. But it looks like we are going to have a Infinipatrons versus Prodigy finals coming up in just a moment. And real quick, let's go over the lineups again. Patrons on Echo Zillion, a common favorite of Patrons. I've played against Patrons on this deck many times. It's a very strong deck. And then Aphelios, and lastly, Scouts. What do you think of this lineup, Jasensational?
Yeah, so it's, again, we covered this one. You know, they played against Luna on the Heimer Jace, and it's just really out there to bully some of the more slower decks, the control decks. We have Scouts with the Rally, we have the Echo Zill with the Rally, and then we have the Phalios with the uninteractive, elusive spell shield keyword kind of stuff. So, you know, looking at Prodigy's lineup that we just went over, or at least we watched last game, definitely a few slower decks within the mix. So I'm expecting Patron to have a slight edge coming in here, but we'll see how it turns out.
Yep, and just a reminder, those slower decks for Prodigy are the Mono Viego Shurima deck, which is kind of easy to mix up with Mono Shurima. And then actual Mono Shurima. Everyone knows this deck, nothing too crazy. Although I like the 2 Clockwork Curator. Currently I'm only on 1 in my Mono Shurima list, but it is nice to help get that turn 7 flip, or even turn 6 potentially, but usually turn 7 with the new changes. And then lastly, Talia Ziggs, which we were talking earlier before we hopped in here, and we were thinking this is probably going to be Patrons' ban, right?
Yeah, I think that's the deck that does the best in the Scouts. I've beaten Echo Zill with it. You have the Quicksand, you have the Ride Arcane for Echo that just instantly one-shots it.
And actually, it looks like they're getting into game. They're probably still in bans, but...
Okay, so I expect this to be the ban from the Patron side, but from the Prodigy side, you know, that Scouts list looks kind of scary. It's probably the most aggressive one. The Aphelios deck, maybe you can grind with the Shrima one against any of the Shrima decks.
Yep,
And then the what's the other Echo Zillion? You just ride an Arcane Echo on 4 and hope you win the game. That's kind of how things go.
All right, and do you want to grab Prodigy or Patrons?
Let's see. Prodigy. I'll take Prodigy.
All right, cool. All right, I got Patrons, and we can cut to in-game. Here we go, and looks like it is Scouts into Mono Shurima game 1.
So he lets the Scouts through. So you banned Aphelios, I'm guessing? I don't know.
That would be my guess. Aphelios is pretty scary for Mono Shurima, I know.
Right, the attached just you can't really interact with.
Right.
So hopefully we'll see some Echo Zill after this as well.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, I
Prodigy's
imagine...
hand-
All right, go
oh,
ahead.
sorry, Patron's hand looking kind of nuts. 1, 2, 3 with the ML.
Yeah,
And a
you might
Sharp Sight.
even hold back the Bright Steel probably, right? And just keep up Sharp Sight, yeah.
I must.
Oh, and a rally. Just one scout unit off of the perfect hand.
Yep, yep. And Prodigy has no way to really threaten this misfortune. They can opt to play Roiling Sands to try to make sure that that misfortune gets vulnerable, but opting to pass. And Patrons taking it, letting
interesting.
Patrons play this misfortune pretty safely.
No pay.
Yeah, I was thinking of potentially just playing out the Unravelers just to maybe prevent MF from coming down.
Right,
But
yep. And
Now
unfortunately,
there's no way to deal with the MF.
yeah, no Rite of the Arcane in hand means no real way to threaten the MF. Of course, we can see, even if they did have a Rite of the Arcane, Patrons has a Sharp Sight to protect her. So I feel like
Yeah.
Patrons has got to be feeling pretty good here.
All of a sudden, you have the scout unit, you have the rally, you have a bright seal and a sharp sight. Your MF's not dying, and it seems to be flipping quite soon.
Yep, and
Oh
and
my
hitting a
God.
Treasure Seeker.
That's probably one of the best one drops you can get there.
Yep, able to apply a lot of pressure later on.
Quicksand, Ride of Arcane, just one turn too late there, but even through the sharp side, just not quite enough here.
Yeah, I feel like
The one drop
the
here.
hope for Prodigy is that the Scouts deck has a slow start, and this is anything but here.
Yeah, I feel like you that turn two, maybe just slam the Unravelers down to prevent the MF from coming down so soon. You have
Yeah.
a 3-drop up. And now the situation looks a little bit dire. You have this 3-1 that can't block. You have the Rite of Arcane gives you a 5-3 at the very least, but the sharp side in response leaves it. Oh, I wonder if Infinite Patrons could have went for the Bright Seal first to save the sharp side.
Yeah.
But chooses to use it here anyways. Nothing like
I mean,
not a huge threat.
if you did that, they probably would have used the Rite of the Arcane on the Island Navigator, so you would have had to commit the sharp sight anyways. So I don't know if it would have made that much of a difference.
Yeah, losing the scout attack there is pretty rough as well.
Yeah.
You needed 1 scout attack because your MS is gonna be a 3, and then the rally is gonna be 4. So losing it here would have been a little bit awkward. Oh, but the patch side broadening such a good pickup. Able to challenge the 3-1 and get a free valley kill as well.
Yeah, I think I might like just playing Petrosite here and then doing exactly what you're saying and attacking with nothing else. We'll
Definitely
see.
a little bit skeptical about exactly a second Arcane. Not that you can really play around it. So on Infinite Patron side, I'm probably just thinking about how to develop the best turn I can. And it seems that the Sculptor plus the Petricide is maybe the best answer.
Yep. Second Rite of the Arcane is definitely scary, but Prodigy...
So I guess you could have instant Bright Seal and then you instant Rally next turn.
Yep.
And then that would be a way to protect against the second Rite of Arcane.
Well, if they open right, you can't do that, right? Because they're gonna get first action on Prodigy's turn.
Right, instead of playing the Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, you're right.
But either way, I feel like I mean this will stop the rest of the attack, but I think Patrons is perfectly fine to just take out this 3-1 for free. Yep. Opting to do exactly that.
And then we have the rally for next turn. You need to find a Rite of Arcane. You need to find a deny here. Otherwise, you're dead next turn.
Yeah. You might not be 100% dead next turn, but you're losing your whole board. You're effectively dead.
No. I was looking to Unraveled Earth there. I need to find the card that I need. And we don't. And we just hope that there's no rally. Rally does not exist if we close our eyes.
Rally isn't real. Tapping down to 2 gives Patrons a lot of flexibility here.
Yeah, just telling them straight up, there is no Rite of Arcane, there's no deny.
Yeah.
You're free to rally this turn.
And yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter, right? You can rally on whatever you want. The barrier doesn't do anything, right? You just are going bananas here.
Rally, 2 challengers, and a scout.
And a flipped MF. Oh. Man. I mean, that's probably a conceit out of Prodigy. Like, this rally is just backbreaking.
Oh no, you're dead this turn. You're not going to get a chance to concede fast enough.
Are you dead? I'm not sure if you're dead. You're definitely dead on the next turn's open, I think. But I think
you're dead this turn. Because you're taking a 6 from the MF, the 4 from MF, and then just 1 extra wide. So you're taking 4... Hang on. 6. Oh no, you're dead. Yeah, you're taking 7 plus 3.
Yeah, Patrons is 6 wide compared to Prodigy's 4 wide.
Yeah, you're taking so much more. You're so dead. Yeah, scouts.
Yeah, it was only 1 over lethal. It was pretty close, but yeah.
This is why I wanted to ban scouts, because with the Phalos deck, yeah, they can pyro you a little bit, but definitely a lot slower game plan when you have slower decks, and you know, you can maybe just low roll your opponent a bit.
Yeah, and I feel like that matchup is kind of doomed. That's very hard to flip on the side of Mono Streamer. Whereas I feel like a Phalios, like, there are tools, right? If you can get a Xerath down and get a good Xerath lock-on with a lot of Roiling Sands, that's a way back into the game, right? But it's definitely unfavored either way. And you have Quicksand, right? That's another thing you can use to at least strip Elusive off of a Fizz or something like that. And here we go, Mono Stream into Echo Zillion. I think this is supposed to be Mono Stream favored. I think even after the nerfs, Mono Stream is still a little bit favored, because if they manage to flip, it's just, you're locked out of the game because you can't revive stuff anymore.
And if they Rite of Arcane your Echo and kill it, that's going to set you back a lot. But Infinite Patrons, his hand's looking pretty juicy.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it might be a full keep even.
Oh my god, double Rite of Arcane and a deny. Oh. So the issue from Prodigy's side is he doesn't have any units. He's kind of just going to get chumped down for the first couple of turns and maybe just get smacked for like 5 each round, and it doesn't even matter if Echo's dead.
Yeah, I mean, Prodigy has a very good hand at stopping the late game combo turns. You really want to be drawing these cards around turn 4 or
no.
5.
Oh, Azir, beautiful. That's just something that chump block is all you needed here. And the drop order. Infinite Pain is just pushing 4 damage here. Like, the tempo is on. There's Azir. It might be enough here. We'll see.
Yeah, there is a lot of pressure coming out from Patrons, which is definitely how you have to play this matchup. You want to push early damage as much as you can.
Yeah,
To just-
and I think I saw the voice of the Risen there.
Yep,
Yeah.
and opted to take it.
Right,
is-
even if the Echo dies, it's still gonna level up and activate the voice, and you're gonna have this 5 white board anyways.
Yep, and Echo is flipping in hand. We have the Zillion and the Feral Prescience, which is going to get Echo all the way there that he needs to flip. Predicting every turn like a good player. And here, I don't know what Patron takes. Maybe Archivist to just get more gas.
Yeah, just something to find like
A rally.
Time Trick or Archivist is fine. Probably the Archivist because I guess you can also find Rally and Time Trick.
Right, yeah. I think it was pretty
Rally.
close between those two options. And we'll see Patrons opting for the Time Trick, but I think that's pretty reasonable.
The awkward part about this turn is you can't tap under 3 before your opponent taps under 4, and there's no real need for Infinite Patrons to do anything this turn.
Yeah.
So, oh
And
no,
ooh.
no.
Well,
Oh,
it
no.
does give the Echo vulnerable, which might intimidate
Don't think
patrons.
No, you
into
just
not
slam
playing
down
it.
him every time.
But what if we have a Rock Hopper? If we have a Rock Hopper, that's pretty bad, right?
Oh, that's true. Oh, you have the Quicksand. Oh no, you don't. But you could have like a
And playing
okay.
voices.
Right. So playing around the Rock Hopper, I think fair
Yep.
enough.
Playing around Rock Hopper. And I mean, it really doesn't matter. I don't think Patrons in a huge rush to get this Echo down. I think
Right,
he's
'cause
perfectly
now
content getting it down next turn.
Okay. Yeah. For some reason, I didn't have a landmark, but now he's playing out the Ancient Prep, which is good. You have a landmark to destroy for the Rite of Arcane, but now you're just a 5 white board that's buffed with voice. You can't kill the voice.
Yeah, you have. I mean, you could kill the voice instead of the Echo, but that doesn't feel
Ooh,
great.
that-
I guess you could. No, you can't quicksand to kill the Echo because you don't have anything strong enough.
Oh yeah.
And Patrons has a quicksand in their hand, although they wouldn't have enough mana to play it after playing Echo, so never mind. But yeah,
Prodigy might just be dead. Even if he plays the Rite of Arcane, he might be forced to Rite of Arcane the voice just to stay alive.
yeah, I think that is. Oh, yeah, no, we can never mind. This was expected.
Time Bomb? Time Bomb's pretty juicy.
Yeah, I'm probably leaning Time Bomb there.
Yeah.
I think
Well, it doesn't
the-
matter. You're
Yeah,
gonna shuffle.
nothing else was that good,
Echo.
right? Yep, opting for the Time Bomb. And yep, drop an Echo, saying, let's go, it's
Oh.
party time. And yeah, this is real rough, because you're kind of forked, right? You have to kill either the voices or the Echo, and no matter which
don't
one you
like
do, the
killing
other one
voice.
is going to be really bad, right?
You don't have a choice here. You have to kill the voice.
Yeah.
Otherwise you're just dead.
I mean,
Unless-
yeah. You're not...
Play Xerath? No. You can play Xerath. You block Echo. You block a 3/3. Take 16. Oh, you're dead. You're
Oh, no,
forced
you
to
can't.
Rite
I
of
don't think you can play Xerath. I think you have to kill either Echo
Okay.
or Voices
Well,
with
it
that
has
Rite
to
of
be.
the Arcane right now. And then
Oh,
I think you
man.
can block Hourglass the Echo after killing Voices. And then,
and again, deny them the time trick.
yeah, deny the time trick. Keep your Azir alive.
Yeah.
And we'll see what Prodigy opts to go for.
Your next turn's looking a little bit miserable.
Yeah.
If you're forced to go for it, oh, the Sun Disc. No way.
Wait, destroying the Sun Disc?
No. Oh no, but you're still dead.
What?
Here.
And killing the Echo? I think you had to kill the Voices and then
Are you
block
dead?
stasis
Eight.
statue. You're not dead.
I guess-
I
I
did
guess
the math
you're
a minute
alive.
ago. You're not quite dead.
Okay, you're alive at 1.
You're alive
You're-
at 1, but you,
Nice.
yeah, you can quicksand as well to stay even more alive.
Oh, what? Yeah, I recognize we need the unit to block on the following swing, but it's just not going to be enough here.
But yeah, I mean, giving like, how do you get back in this game now? Because yeah, I think we have to commit the quicksand here because we have to save Azir, right?
Hourglass. I don't hate that.
Oh, block the 5/4 and hourglass. Yeah, I could. That's a reasonable line. But going to 1, it just makes suddenly like it's like the thing with Echo
True,
Zillion, right? Is if you kill the voices, normally all those dinky things don't do any damage. But if you're at 1,
Yeah, and also
anything
the time
connecting
bomb
is you're dead.
potential mystic shots. So I agree. I am forced to dismiss or this quicksand
Oh, and
just to survive the next turn, even though your opponent's not swinging into.
yeah, and even they have the time bomb as well, right? So you have to, you would be dead, right? Time bomb would
and
just
he's
kill you
blocked
uninteractably.
3/4 as well, just to play around the time bomb, just one tab more.
But oh, and a chrono break for patrons off the top. That was blind, right? Patrons didn't predict last turn.
Oh yeah, that was just on top of his deck.
Like a good player, chrono
Like a
break
good-
is there.
Wait, that's a good one.
Thanks.
For the time bomb. Oh,
Yeah, I feel like there's just no way back in this game for Prodigy.
Yeah.
That time bomb is brutal. This Xerath's cute, but it's just not going to be nearly enough.
Davebo forgetting to update score again in chat.
Oh
but
my gosh.
I
Wait.
guess it won't matter now.
Oh my gosh. I have forgotten almost every time. But I think it is going to be...
Oh, just chrono breaking this turn just to end it. Wow, he's tapped
Oh.
out of deny mana. Makes
Yeah,
sense.
I mean, with 1 mana up on the side of Prodigy, that's game, right? There's nothing.
No need to showboat. Smack it in for lethal.
Yep, and there
Yeah.
we go. 5 wide against a 4 wide opponent is gonna be enough to close this game out. Well played by patrons, getting a quick 2-0. That scoreboard was updated the entire time. I don't know what anyone else was talking about. And that's it. That's the finals.
That's it. Just
Let me see.
infinite patrons, just quick 2 games to take it.
Yeah, let me see if we. Are you down to do a winners interview with patrons real quick?
Yeah, I can do that.
Let me
I'm not
see
prepared.
if patrons is. Oh, jeez. I feel like I'm always not as effective at this as I should be. Trying to find patrons. Wait, is patrons not in
Oh, he's definitely in the Discord.
the Discord? Oh, yeah, here he is. Oh, yeah. And I think I'm actually already friends with patrons, so that should be pretty quick. Although it looks like he's not on Discord. Also, hello everyone. How's it going?
In game too, if he's still on.
Yeah, I just messaged him in game. We'll see what they
Okay.
say. And we'll see. Patrons might be tired. We'll see what he says. Hopefully he's down. I think it's always fun to get into a good old winners interview. But yeah, oh man. That game, the last finals, I mean, patrons just rolled. I feel like that was a favorable matchup, like we were saying.
Right.
But yeah.
It was a little bit awkward. The mono streamer side definitely had the answer to the echo, but unfortunately, just no units early on, allowing that board to widen up for that voice. Just
Yeah.
made the whole difference.
Yeah, that voice coming down. I mean, it really forked Prodigy, right? It's like you could answer either Echo or Voices, and whichever one you answer, you don't feel great. I think I would have liked. I don't know if it would have made a difference. I think I would have liked killing the Voices and then Phantom blocking with the Hourglass on the Echo, which maybe would have kept you in the game, but it's you're still in trouble, right? You're not feeling great even if you take that line.
There's a chrono break on top of the deck.
Yeah, with that chrono break on top of the
More
deck.
voices over
That
there.
definitely can't feel great. And it looks like patrons just got back to me. Let me wait. They're typing me real quick. I was just watching. Patrons was watching the game on delay. Let me add him real quick,
Yeah.
and we'll see. Hello, patrons, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh,
Hello.
hello. Congratulations on the incredible performance today. How are you feeling right now?
Pretty good. This is the first lineup I think I've found at least this patch where I really felt like this was it, you know? Like I felt pretty invincible around the time of last seasonals on the lineup I was on then, which, you know, credit to Garrett's and Skathis. I didn't come up with that. But this is, there have been a couple of times between now and then when I felt like I was on good lineups, but certainly this is the first time in a while that I felt like I was on a lineup that just kind of couldn't be stopped. Like, Prodigy's lineup was actually really good against me, and he did take a game off of me in round 4. In fact, he 2-0'd me. So I was hoping that he didn't make it to the finals again. But as you saw, even with that being an example of a lineup that I thought was good against me, it was still not so horrible that we couldn't pull it out.
Yeah, I want to talk through your lineup. So let's start with the Echo Zillion. And you played that very well against that Mono Shurima. How do you feel about that matchup, Echo Zillion into Mono Shurima? Because I know it's supposed to be somewhat unfavored, but it's not crazy unfavored.
It's not really unfavored anymore.
Right.
It used to be unfavored because they could just high roll you on turn 6 and you simply didn't have enough time. But with them not being able to go off until turn 8, if you do the thing, like I just did the thing, where you flip Echo on 4 into, in this case we waited until 5 because there was a vulnerable landmark on the board.
Right.
But if you do the thing where you have Echo and Voices and a good board, they just don't really have enough time to stabilize.
Yeah.
So I think it is slightly favored for Echo.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, that last game I feel like was a beautiful demonstration of that, forking the opponent, saying, I've got a Voices and a big board and an Echo. What do you want to answer? And they can't do both, right? They have to pick, which was really
right. They only have one priority. The removal is slow. There's just not enough answers in the world.
Exactly. And Aphelios, do you want to talk me through this deck again?
Yeah. So Aphelios is not a deck that I was a believer in at first. Not really until about a week ago did I start playing it. And first of all, I have to say that, to be fair, every time I played against it, I would lose. But in my head, I was always just like, oh, they're high rolling, they're not the one thing, whatever. So anyway, I just started playing it and winning games inexplicably. And I kind of became a believer. People are somewhat split on the tech choices. I think Hush is really strong. And I think you need to be on 2 Papercraft and 2 Rainbow Fish, because it's just really important to find an attach at some point, because it's just mostly how you win. Like, there are matchups like against Field Rush where you can just win by being wide, like with Phase, but that's not usually how it is. You usually really do need to find an attach unit, and you guys cast the other game in the finals instead of ours, which was unfortunate because the game against Friend of Zoe was actually extremely remarkable. Let's just say that, but it'll be on the VOD on my channel. But that game went on forever without me finding an attach. And they were playing Targon Shellfolk, and we outgrinded Shellfolk for like 10 turns. But it would have been much nicer, if I had found an attach on time. So I think 4 and not 3 is the number of attach units. And I think Hush is really good, and Yoral Squire is just kind of like meh. Trinket Trade is meh. I do run 2 Yoral Squire, 1 Trinket Trade, but I don't think you need to be on this, like the numbers that people do. And I'm a big fan of Flame Spitter because it gives you just such insane damage so fast. So I'm on 2 of those.
Yeah, Flame Spitter on a Fizz with Papercraft is just all of a sudden like surprise you're dead, which is definitely pretty scary.
Or just on even an Owlcat that has a Papercraft Dragon attached that you're giving Overwhelm to with a Aphelios.
Right,
just
with Aphelios.
Whatever your unit is, it's 6 damage for 2 mana. It's insane.
Yeah. Yep. Definitely crazy. And then lastly, Scouts, an old standby. How do you think it's doing in this current meta?
I think Scouts is pretty sleeper right now. Skathis and I were just talking after the set that I lost to Prodigy in round 4 about how we want to change 2 cards. We want to take out the Blinding Assaults and turn them into, what is it called? I'm terrible with card names. I can't even remember Decimate sometimes. We want to change them into Shield of Durand's. And not that Shield of Durand is super amazing, but right now, Scouts is kind of questionable into Shurima decks. And the reason it's just their removal is 4 damage, and you have to be exceeding that 4 damage threshold. So, And Blinding Assault is at its worst against Shurima. It just does nothing. They have little blockers that you're not interested in killing with your scout attack, and you're going to get quicksanded or something. And it's not an impressive little bird against Shurima decks. However, having your champions not die to 4 damage right of the arcane is really crucial. So I think that might turn those matchups on its head. So that's something I'm interested in trying. But just in general, Scouts kind of glues the lineup together, because at first the lineup looked quite different. The only thing I was sure is that I wanted to be on Aphelios, and I assumed that because it was like a Fae go wide deck that it wouldn't be amazing into Field Rush. But then all these stats started to come out about Aphelios because more and more people were playing it, and turned out that Aphelios is just kind of green into everything except for Pantheon that has an actual meta share. So if you're not banning Field Rush, then you want your other decks to be good against it, which these particular aggro decks are. And with this lineup, we're good against basically all kinds of aggro. We're good against Field Rush, and we are also extremely good in the mirror into Aphelios, because 2 decks that don't have huge meta representation that you might miss if you're only looking at the first page of stats on the various matchup table websites is Scouts and Echo crush Aphelios. So we have a mirror plus 2 extremely favored matchups in that department. And I think that that's going to be pretty popular. And I think it even more because the guy that I played in round 1, it was his first tournament experience ever. And, I think that if people that are kind of tournament novices are interested in that deck, that's kind of a bellwether of it being probably popular in open rounds of seasonal.
Yeah, definitely true. And I mean, you piloted it so well. So is this your first time playing this in a tournament, this lineup?
This exact lineup? Yes, this is my first time.
Oh, nice. Very well done. Jason, do you have any questions for patrons? And we can cut back to desk real quick. Show people our face.
I mean, well played, patrons. Congratulations. Your deck looks strong, very strong on paper. Get into the aggro decks that kind of beat down the greedy decks, and then get into the slow control decks as well. Is there any lineup that maybe you're scared of? Because you can ban Pantheon, but most of the Pantheon lineups are with Shurima, and you feel like you have pretty good tech into that. So any kind of lineup you're not really so happy into?
Right. So if Prodigy had been on Pantheon as one of his additional decks, and I was forked between banning something like Viego and Pantheon, that would have been scary. More scary than it already was.
So I think Viego is also a bad matchup for you?
I think Viego is bad against Scouts in particular.
Mm-hmm.
I think the other decks can beat it. It's probably not amazing for Echo. It's relatively speaking best for Aphelios, but he banned that in both sets that we played, and that's always going to happen. So you're stuck sort of with your other decks.
What do you think about something like maybe Scion?
Oh, Scion we're actually pretty favored into. I originally thought that Scouts wasn't amazing into Scion because it historically didn't used to be. But Squallywag, he has a different name on ladder. Or is that his ladder name? He has 2 different names. Do you know who I'm talking about?
I know Squallywag. They're always on the front page, yeah.
Right. So Squallywag or Squallywag. Oh wait, actually, he's not the person I meant to say. The cup is mine. I ran into the cup is mine in Gauntlet, and the cup is mine is one of the. But Squallywag is a different person that plays Scion, which is why he came to the front of my mouth. But the cup is mine. I ran into him in Gauntlet. I was just kind of playing Gauntlet games yesterday because I was bored, and he was playing Scion, and he beat me down with it when I was on Ziggs to Leah instead of Scouts. But I was talking to Skathis, who's my teammate, about it, and Skathis was talking to the Cup is Mine, who apparently they know each other better than I know Cup is Mine. And he was saying that in his personal experience, and he's one of the best Scion players in the world, if not the best Scion player in the world, that he felt Scouts was favored against it these days. So that makes me feel really good about the lineup because Echo is quite favored against it, and Aphelios just clowns on it.
Yeah. Man, yeah, this lineup does seem very strong. I might net deck your lineup a little bit. We'll see. It does seem very strong. Any other questions you got,
Jason? Everyone is welcome to try it out.
Any other questions you got, Jason?
No, that's it. Solid lineup. Congrats
Yeah.
on the win.
Very
Yeah,
well
thank you
played,
so much.
patrons. Congratulations. Do you have any shout outs you want to make before we wrap this interview up?
So big shout out to my teammates who are extremely helpful in testing everything and bouncing ideas off of. Those are maybe next time Grandpa Roji and Skathis. And everyone who's hanging out in my chat, it's much more fun to play the game when there's people to talk to in chat.
Indeed.
And big shout outs to you guys and the whole Mastering Runeterra team for, basically like being the bastion of the independent tournament scene in this game, because I think tournaments are way more fun than ladder in general. I just kind of would lose my mind if all I had to do was play ladder. And I think that mostly covers it.
All right. Sweet. Thank you so much, patrons, for hanging out. Congratulations again. And with that, I think we are getting ready to call this stream a close. Thank you so much again. One last shout out to Community Gaming for sponsoring this tournament. And thank you to the Mastering Runeterra team, like Infinite Patrons said, for organizing all these tournaments. They're a ton of fun, building the community. I'm having a blast. Jasensational, any last words you want to say to sign us off?
No, congrats again. Thank you to all the players who signed up and played. Definitely some really cool games to cast, and hope you guys enjoyed.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, thank you. I'll see you guys later.
All right. Thanks again, patrons. And with that, we will call it a stream. Thank you so much, everyone, for hanging out. And thanks, Greg, again, one last time for TOing. And yeah, with that, we will call it a stream. Thanks again. See y'all.